Sebastian Kneipp. My Hydrotherapy. Kneipp Sebastian by Sebastian Kneipp, a German Catholic priest in Bavaria. Born on the 17th of May 1821. Died 1897, June 5, 17. Gained fame for the introduction of his system of hydrotherapy and natural health improvement, which was very popular at the end of the 19th and beginning of the 20th century. His works were reprinted several times in pre-revolutionary Russia and were very common among the people. He himself intended the simple recipes of his system specifically for the poor, from which they did not have become less effective. Kneipp argued that cold water hardens and heals all diseases, and who understands the effect of water and knows how apply it in various forms, he has such a healing agent that has no equal. Water, as Sebastian Kneipp believed, has three main properties: dissolve, remove and strengthen, and this makes it possible to assert that ordinary clean water cures all generally curable diseases with its correct systematic application. His merit lies in the fact that he turned the hydrotherapy used by the priests and healers of the ancient Egypt, Greece, Rome and India in the system of training and tempering the body. Type of water procedure. The intensity and duration of it are prescribed depending on the patient's well-being and features of the course of the disease. Kneipp wrote, for many centuries and millennia, mental illnesses, oppressed states of mind, depression half with despair, despondency, bad moods would not take place in life. People, if the receptacle of the soul was diligently cleansed with cool water. No one is afraid to wash with cold water. Everyone, on the contrary, seeks in this simple means the support of his health. The natural lifestyle and treatment of Sebastian Kneipp has five main directions. Water hydrotherapy. About 200 different ways of its use are known: douches, herbal baths, compresses. Water procedures can be recommended for almost everyone. Sebastian Kneipp's pharmacy with medicinal plants, herbal medicine, animals and mineral raw materials as basic substances that have a mild effect on the body. For many years I have treated mostly with herbs and less with water, with excellent results. Health food dietetics. Many recipes from Kneipp are fully consistent with modern knowledge. Simple food within reasonable limits is the best. You need to order your stomach. Stop before it is full. Gymnastics and a healthy walk movement therapy were also pathways to health for him. The plow that is standing rusts. Psychosomatic treatment is necessary for him as a priest. Many who came to me could not achieve any success. Only after it was possible to put their souls in order did improvement in their physical condition. The connection between soul and body Kneipp considered by itself, taken for granted. As a revolutionary evolutionist, the Catholic priest was already praising light, air, water and the sun, spoke out against very tight clothing and noted the benefits of living in the countryside. In his technique, everything simple, natural, sparing plays an important role. He considered a necessary condition for healing and active participation of the patient himself. The best known is his book My Hydraulic Treatment, tested for more than 40 years by himself. By the author. Suggested to cure disease and maintain health. Kneipp Sebastian. My Hydraulic Treatment. Foreword. Composed by Sebastian Kneipp, priest in Werishofen, Bavaria. With a portrait of the author and 228 drawings. Translated under the editorship of Dr. Med. I. F. Lorinsky. The second edition, revised and supplemented according to the last 62nd German edition after the death of the author. S. Petersburg publishing of the book Warehouse of N. Askarkanov. 6 Troitskaya Street, 1898. Permitted by the censorship. Street. Petersburg, September 15, 1897. Preface to first edition. As a priest, I take closest to my heart the good of the immortal soul. For this I live and for this I am ready. Die. But mortal bodies also brought me a lot of worries over the course of 30 to 40 years and demanded from me selfless labor. I was not looking for this work. The arrival of the patient was and remained a burden for me. And only a glance at the one who came down from heaven to heal all our ailments, and the remembrance of the commandment. Blessed are the merciful, for they will have mercy. They could suppress the temptation in me to refuse to requests addressed to me. This temptation was all the more powerful because my healing advice gave me not a benefit, but rather a loss of precious time, not honor, but slander and persecution, not gratitude, but in many cases ridicule and gloating. It is clear to everyone that with such an attitude towards my activity, I could not have a special desire to write, especially since my body, dejected for years, and the soul is already demanding rest. Only the insistent, relentless demands of my friends, who argued that it was a sin to take with you to my Ilu so much knowledge acquired by long experience, countless written requests of those healed by me. People, especially the pleas of the poor, abandoned, sick villages, make me against the will to take the pen in already weak hands. I have always treated the poorest classes, abandoned and forgotten villages with special love and attention. It is to them mainly that I dedicate my book. The presentation, in accordance with the purpose, is simple and clear. I deliberately write in the form of a conversation, which, in my opinion, is much better than a dry, deprived of life, supposedly scientific presentation. Far from the struggle against the existing direction in medicine, I also do not think to polemicize with either individually, nor attack anyone's scholarship and fame. I know very well that, in essence, only a specialist is decent enough to publish such books, but it seems that specialists should also be grateful to the layman who shares with them his information acquired by long experience. Any honest objection, any correct amendment, I will meet with gratitude. To light criticism arising from partisanship, I will not pay attention and calmly demolish the charlatan and drop out. My strongest desire is that a doctor, a man of vocation, take this burden off me, this hard work for specialists to study the method of water treatment more thoroughly. Let at the same time on my work is looked at as a small aid. I must say that I could be terribly rich if I wanted to take at least some of the offered to me money patients. And these patients, without exaggeration, I had thousands, tens of thousands. Many patients came to me and said, I give 100, 200 marks if you cure me. The sufferer seeks help, is everywhere, and willingly pays the doctor what he should. If he cures him, it doesn't matter if he follows healing from a bottle of medicine or a mug of water. Famous doctors decidedly and with great success laid the foundation for the method of water treatment, but together with them went to the grave and their knowledge and advice. Oh, if, at last, after dawn came a bright, long morning. First of all, may the Lord God bless this forthcoming book. And when the friends of my hydrotherapy find out that I have passed into eternity, let them pray for me, send their prayer to the place where the physician of physicians heals our poor souls with fire. Verishofen, October 1st, 1886. Author. From the preface to the 6th edition. I take this opportunity to recommend again the spa facility near Biberach in Württemberg. Well arranged according to my system, it will be opened in May 1889. It will be in charge an experienced physician, doctor of medicine I. Schuzzle, who has thoroughly familiarized himself with my system. I am firmly convinced that my hydrotherapy will give such doctors satisfaction, and their patients will serve benefit. Vereshofen, January 1st, 1889. From the preface to the 12th edition. I am especially pleased that new hydropathic establishments have already arisen and are emerging in different places, so that the sick no longer have to travel far to relieve their suffering. The place is near. Biberach is already open. Many sick people went there and found happy healing there. Moreover, there is an establishment in Immenstadt, and only good can be said about him, so there is hope that in the future this case will take on even wider dimensions. A third hydropathic establishment opened in Ulm and will expand further and further. In Rosenheim, at the general insistence of the townspeople, an institution was recently opened according to my system, and I had to hear about good results. Yes, it is understandable. Dr. Bernuber has been in Vereshofener is a doctor at my hydropathic establishment and knows her job very well. Besides, he is not only good doctor, but also an excellent operator. More than once I had to hear from him, water can heal such diseases for which other remedies are ineffective. That is why I hope, not without reason, that this institution will achieve a particularly good condition and development. Dr. Georg Wolf has opened a new establishment in Traunstein. He has a calm, noble character. For a long time I was in Vereshofen and thoroughly studied my hydrotherapy, and I can safely recommend that patients consult this physician with full confidence. Thus, my distant friends in Austria now have the opportunity to get to know good action under his guidance. My hydrotherapy, for patients from Austria and Hungary, who visited my hydrotherapy institution in Vereshofen, upon returning home, spread good fame about him throughout the country. Vereshofen, 3-15 December 1889. From the preface to the 27th edition of the new establishments based on my principle, mention should be made of the cold spa Scherding in Upper Austria. It is run by my student Otto Ebefjecht, and I gladly recommend it. Respect to everyone. A second establishment in Austria recently opened in Brixen, South Tyrol, by Dr. Otto F. Hugenberg, and run by one of my best students. This institution is also highly recommended. In January 1891, Dr. Loser opened a hydropathic establishment, working according to my method, in Feichheim near Wurzburg. Dr. Loser is a sane physician and will undoubtedly excel at his task. Verescofe, February 26, March 10, 1891. From the preface to the 33rd edition. I want to point out now that some changes have been made in the 33rd edition. There are people who even the simplest way of presentation is doubtful. So something is changed here, something else is released. Another is added, so that in general the whole composition is better sustained and can be applied with greater confidence. If God pleases, after this edition will be released another, completely revised. Verescofe, August 14, 26, 1891. From the preface to the 50th edition. Hydrotherapy has survived until the 50th edition and could celebrate its anniversary, calling out to all people in Especially for the sick, study water, its use and action, and it will help you where else help is possible. I can only rejoice and wish with all my heart that in the future patients everywhere receive relief and help. In particular, I wish that medical specialists work hard on the correct use of water, and this stepdaughter of her art were given an ember in the treasury of remedies. 1894. From the preface to the 60th edition. In one respectable family there was a well-bred son, who showed the best hopes for his position and rank is reasonably well educated. One day he turned to his father with request to allow him to travel around the world, promising after 9 years return home and tell everything they experienced on the way. His intention was to stay after the trip with his parents, a kind and faithful son. Very reluctantly, good parents let their son go. They feared that he might end up in a bad society that would spoil him. Finally, the son received parental blessing and hit the road with the best intentions and strong desire. Faithfully fulfill his promise to his father. Exactly 9 years later, he returned home the same. A wonderful son, which he left his parental home, and everyone who met him, as willingly as parents, listened to the story of his adventures. The painting pictured here fits in with my hydrotherapy, which I am in the noblest intention released 9 years ago, in order to bring people relief and help in their various infirmities and diseases, and at the same time teach them how to live in order to stay healthy, capable of work and hardy, and reach a ripe old age. A favorable reception everywhere and an unusually fast the spread of my hydrotherapy is undoubtedly a rare phenomenon. Indeed, it is not easy. Find a book that would withstand 59 editions in such a short period of time, and now appears on the 60th. No less striking is the change that befell the modest yet so recently Verishofen. Who has seen this village in old years and will see now, he perhaps will not recognize her. The more my books spread, the more patients flocked to Verishofen, and I was forced, although I did not even think about to establish a hydrotherapy center so that patients can find consolation and help in the very homeland of hydrotherapy. Since I personally was not at first inclined to set up such a hospital, there is little sympathy for. This was expressed for a long time by the inhabitants of Verishofen, and only good relations between me and the parishioners helped, at last, to carry out the enterprise. After 9 years, the son returned home and told his life story. Likewise, my hydrotherapy, after 9 years, could tell something about their fate. Well received in the best houses, otherwise it is. With displeasure it was thrown into the far corner. What happened to him happens with many innovations. All good things are often attacked, and if it were not was exposed to them, it would also not be very good. The same thing happened with my hydrotherapy and its author. The 60th edition is now out. I wish him the highest success wherever it finds application. And with my soul I will begin to accompany the book everywhere, calling on the Creator and Organizer of all destiny, so that He is all participants in everything that is useful for the temporary and eternal good of people. Verishofen, 1527 March 1896. Author Kneipp Sebastian. My hydraulic treatment. Introduction. If there are no two leaves on a tree that are completely similar to one another, then even more so there is no two people with exactly the same fate, and if everyone could describe his life before death, then there would be as many different biographies as there are people. It often seems that a person's life paths are so They are entangled with each other, like threads in a tangled ball, without any purpose, without any order, but this. It only seems, in fact, it never happens. The beacon of faith sends its illumination beam into the thick darkness and shows us how all these entangled threads lead to one and serve wise plans and the purposes of the Creator. The ways of providence are inscrutable. When I, dejected by years, cast a glance at the past years and observe the convolutions of my life path, I see that I often stood on the verge of death, but then, contrary to all expectations, my path was illuminated by a ray of calling, and I have all the more reason to exalt the wise and loving providence, that it is the path leading, according to human opinion, to destruction. And death has shown me and countless others new sources of life. I was about 21 years old when I left my homeland with a travel book in my pocket. It was written in the book that I, weaving apprentice, but in my heart, since childhood, something else was written, with an inexpressible and passionate longing I dreamed of the realization of my ideal and for many, many years waited for this vacation. I wanted to become a priest. So I didn't leave for that to guide the weaving shuttle further as they wanted and hoped for that, and moved from place to place, looking for someone who would help me learn. I was attended by the now late prelate Matthias Merkel d. 1881, who was then chaplain in Brennenbach, and for 2 years gave me private lessons with such zeal that after these 2 years I could be admitted to the gymnasium. The work was not easy and, as it seemed, in vain. After 5 years of the greatest hardships and hard work, I was broken physically and mentally. Once my father came to take me away from the city, and I still hear in my ears the words of my landlord, "Listen, Mr. Weaver. On that time you are taking your son away for the last time." And he was not alone, thought so. Others shared his opinion. No. The then replaced military doctor, a great philanthropist and generous comforter of the poor sick, visited me 90 times in the penultimate year of my stay at the gymnasium, more than 100 times in the last year, but my everything more developing morbidity conquered his medical knowledge and willing to make any sacrifices. Love for one's neighbor. I myself had lost hope of recovery and awaited the end with quiet resignation. For amusement, I often flipped through books with pleasure. Case, I used this common, but not expressing anything, because no case exists. Slipped a small book under my arms. It was about hydrotherapy. I leafed through it. There were, at first glance, incredible things have been written. Suddenly, a thought flashed through my mind. Why, here is your own condition. I started flipping over again. Indeed, they looked like 2 water drops. What a joy, what a consolation. New hopes electrified my sluggish body and more withered spirit. This book was at first a straw that a drowning man grabbed at. Soon she became support for the patient. Finally, now she is for me the messenger of salvation sent down by merciful providence in due time, in a moment of extreme danger. The book, which spoke of the healing power of fresh water, was written by a physician. The treatments were, for the most part, they are very stern and strict. I tried for 3 months, then 6 months. Noticeable improvement is not. There was no harm. It made me feel good. The winter of 1849 came. I was in again. Dillingen. 2 to 3 times a week I chose a secluded spot and swam for a few minutes in the Danube. Fast I approached the bathing place, returned home even faster to a warm room. These cold baths never did not harm, but brought, as it seemed to me, little benefit. In 1850 I transferred to the Georgianum in Munich. There I met a poor student who was even worse off than me. Institution doctor refused to issue him a certificate of health, since, in his opinion, the student did not have long to live. Now I had a friend. I initiated him into the secrets of my book, and the two of us began to undergo treatment. Soon my friend received the desired certificate from the doctor and is still alive. I myself grew stronger and stronger. More, became a priest and sent street service for over 38 years. My friends, flattering me, say that they are surprised at the strength of my voice and my physical strength at my 70 years of age. The water became mine faithful friend, who will reproach me for the fact that I too have remained faithful to her forever. Who himself felt the need and misfortune, he knows how to sympathize with the need and misfortune of his neighbor. Not all sick people are equally unhappy. He who has the means and ways to heal will easily can come to terms with short-term suffering. In the early years of such patients, I myself sent hundreds and thousands back. First of all, the poor man, abandoned by doctors and deprived of remedies. I count a huge number of such people as my friends, so poor and completely impoverished, who did not find help anywhere. I never sent away from myself. I always thought, and even now it seems cruel and shameless to lock doors in front of such unfortunate, that source of help that brought me healing and salvation. A huge number of patients, an even greater variety of their illnesses prompted me to enrich myself, experience and to improve the methods of hydrotherapy. To my first advisor, the aforementioned book, I am sincerely grateful for her first lessons on aftercare. But I soon began to regret that many ways of using water have too much effect on a person. Each new organism, frightened with their severity. Before, all methods of hydrotherapy were indiscriminately called force treatment, and even now many of those who scold everything that they do not know, indiscriminately call hydrotherapy by fraud, filthiness, etc. I readily admit that some of the techniques are still primitive, that is, newly emerged and not developed hydrotherapy befitting a more gifted, strong muscles and bones of a horse than a weak creature, a person with delicate covers and highly developed nerves. In the biography of the famous Pater Ravenjar, there is the following passage: his illness, throat suffering from tension. The father was a famous preacher who performed his duty in London, Paris and others. Large cities with purely apostolic zeal increased and soon became chronic. The throat was an almost continuous wound, no voice could be heard. 2 whole years, 1846 to 1848, have elapsed for him in inaction and suffering. Treatment in various places, change of air in the south, everything was unsuccessfully. In June 1848, Father Ravignon stayed with Dr. K. at his dacha in the B. Valley. After Mass, at the hour when all the inhabitants of the dacha had gathered together, the doctor, with an anxious face, announced to those gathered that Father Ravignon will not come out for breakfast, as he feels worse. With these words, he went to the patient himself and said to him, "Get up and follow me." "Where are you taking me?" "Demand. Forces that. I want to throw you into the water." "Into the water?" Ravignon asked. "With a fever, with a cough." Well, there is nothing to do. I am in your power and must obey you." It was about the so-called sudden bath, Sturzbad, a very harsh but effective means, as the biographer says. The result was amazing. By lunchtime, the doctor triumphantly brought the patient, who felt excellent and In the morning he was still dumb, in the evening he told the story of his healing. This, and I consider it a kind of equine treatment, which, despite its success, I have never applied to. I would not advise myself and anyone to try. Here I must say that I do not agree with all the methods of treatment in our hydropathic establishments, which I do not directly approve of. The latter seem to me too strong and, so to speak, too one-sided. Often the treatment is carried out in the same way and too little, in my opinion. Attention is drawn to the difference between patients, the greater or lesser weakness, more or less entrenched disease, various degrees of its destructive effect, consequences, etc. Here, in the application of a variety of methods of treatment, in the application of the same method, separately to each patient, and a person who knows his business should appear. They came to me from various patients with hydropathic clinics with bitter complaints. It is impossible to stand it, I am completely exhausted. Nothing like this should be. One healthy man told me that he ruined his health washing in the morning. How did it happen? I asked. Every day came the answer, I kept my head under spring water for 1/4 hour, cold as ice. It would be surprising if a similar. The daredevil is not seriously ill. Such an unreasonable act is ridiculous to us, but meanwhile how many people who, apparently, should have been able to apply hydrotherapy, acted even crazier, and so the most have turned the sick away from water forever. Numerous examples can be striking proof of my opinion. I warn against all too strong and too frequent use of water. Otherwise the benefit expected from the treatment turns into harm, the patient's hope and trust turns into fear and horror. For 30 years I have researched and tested every single application on myself. 3 times, I confess it openly, I was forced to change my hydrotherapy system, gradually letting go of the reins and moving from strict regime to mild, and from the latter to even softer. According to my current firm conviction based on 17 years of practice and numerous cures, only he can apply hydrotherapy with the most beneficial action and the surest results, who knows how to use it in the simplest, easiest and most innocent form. In the first part of my book it is indicated in what forms I use water as a healing agent, and in the third, it speaks of individual diseases. In the second part, see a special introduction to it, I have collected, especially for villages, some home pharmacy remedies serving within the body for the same 3 purposes as water, namely, to dissolve, release harmful substances and strengthen the body. To everyone who asks me for help, I first suggest a few questions so as not to act rashly and to your detriment. In this book I myself must answer briefly the following questions. 1. What is disease and what is the source of all diseases? The human body is one of the most wonderful creations of the Creator. Each member is matched to the other, the member is strictly proportioned and forms part of a single harmonious wondrous whole. Even more amazing, the connection of organs and the general activity within the body. Even the greatest skeptic of doctors and naturalists, who has not yet opened the soul with a lancet and a scalpel, cannot but marvel. Inimitable human image. Everything inside and outside a person seems to publish only one melody, everything in me and around me bless the name of the Lord. This harmony, this exemplary order called health, is disturbed by a wide variety of disorders and interventions, which are called the word disease. Sickness inside, illness and suffering of the body outside make up that daily bread, which most people have to chew willingly or unwillingly. All these diseases, no matter how they are called, in my opinion, have their own reason and cause, their root. And the beginning in the blood, it is better to say, in blood disorders caused either by its improper circulation or the same composition disturbed by bad juices. Like a well-maintained irrigation system, the network. Blood vessels cut through the entire body, respectively nourishing each organ with its red, life-giving juice. In general, there is order, any increase or decrease in blood flow, any. The penetration of alien elements into it violates peace and harmony, causes frustration instead. Health gives rise to disease. 2. How is the cure achieved? An experienced hunter recognizes the beast by the footprints in the snow. If he wants to overtake a deer, chamois, fox, he follows in their footsteps. A skilled physician quickly learns where the disease nests, where its root is, and how far away it is. Spread according to the symptoms, he recognizes the disease, and having recognized it, he chooses the appropriate means. You might think that this is all simple. Sometimes it's really simple, and sometimes it's not. If anyone comes to me with frostbitten ears, then I know perfectly well that it came from the cold. If someone crushes a millstone to his finger and will scream violently, I will not ask him where he hurts. The situation is far from simple with an ordinary headache or stomach, nervous heart and other sufferings, which can be caused not only by a variety of reasons, but very often occur due to the suffering of neighboring organs, which in turn is painful. Acts on the stomach, heart, kidneys, etc. A straw can stop the largest clocks from running. The smallest little can cause excruciating heart excitement. Find immediately this. A little, that is the art. Disease research is often very difficult and confusing and not without errors. Many examples of this are given in the third part of my book. When I kick or with an axe on the trunk of a young oak tree, it trembles, and with it every branch, every leaf trembles. The leaf is trembling. Does it mean it is touched by some object? No, that would be a false conclusion. The trunk trembles, and therefore the branch trembles, and on it the leaf as a part and part of the trunk. Nerves are the same branches on body tree. He's got a nervous breakdown. What does it mean? And the fact that the whole body was hit. Weakened, therefore the nerves tremble. Using scissors, carefully cut the web from center to periphery, to the outermost circle. The whole network will dissolve. Woven with amazing precision, as if measured with a compass, quadrangles and triangles suddenly turn into disordered, irregular figures. It would seem that the work of the spider was in vain. But if he only needs to find the end thread of his network, he will lead it again, to its former amazing order. Find that tiny thread and make up art. If, instead of looking for her, he would fiddling with his fabric is useless, he would destroy it altogether. Now I will answer our question. How simple, easy and uncomplicated, almost infallible treatment, if I know in advance that every disease comes from a disorder in the blood. The treatment can then only have two tasks. Either I must restore the correct circulation of the blood if it is disturbed, or I must try remove from the blood all the bad juices and substances that violate the normal composition of its composition. There is no other work in this case, except for strengthening the weakened organism. 3. How does water contribute to healing? The ink stain on the hand is quickly washed off with water, and the bleeding wound is cleared by it. When in the summer after hard day's work, you wash away the sweat from your forehead with cold water, you come to life. Again, water refreshes you, strengthens and gives you relief. Mother noticing on the head of her baby Scabs or dirt takes warm water, if not lye, and washes it all away. The three properties of water, dissolve, remove, as it were, wash off, and strengthen, are enough underscore for us to assert that water, and especially our hydrotherapy, cures all generally curable diseases. 4. Any use of water in treatment is intended to remove the root of the disease. Thanks to this, it is possible to dissolve painful substances in the blood. B. Remove the dissolved. C. The blood purified in this way is brought back to the correct circulation. D. Finally, to harden the weakened organism, i.e. strengthen it for new activities. 4. Where does the sensitivity of the current generation come from? The amazingly quick susceptibility to all kinds of diseases that, at least in part, were not even known by name before. Probably, more than one would ask me this question. And to me myself it seems to be a matter of particular importance, and I hasten to answer that all this tremendous evil depends mainly on insufficient tempering. The effeminacy of the modern generation has reached a high degree. Foolish, weak people, anemic, nervous with heart defects and suffering from stomach patients are almost the rule, and healthy and the strong are the exception. We are very sensitive to any change in the weather. The change of seasons is not passes without a runny nose and cough. Even returning too quickly from a cold street to a warm room does not remains unpunished, etc. And 50, 60 years ago it was completely different. What will we come to if, how? The complaints of sane people are heard everywhere. Human life and human strength are falling so amazingly quickly, if frailty already appears when real life has not yet come. It's time. Finally, pay attention to it. It's time to come to myself. A small aid to this extreme can be found in the few innocent and safe remedies that I attach to hydrotherapy to harden the skin, the whole body and its individual parts. These remedies have already been tested by a huge number of people from all classes, some at first with no trusting smile, and later with approval and visible success. Vivon sequentis. Food, clothing, and air should be given as much attention as hardening. But about this, next time. I know my views will be met with strong opposition. Nevertheless, I hold on to them firmly, by the fact that they are developed by many years of experience. These are not mushrooms that grew in one night, but noble fruits. Seemingly tough and immature to the prejudiced, but tasty and nutritious for a healthy mind. With regard to nutrition, my main rule is dry, simple, nutritious food, not seasoned with artificial, naturally and not spoiled by hot spices, and a pure drink found in any source of God. Both in moderation are the best and most beneficial for the human body. I do not puritanical and willingly allow a glass of wine or beer, although I do not give these beloved drinks values. From a medical point of view, they sometimes, for example, in case of illness, bring some benefit, but for a healthy person, fruits, in my opinion, are much more important. In my clothes I adhere to the antiquity, I wove it myself, I sewed it myself, here is the best country dress asterisk. I'm against strange unevenness, uneven distribution of clothes, which, especially in winter, causes a huge harm to health. There is a fur hat on the head, on the neck there is a solid tie, and on top there is also an Artian woolen scarf. The shoulders are covered 3 or even 4 times, and if you go outside, you also put on a fur coat only. Legs alone, poor, abandoned legs, covered, as in summer, with only stockings or socks and boots or boots. What are the consequences of such an unreasonable distribution? Outerwear pulls water like a pump. blood and warmth to the upper floor, and the lower parts of the body become poorer in blood and freeze, hence the headache. Hot flushes, dilated blood vessels in the head, and many other ailments. Then I am against woolen linen and linen made from clean, dry, and strong linen. This is the best for me. Clothing, it does not pamper the skin. Hair on a naked body, in my opinion, takes away heat and humidity. This is also one of the reasons causing the terribly increasing anemia of our weak, stinging whom generation. I turn to airing. We prefer the fish found in the spring waters, especially the mountain trout. River fish is no longer so tasty. Finally, fish that live in stagnant waters have a disgusting taste. There is also tainted air, like stagnant swamp water. Whoever inhales it, he poisons your lungs with a breath of plague. The air inhaled for the third time, says one famous physician, acts like a poison. Yes, if people understood this and used it in their chambers, especially in bedrooms, always clean, fresh, oxygen-rich air, they would avoid many ailments and diseases. We know that 1 or 2 grains of burnt incense fill an entire room with incense. We also know that 15 to 20 cigar puffs are enough to poison a huge space. The smallest amount of foreign matter is often enough to spoil clean air by giving it a pleasant or unpleasant smell. And isn't breathing like this? Smoke. And how many breaths and breaths we make per minute, per hour, per day, per night. How much should the air deteriorate, although we do not see the smoke from the breath, as we see the cigar smoke? Exclamation mark. If I do not ventilate, i.e. renew this tainted, carbonated atmosphere, then how many harmful miasms will rush into my lungs? In any case, the consequences must be harmful. As harmful as breathing, it affects clean, healthy air and too high a temperature. Especially in the rooms, by decreasing the amount of oxygen needed for life, high temperatures spoils the air and makes it bad for breathing. 15 to 18 C is quite sufficient, above 18 never should go. So everyone needs to take care of the airing of all rooms, and especially bedrooms. This needs to be done relentlessly and consistently every day. It is not burdensome for anyone and is useful for general health. Especially care should be taken to air the beds. What has been said here is enough to give an idea of the content of my book. Will they accept it or not? In both cases I will be pleased. Kneipp Sebastian. My hydraulic treatment. Part 1. Water applications. The water uses I have described in this first part are divided into compresses, baths, steam baths, dousing, washing, wrapping and drinking water. Each of the named ways is divided into several types. Anything that might seem obscure is explained in its place, in accordance with the essence of all the sick, according to which they all come from a blood disorder, namely, from its improper handling or due to the addition of foreign harmful substances to it, in accordance with. By this, the use of water pursues a triple task: to dissolve, remove pathogens and strengthen the body. In general, we can say that the first, i.e. dissolution, we can achieve steam and warm baths from herbs. The second, i.e. discharge, we achieve generally by wrapping, partly by pouring and compresses. The third goal, strengthening, is achieved by cold bathing, all kinds of douches, partly by washing, and finally, by all that together with which we temper our body. Enter now in particular I cannot and do not wish so as not to give cause for misunderstanding. Since any disease is caused by the above blood disorders, it is clear that with any disease, all 3 methods can be applied, more or less: dissolving, removing and strengthening, clear, except The fact that at the same time we treat not only one diseased part of the body, for example, the head, leg or arm, but all body, because sick blood in this case flows throughout the body. We treat a sore spot predominantly and with special attention, yet the body is like one suffering with it. It is wrong to do otherwise. The proof of this is given in the third part. For someone who constantly, as I wish, uses water as a healing agent, its use does not They create a self-sufficient goal, i.e. he will not heal with water unnecessarily and only because a whim came, he will never find pleasure and merit in the fact that he can douche, soar and wrap in wet sheets as much as he pleases. For a reasonable person, hydrotherapy is only a means to the achievement of a known goal. And if he achieved it through the mildest application, water, he is happy, because his goal is only to help nature restore health. Remove the chains imposed by the disease from the body. And as soon as the doctor has achieved this, he immediately stops. Treatment. This remark is very important. The following is even more important. Nothing harms the fame of hydrotherapy like its reckless use without measure, with harsh methods. Persons posing as specialists in hydrotherapy, with their endless turns, they're almost defiant. The blood outside with steam baths only intimidates the patients and does the greatest harm, with difficulty only fixable later. Does this really mean to use water for medicinal purposes? Not. Such violence only disgraces hydrotherapy. He who understands the action of water and knows how to use it in an extremely diverse manner, he has such a healing agent, the likes of which, perhaps, cannot be found. No other product is so wide, so to speak, with a range of applications, like water. In nature, it is contained invisibly to us in a vaporous a state from which it collects into drops and then forms the oceans, which make up most of the Earth's all. This should tell every hydropath that the use of water, be it in a drop-like state, or in the form of a liquid, can be of any degree, from the most moderate to the highest, and that in any particular case, not the patient should adapt to wraps, steam, etc., but on the contrary. Any application of water should be done appropriately to the patient. It is necessary to know how to choose the appropriate water treatment. The physician must first carefully examine sick. First, attention should be paid to secondary diseases, i.e. those side diseases that grow on painful soil like poisonous mushrooms. They usually give a quick indication of the focus of the disease, the main suffering. Then it examines how far the disease has gone, what trouble it has already caused. Further, it is noticed whether the patient is old or young, weak or strong, thin or stout, whether he is anemic, whether you are nervous, etc. All these and many other observations create in the mind a correct picture of the disease, and only now, after that, you can start treatment with water, remembering the basic position, the more moderate and more careful the treatment, the better and more effective the result. The following general remarks regarding the use of water may also be given here. No use of any product can harm, if used correctly and moderately. Most of all, this applies to cold water, whether it is well, spring, river water, etc. In all those cases where warm water is not indicated directly by the word water, we mean cold water. In doing so, I adhere to the rule derived from experience: the colder the better. I advise healthy people for pouring snow into the water in winter. Do not reproach me for being harsh, but take into account the short duration of my application of cold water. Who once decided on it will stick to it, always discarding all prejudices. Newly beginning hydrotherapy, weak, especially young and old persons, sick, afraid. Cold, people who have little natural warmth, anemic and, finally, nervous, I willingly allow. In winter, to start using warm baths and showers L7, 19 degrees. And the flies, after all, I lure with honey, not salt or vinegar. Use of warm water should be of a certain duration at a known temperature, 4. There are exact rules for each case. The temperature is calculated according to RIAMO and is indicated by R. I will also briefly indicate how one should behave before, during and after applying cold water. In the third part, this question is elaborated in detail. No one should during a chill, fever, etc. use cold water without much permissions. Cold water should be applied as quickly as possible, but without fear and without haste, at undressing and dressing. There should be no procrastination like slow fastening, tying. All these side works can be done when the whole body is already well closed. So, for example, a cold bath with undressing and dressing should last no more than 4 to 5 minutes. 4. It only takes a little skill. If it is indicated to apply one or another method of hydrotherapy for 1 minute, this means that you need to spend the shortest time here, if 2 to 3 minutes is specified, therefore. A cold bath lasts longer, but not longer than the specified time. After a cold bath, do not wipe the body dry, except for the head and hands, so that when dressing, do not soak the dress. A dry shirt and other dress is put on a wet body. It should be done as quickly as possible, so as not to allow wet places to dry out immediately. This way seems to most strange because they think they'll be wet all day. But before you think so, let them try it. They will immediately feel why it is good and useful not to dry. Drying ourselves, we produce friction, and since it is impossible to rub everywhere with the same force, then in different places, friction causes uneven skin temperature, which for healthy people has almost no significance. For the sick and the weak, it often means a lot. Numbered and fast distribution of natural heat. This process can be compared to that which occurs when water is sprayed into a fire. The internal heat of the body uses that located on the external integuments with water as a material for the rapid formation of more intense heat. As already said, the case. It's just one attempt. I strictly instruct the person who is dressed to do it after bathing. Whatever kind it is, movement all the same. Working or walking, until all parts of the body are dry and reach normal temperature. At first, you can walk quickly, and when it gets warm, a little slower. Man himself is beautiful, feels when normal body temperature comes, and then you can stop moving. The patients who quickly warm up and sweat easily should walk slowly from the very beginning, but somewhat longer, and should not sit down hot and sweaty, even in a warm room, because then the inevitable consequence will be catarrh. For peasants who do not have a clock, I advise you to count in a minute the time at which they read 2 times farther. Hour. In general, the shortest driving time after bathing should be 1/4 of an hour. What kind of movement, walking, work, etc. is, as mentioned above, indifferent. The same rule applies to this kind of water application, in which the patient must remain in bed, i.e. with compresses and wraps. If someone falls asleep while using them, let him sleep peacefully. He is not needed touch, even if the set time passes. Nature, in this case, as in any need, knows his business in the best and most accurate way. I recommend using thin linen, and possibly coarser dense sheets. Poor people can instead use an old teak, hemp sack, or just some with a soft cloth. For wiping the body, coarse linen and hemp sheets are equally suitable. For the reasons I indicated in the introduction, I am against wearing a woolen dress on the naked body. But woolen fabric serves as an excellent blanket for me in ice-cold wraps. The so-called rubbing, produced by floats or brushes, has no application for me. The same purpose. Warming the body, I achieve much more evenly by not allowing me to dry myself, other purpose. Rubbing, precisely opening the pores, increasing the activity of the skin, etc. I achieve with the help of a rough linen shirt, with the further advantage that such a shirt does not act for a moment like a brush, but in continuation, day and night, without spending time and effort. If in some places I speak about strong washing, then I mean pop by this quick wash. It's about getting wet, not rubbing. There is one more thing worth mentioning here. Applying water in the evening before going to bed is not suitable for most people because it excites them and deprives them of sleep. On the contrary, others after that very soon fall asleep. In general, I do not recommend doing this. However, in this case, everyone can do their own thing. Discretion, guided by his own experience, especially since he himself will have to bear everything. Consequences. The first part contains special instructions for the use of each individual type. Hydrotherapy, and the third tells how to apply them to the sick. It also says what types are independent and which are related to others, as well as when one should be especially careful. Use. Pair. Finishing this general part with a wish that, thanks to the use of water, healthy people are even more grew stronger, and the sick were cured. I give a short list of means to temper myself, and then go on to a statement of my uses of water. How to temper yourself. The means for this are as follows: 1. Walking barefoot. 2. Walking on wet grass. 3. On wet stones. 4. On freshly fallen snow. 5. Walking in cold water. 6. Cold washing of hands and feet. 7. Washing of knees. With or without general body pouring. 1. The most natural and simple remedy is to walk barefoot. It can be applied in various ways, according to the age and condition of the person. Very young children, who are still in diapers and are entirely in the care of others, do not need any higher shoes. Oh, if only all parents, especially overly caring mothers, held on tight and unbreakable this rule. Parents with known prejudices will not agree to this, but let them at least take pity on the little helpless creatures and take care for them of such shoes through which could easily get fresh air to the skin. Children who already know how to walk help themselves in such cases. Paying no attention to anything, they throw off their boots and stockings that are constraining their feet and are quite happy with this, especially in early spring, when they are released into the free air. At the same time, another child will hurt his finger to blood, but still it does not take away the desire to walk barefoot. Children do it completely instinctively, following the natural attraction, which we, the elders, would also follow, if the pampered, formulaic, like a machine. Eliminating all natural upbringing did not deprive us of all common sense. Children of poor people rarely encounter obstacles to their pleasures. Less happy in this regard. Children of the noble and the rich, and yet they need freedom no less than their peers from the poor estates. I had occasion to see the boys of a distinguished dignitary. Once they were removed from piercing eyes of the stern father, thin shoes and even thinner red, yellow, or white stockings, and the boys began to have fun on the damp green lawn. Their mother A sane woman, letting them do it, but as soon as the father saw his princes in such indecent form, began harsh long sermons and instructions on good breeding and bad manners, class honor and self-esteem. But it went so deeply into the hearts of children, that the next day they jumped barefoot on the grass even faster. I repeat, grant, at least, children who have not yet been spoiled by upbringing, their bright joy. Prudent parents who would gladly allow their children to do so, but, living in the city, do not have a kindergarten or lawns for games, can allow children to sometimes walk barefoot around the room or corridor, so that their feet, like face and hands, at least from time to time, were refreshed with air. The grown-up children of the poorest classes, especially the villagers, need not remind me of this. They walk barefoot a lot and do not envy the rich townspeople that they wear gorgeous, squeezing legs, boots and stockings. Foolish villagers, imitating the manners of the townspeople and therefore ashamed of the village customs, are sufficiently punished for their conceit. Good antiquity must be adhered to firmly. During the days of my youth, everyone in the village walked barefoot, children and adults, fathers and mothers, brothers and sisters. To school, too. Church had to go for hours. Parents gave us a piece of bread and a few apples for the journey, and also boots and stockings, but they hung in our arms or on our shoulders until we arrived at a school or church, and this is not only in summer, but also in cold weather. As soon as in early spring the snow began to melt on my mountains homeland, we were already walking barefoot through the puddles, and it was fun and pleasant for us, and we were healthy. Growing up in cities, especially those belonging to the upper classes, cannot do this, it is clear. If their prejudices have gone so far that, in their opinion, it is only necessary to step with bare feet when undressing or dressing on a bare floor, and not on a warm soft carpet, in order to immediately seize rheumatism, catarrh, a sore throat or something like that, then I do not want to dissuade them, but still, if there are those who want to temper themselves, then what prevents them from walking barefoot, for 10, 15, 30 minutes before going to bed or in the morning after getting out of bed? At first, you can walk through the rooms in stockings, so that for a start it does not seem too sensitive, later barefoot, and you should boil for some time yoga ankle deep in cold water. With goodwill, with a true desire to maintain their health, everyone, even the most noble master, the most zealous employee, will find enough time to do his own good. An acquaintance of mine, a priest, went every year to visit for a while to a friend who had big garden. Walking barefoot on the dewy grass in the morning refreshed his entire body. Health, as he told me more than once. I could name a number of dignitaries who treated the good with dignity. Advice, and in order to temper yourself at a good time of the year, took morning walks barefoot in a deep forest or across the meadow. One of them confessed to me that he rarely had a week without even a weak catarrh, thanks to this supremely simple exercise. He forever got rid of his former sensitivity and susceptibility. Here are a few separate words for mothers. I will be brief, but if with God, with help, I will stay alive and well, then, as I have already promised, I will later give them a few practical instructions for education, mainly physical. But first, the duty of mothers is to take care of raising a stronger generation and to try eliminate all the increasing and so severely devastating human society effeminacy, weakness, anemia, nervousness, and similar phenomena, shortening human life. This can be achieved by tempering children from the very beginning. Early age. Air, food, and clothing are equally needed by an old man and a nursing baby. These three needs constitute the area of hardening. The cleaner the air the child breathes, the better his blood. To quickly accustom these weak creatures to fresh air, many mothers are very prudent after daily warm baths. Wash children for 2 to 3 seconds in colder water. Warm water makes a baby sluggish, softens, the subsequent hungry washing strengthens, hardens, and promotes healthy body development. Initial signs of sensitivity, expressed in crying, disappear by themselves after 3 to 4 times. By such a means, children still breastfeeding is protected from such a common cold and its consequences. Mothers then may not wrap children in woolen and other heavy fabrics that interfere with access air. Such wrapping is very harmful to the health of young children. Delicate little bodies are, as it were, in a flaming woolen stove. The little creature suffocates under the weight of bandages and bedspreads. The head is wrapped up so that the child can neither hear nor see. So much is wrapped around the neck, which must first of all be accustomed to the cold, that air access to it is hermetically closed. As soon as the nanny took the child in her arms, so go for a walk with him, as an already tenderly loving mother hurries to inspect whether it is well closed. The slightest corner. Is it possible after this to be surprised that under such circumstances, under the complete absence of the slightest reasonable attitude to hardening, innumerable many small creatures sacrificed to the slightest breath of the breeze, annually carried away to the grave with diphtheria, throat toad, etc., that many families overcrowded only with frail children, that mothers daily complain of consumption, convulsions, and other previously almost unknown painful phenomena in children, especially in girls. And who can count all the spiritual vices that result from this, these barren flowers and rotten fruits of the body, which without blossoming already begins to fade? Mens sana in corpore sano. A healthy mind in a healthy body. For the formation of a healthy, hardy person, the main condition is possibly early hardening of the body. Oh, if all mothers, possibly earlier and deeper, were imbued with their task, understood the responsibility that fell upon them, and did not miss the opportunity to use any good advice. 2. It is extremely beneficial to walk barefoot on wet grass. Walking on wet grass should prefer to walk on wet ground. It does not matter whether it is moistened with dew, rain, or simply watered with water. In the third part, this method of hardening yourself is often found, and I especially recommend it to the old and young, healthy and sick, regardless of any other use of water. The wetter the grass, the longer you walk on it, and, finally, the more often you take it, the better results can be achieved. In general, a walk on the grass lasts from 1 to 3/4 of an hour. After graduating walk, you should quickly brush off the grass and sand adhering to them, and, without drying your feet, put on your shoes immediately into dry shoes. After that, the walk continues on dry, covered with sand or stones. The road, first with a quick, and then with an ordinary step, until the feet dry and warm. Usually no more than 1/4 of an hour. I kindly ask you to pay attention to the words dry shoes, and never wear after the described hums of wet, damp stockings. Otherwise, the bad consequences will not hesitate to affect the condition of the head and throat. It would mean not to create, but to destroy. It should be reminded to young, impatient, unreasonable people, so that they do not throw the stocking and boots into the wet grass, but leave them in a dry place so that they can. It was then immediately to warm up wet cold feet. This method, like walking barefoot in general, can be apply even when the feet are cold. 3. Walking on wet stones acts in almost the same way as walking on wet grass, which for most are more convenient and easier. In every house, in the laundry or in the kitchen, etc., there is a stone platform suitable for such a barefoot walk. If the site is long, you can walk on it back and forth in quick steps. If it consists of only 4 to 5 stone slabs, then it will be necessary stomp on it, like kneading dough or crushing grapes when making wine. After all, the essence of the matter is to keep the stones wet and not to stand still, but to move quickly enough. For wetting stones, take a watering can or a jug and pour water in a strip according to the size of the space, and then in. While walking it splashes on. If the stones dry out quickly, watering should be repeated until 3 times. It is best to take cold water. The use of this method for therapeutic purposes should not last more than 3 to 15 minutes, depending on from the patient's condition, whether he is weak or strong, whether he is anemic, etc. Usually 3 to 5 minutes are enough. Healthy people who use this method only for the purpose of hardening themselves can continue to exercise on half an hour and even more without any harm. I recommend this method to anyone who wants to temper themselves as follows. Even the weakest and most sensitive subjects can safely use it. Someone who has chilly feet, who is prone to frequent throat diseases, catarrh, rush of blood to the head, and as a result of this, he suffers from headaches, let him more often use such walks on stones. It is not a bad thing to add a little vinegar to the water that is poured over the stones. About dressing and the movement here is the same as for walking on wet grass. Similarly, you can walk on wet stones if the feet are cold, but not warm at all before starting the exercise. 4. Better results than in both previous cases can be achieved by walking on the fallen snow. Note the expression, freshly fallen, fresh snow, i.e. one that folds easily into a lump or sticks like dust to your feet, not old, hard, frozen snow that cools. The legs are too sharp and therefore not suitable. But this method should not be used with strong cold wind, except in early spring, when the snow is already melting in the sun, and I know that such a snow jelly for half an hour, a whole hour, and even an hour and a half with excellent results. Only in the first minutes you need to make some effort on yourself, then there is no more left and a trace of the feeling of cold. The normal duration of walking in the snow is 3 to 4 minutes. Again, I remind you that you should not stand in one place, but walk. Sometimes it happens that 2 delicate fingers, completely unaccustomed to the outside air, do not tolerate frost and become inflamed, i.e. blush, burn and swell. But this should not be scared, it is worth only more often. Lightly rub dry fingers with snow or wash with snow water, and they will heal soon. In autumn, a walk in the snow can be successfully replaced by a walk on the grass covered with frost. Chill in. In this case, it is felt more strongly, since the body in this transitional time has not yet had time to wean itself from the summer heat. In winter, a walk in the snow can be replaced by a walk on stone slabs poured with snow water. For dressing and movement, the same rules as above. All this is nonsense, tomfoolery, etc. They usually say about this method of tempering oneself, expecting from him a cold, and catarrh, and rheumatism, and throat, and all kinds of diseases. But it's only worth. Force yourself to try it, and then you can soon be convinced that this prejudice is not at all fundamental and that terrible walks in the snow do not harm, but great benefit. Many years ago I knew the wife of a dignitary. This energetic woman attached great importance to Tempering her children, she did not tolerate their scrupulousness in food and drink and always condemned complaints about weather, hot, cold, etc. As soon as the first snow fell, she promised her children to give bread with honey if they run barefoot in the snow for 1 minute. She did this for many years, and her children grew up strong, healthy people, and all their lives were grateful for their unviable upbringing. This mother perfectly understood her task. It was the running on the snow of the healthy. I will give 2 cases showing how well it helps with which suffering. One person from year to year in winter suffered from abscesses that opened up, festered, and caused her large suffering. As soon as the first snow fell, on my advice, she began to walk barefoot in the snow, repeating it often, and completely got rid of painful abscesses. Recently, a 17-year-old girl came to me complaining of severe toothache. Walk barefoot for 5 minutes. The snow that has just fallen, I told her, and your toothache will soon pass. She immediately followed my advice, went to the garden, and 10 minutes later came to me with the joyful news that the toothache is completely gone. You should never walk in the snow if your whole body is not sufficiently warm. He who is chilly, first of all, must wives, through movement or work, to give the body normal warmth. Persons with sweaty feet have which abscesses appear on their feet from the cold. Of course, they should not walk in the snow until the indicated suffering will not be eliminated by other appropriate treatment, foot baths, steam baths for the feet. I know doctors who highly approve of this exercise, as long as it is used with proper care. To others who are prone to reproaches for severity, I want to remind you of much more severe application of ice. 5. Walking on water, feet sink to the calf, helps to harden the body, because, firstly, it acts on the whole body, strengthens it. In 2, it acts favorably on the kidneys, promotes the excretion of urine, protects us from many diseases of the kidneys, bladder, and abdominal cavity. In 3, acts good on the chest, makes breathing easier, and promotes gas from the stomach. In 4, especially good, acts against headaches and heaviness in the head. This procedure can be taken in an ordinary bath or in a tub, performing movements in cold water. First, the legs are immersed to the ankles, then to the calves, and even better if the water reaches the knees. Fig. 1. Rice. 1. First, you should do this for 1 minute, and then for 5 to 6 minutes. The colder the water, the better. After such a walk, you should move, in winter in a warm room, and in summer in clean air, until the body is completely warm. In winter, you can add snow to the water. The week can start with not very well cold water. 6. For hardening mainly the limbs, the hands and feet are immersed in water. Submerge your feet up or above the knees in cold water for no more than 1 minute. With their feet on, they bare their arms to the shoulders, and they are also immersed in cold water for 1 minute. Better, however, to do both at the same time. There is a large bathtub, so this is easy to accomplish. You can also put your feet in some vessel standing on the floor, and lower your bare hands into a bucket placed on a chair. I willingly use this method after certain illnesses, in order to accelerate the flow of blood to the extremities. Immersing only your hands in cold water is especially useful for those who have chilly hands or from the cold abscesses appear. After a dive, it is useful to wipe your hands, and not the whole arm, dry, otherwise harsh air touching exposed areas may crack the skin. It is necessary that the body temperature is normally high before exercise, so as not to freeze. If only the feet no higher than the calves, or the arms to the elbows are chilled, this should not interfere with the exercise. 7. Another way to temper myself, I consider dousing the knees, which is especially beneficial for feet, as it makes blood rush to them. Its use is described in section D. Pouring. Here I will only note that I applied this remedy more intensively to healthy people, forcing a jet fall from a greater height, adding ice, snow, etc. to the water in winter. This method is applicable only when the body is warm enough, does not shiver. Cold feet cannot interfere with doused knees. Dousing the knees without using any other method does not should be done for longer than 3 to 4 days. And whoever uses it longer should alternately make common doused or dipped hands, see item 6, and doused knees, one method in the morning and the other in the afternoon. The listed ways to temper your body are enough. They are applicable at any time of the year, and in winter, and in the summer. In winter, they should be reduced somewhat, but the movement after them should be slightly extended. Unaccustomed. You should not begin to temper your body in the winter. This rule especially applies to all anemic, chilly, accustomed to a woolen dress and therefore delicate. I'm not saying this because I fear harm, but only because I am afraid to instill terror in an extremely useful cause. The healthy and the sick can fearlessly apply all methods, but with caution and following my directions. Bad consequences do not come from treatment, but from more or less carelessness. Even to consumptive, in whom the disease has already gone quite far, I applied with tremendous success 1, 2, 3, and 6 ways. There is no need for me to induce tempering those for whom I have written this book primarily. Their vocation and daily duties are associated with the daily, even hourly use of one or another of named and countless unnamed means. One gentleman had a kind of soft mass on his fingers instead of nails. When he started dousing the knees, the blood circulation in the legs became correct. Thanks to this, the nails again became solid, hardening of spirit and body. Let them not envy anyone who, it would seem, lives better than them. This is often a delusion, and even a huge delusion. Those of my readers who maybe I never had to hear about everything described here, I invite you before reject the given recommendations, make the most insignificant experience. And if this experience succeeds, I will be very pleased, not for my own sake, but for the sake of the cause itself. Many storms sweep over the human health in life, and blessing to the one who, having tempered his health, has deeply strengthened its roots. Water applications. I divide the hydrotherapy products I use into Kneipp Sebastian, my hydraulic treatment, compresses. Since the method of using water described below has taken root and is popularly known as compresses, then I willingly adhere to this term, even at the risk of giving it an inaccurate definition. 1. Compress on the front surface of the body, front or top compress. A fairly large piece of coarse linen fabric, hemp yarn for sacks, is also suitable for this. It runs in length 3, 4, 6, 8, 10 times in such a way that they could cover the throat, chest, and abdomen. On the right and left, it should hang somewhat on the sides of the body. The folded canvas. Immersed in cold water, warm in winter, squeeze thoroughly and apply as described above. Way on the body of a patient lying in bed. A woolen or linen blanket is placed on top of it, folded in 2 or 3 times to prevent any access of air to the wet compress. Above all this is a feather bed. I usually wrap my throat with a decent piece of cloth or woolen cloths to protect against the access of outside air. You have to be careful with this wrapping. Otherwise, you can easily cause a cold. The compress should lie 3/4 - 1 hour. If it, acting in this case by cold, must be extended, then the warmed compress should be changed, i.e. wet it again, when the appointed time has passed. The wet compress is removed. The patient presses and makes movements or stays in bed for a while. The special purpose of such a compress is to remove gases accumulated in the stomach and abdomen. In this case, as in the case subsequent applications, it is necessary to keep the body warm. 2. Compress on the back or back compress. The compress on the front surface of the body corresponds to the compress on the back, which, if necessary, thread sequentially both types of compresses put first. It should be noted the following. Since this compress is also applied to the patient in bed, in order not to soak the mattress or senic on, the mattress is put in a woolen blanket made of thick cloth, and then another piece of linen, after which it is soaked, and a squeezed piece of canvas, folded 3 to 4 times, unfolds along the length on the bed so that it covers the entire back, from the last cervical vertebra to the end of the spinal column. Then the patient lies down on back to bed on the prepared compress, wraps the woolen blanket on its sides and closes blanket and feather bed for air protection. And this compress should lie for about 3/4 hour, and in the case of a longer duration, it should be moistened again, since it, like the front compress, acts cold. The rules are the same as above. A spinal compress works great for suffering from the back, spinal cord, spine. I know there are many cases where this remedy, applied twice a day, completely relieves suffering. It also works excellently in case of stagnation of blood, in case of feverish heat. Directions for use are given under description of diseases. 3. Front and back compresses on the torso, applied together. They can be applied or one after the other, or both at the same time. Prepare, as said, compress no. 2 and compress no. 1, which are placed near the bed. Having undressed, the patient lies down on a back compress in bed and applies a ready-made front compress. Then, from above, it is also covered with a blanket and a feather bed. If someone is present at the same time, then he can do a good job. Wrap the person lying on all sides so that there is no access to fresh air from anywhere. In this case, the woolen blanket should be wide enough to cover both compresses at once. The duration of this double compress is from 3/4 to 1 hour. It helps great in extreme heat, with the accumulation of gas, flushing, hypochondria, and other suffering. 4. Compress on the stomach. The patient goes to bed. Cloth folded 4 to 6 times, soaked in water, squeezed dry, so that did not drip, placed on the stomach and below, and then well covered with a woolen blanket and feather bed. The compress lasts 3/4 to 2 hours. With a 2-hour period, after an hour, the canvas must be wetted again. This compress is very useful for stomach burdens, colic. It is also good at driving blood away from the heart and from the chest cavity. To soak a compress, vinegar is very often used instead of water, and also as this is specifically mentioned in the third part, a decoction of hay dust, oat straw, citric seed, etc. 4. Less waste of vinegar. I first moisten with vinegar, diluted in half with water, a piece folded in half canvas and put it on the naked body, and then cover it with another piece, folded in 4 and soaked in water alone. Very often I am asked how I look at ice compresses, bloodletting, etc. Here I will talk about a few words on this. who, wishing to make peace with the enemy, gives him a hand with a frowning forehead, it is more difficult for him to achieve his goal, rather than someone who stretches out his hand with a welcoming look. It seems that this comparison is not particularly bad where it is about the use of water and ice. I kept counting ice compresses, especially when applying them on the noblest parts of our body, head, eyes, ears, etc. The strongest and most severe of all means that only can be applied without helping nature to take up interrupted work for restoring the normal functions of the body. This remedy forcibly causes something in nature, and this something then avenges itself. Ice pack and ice bubble are never used in my hospitals, so let it stay forever. Imagine just these terrible contrasts inside the body. Blazing heat, ice outside, and between them a suffering organ of tender flesh and blood. The consequences of such a joint work of heat and cold, I always expected with great fear, and my fears, in most cases, they were justified. I knew a gentleman who wore an ice compress on his feet continuously for a whole year, day and night. It would be a miracle if this ice cover did not pull out not only all the heat from the leg, but also everything you need. Natural warmth. There was no trace of the healing of the leg. But someone else would object to me, in some cases it really helped. Maybe the disease was receding before such compulsory means, but what were the consequences? Many came to me with more or less significant deafness, with various kinds of rheumatism, especially with rheumatism of the head, etc. Where did you get this from? Well, then came the answer, the damned ice bubble. Now my turn. I have been suffering for so many years, and probably the majority will suffer all their lives. I repeat once more, I resolutely rebel against any ice compress and assert that everyone, even the strongest heat existing in any organ or part of the body, can always be reduced and destroyed by water, if only applied correctly. It is clear to everyone that if a fire is impossible extinguish with water, then it cannot be extinguished with ice. I just said that water will help if it apply correctly. This does not mean, of course, that, for example, with inflammation of the head, instead of the previous ice packs or ice compresses, apply as many wet dressings as possible, water compresses, etc. 100 headbands and compresses will not stop the flow of blood to the inflamed area, but after all, the rise in temperature depends on this tide. Therefore, you need to try differently to take away and distribute blood. In other words, I must act not only on the sore spot, but on the whole body. If the enemy is sitting in my head, I will lead an attack on him first of all from the feet of the patient, and then gradually I will walk along the whole body. However, indirectly ice is also suitable for my hydrotherapy, namely in the summer, when the water becomes warm and you have to cool it with ice. What can I say about bloodletting, leeches, and in general about any method of reducing the blood? 50, 40, 30 years ago, a rare woman did not bleed herself 3 to 4 times a year. Days auspicious. For this, they were superstitiously marked with various icons and notes in calendars. The doctors themselves, Zemstvio and others, bath attendants and barbers, called their bloodletting work downright carnage. Even in hydropathic establishments and monasteries had their own special terms for bloodletting, with a preliminary strict diet. Before this bloody massacre, they wished each other happiness, after the end, congratulated each other. And the massacre at times was considerable. One clergyman of that time assured that he was given phlebotomy for 32 years 4 times a year, and each time 8 ounces. Total this gentleman lost 8x4x32, i.e. 1024 ounces asterisk of blood. In addition to bloodletting, leeches, blood-sucking cups, etc., were also used. This applied equally to everyone, to the young and the old, to the noble and the noble, to men and women. Shinem. But how times have changed. Then all these operations were looked at as the only thing that was absolutely necessary. A dietary remedy for maintaining health. How do they look at it now? Now laugh at the old. With an insane look, as if a person could have too much blood. About 2 years ago, a foreign doctor, active and well known in the literature, told me that he never leeches in the eyes. Seen. Many doctors even attribute the current generation of anemia to abuse by the bloodletting of our fathers. Perhaps this is so, but this is not the only reason. However, to the point. In my opinion, in the human body, everything is so in harmony with each other, each individual. 1 ounce approximately. 28 grams, one part with another and each part with a whole, which is undoubtedly a human body. Represents the most perfect work, the idea of which could arise only in a creative. The spirit of the Creator, and only by His creative power could it be transformed. The same order, the same measure and harmony also exists between the arrival and consumption of substances necessary to maintain health, if only a person, reasonable and free, acts according to the will of God, using the right granted to him, and does not introduce dissonance and disorder into this harmony by various abuses. If so, then I cannot imagine how blood circulation alone, this most important of all processes in the human body, can occur out of order, without number and measure. It seems to me that each child, along with life, receives from the mother a certain amount of matter for the formation of blood. Call it what you want, essence, or something, without which blood cannot form. No more this. Essence's blood formation stops, and with it life, to get sick and wither away, is no longer means to live. With every loss of blood, it doesn't matter whether from a fall, bloodletting, leeches, cans. A piece of this blood forming vital essence is lost, the same amount remains for a person live. Each bloodletting means a shortening of life, because life is in blood. They will object to me, there is nothing faster than the formation of blood. Losing blood, producing new blood is almost one thing, and also, indeed, the production of blood is incredibly fast. But let me give you the following example, taken from experience. My peasant readers will confirm it. To fatten in a short time for the cattle, they make significant bloodletting and then begin to feed. Animal fast gets fat. In a very short time, a mass of beautiful fresh blood appears. After 3 to 4 weeks, they again do significant bloodletting and again begin to feed and give nutritious swill. Obesity is coming. Fine, and even an old animal, when sorted, gives blood no less than a young one. But let's take a closer look more attentively to this artificially produced blood. It is tasteless, watery, lifeless. Such. The animal has no strength, endurance, vitality, and, if it is not used for meat, it will soon falls ill with dropsy. Is it different with people? Whoever is over 60 and who has acquired some experience and knowledge of life knows how much the abuse of bloodletting by our ancestors affects abilities, talents, and longevity of offspring. The aforementioned gentleman who lost so many ounces of blood died in his prime years from dropsy. And if women did themselves, these are facts, 300 to 400 bloodletting and became from this frail and sick. Is it not from here that the next generation became weak and sick, prone to convulsions and other diseases? I readily admit that there are cases, undoubtedly exceptional, when in case of a shortage at hand. Other rapid-acting phlebotomy remedies eliminate the inevitable danger. But I will also ask every reasonable and impartial person, which is better, to deprive yourself gradually, according to parts, vitality, or with the help of water to distribute the blood so evenly that the most a full-blooded person did not feel excess blood, by means of which applications of water can be achieved. This distribution will be explained in its place. We often hear that with a threatening apoplectic stroke, bloodletting is the only means to salvation. In this regard, I recall the case when, upon impact, the first of the invited doctors immediately made bloodletting, and the second definitely stated that it is precisely because of the bloodletting that the patient should die, as it is on. In fact, it happened. Not from plethora, not from excess blood, usually there is a blow, as mistakenly think, but from anemia. He died from a blow. This means the blood disappeared, and with it life. Butter exhausted, and the lamp went out. We will see in the third part what benefits water brings in paralytic cases. Here I will only note also that my predecessor was struck 3 times and was already sentenced to death by doctors. The water not only saved him, but also gave the opportunity to work for several more years for the community and parishioners. Kneipp Sebastian. My hydraulic treatment. Bathrooms. Foot baths. Foot baths are cold and warm. 1. Cold foot bath. It lies in the fact that they stand in cold water for 1 to 3 minutes at the calf or above them. Cold foot baths are primarily used to drive blood down from the head and chest, but for the most part they are prescribed in conjunction with other uses of water when the patient for any the reason does not tolerate a full bath or half bath. For the healthy, they are important as a refreshing and strengthening agent and are especially useful for villagers when sleep is lost after an extremely exhausting day. They eliminate fatigue and bring peace and health. Dream. 2. Warm foot bath. It can be assigned in several forms. 1. In warm water, 31 to 33 degrees, put a full handful of salt and 2 handfuls of wood ash and well mix. The duration of the bath is 12 to 15 minutes. Sometimes I advise taking, but each time for special reasons, such a bath with a temperature of up to 37 grams. Do so, but it should be immediately followed by a cold foot bath of no more than half a minute. Foot baths are excellent in all cases where due to soreness, weakness, low warmth, body, etc., harsh and cold remedies can hardly be used, or where the reaction is too weak or none at all, i.e. when cold water, due to low body temperature, develops too little heat. Foot baths are especially suitable for the weak, anemic, nervous, very young and elderly people, mainly for women, and work well with obstructed blood circulation. During hot flushes, with headaches and throat pains, cramps, etc. These baths divert the blood to legs and have a soothing effect. For those suffering from sweating of the feet, I do not recommend using these baths. These beneficial warm baths are well known to the Bavarian villages, as evidenced by their wide application. 2. A foot bath made of hay dust, stems, leaves, flowers, seeds, etc. has a strengthening effect. For her, cooking 3 to 5 handfuls of hay dust is boiled with boiling water. The dishes are closed and allowed to cool to temperatures of 31 to 33 degrees. In this case, it is completely indifferent whether the hay remains in the bath or in. It will only go to a decoction. Ordinary people use broth together with dust to save time. These foot baths have a dissolving, releasing and strengthening effect and are very helpful in pain in the legs, their sweating, open wounds, all kinds of bruises, bleeding or bruising with tumors, gout with cartilaginous nodes, suppuration between the fingers, abscesses under the nails, damage from tight shoes, etc. In general, I can say that these baths are great for helping feet with unhealthy and prone to decay. Blood. One gentleman suffered from severe gout. He screamed in pain, and this is a foot bath with wrapping his legs in a canvas soaked in a decoction of hay dust, saved him in 1 hour from the terrible suffering. 3. A foot bath with a decoction of oat straw is very similar to the bath just described. Straw needs cook for about half an hour, broth cooled to 31 to 32 degrees, use within 20 to 30 minutes for foot bath. In my experience, these baths are incomparable when it comes to softening any kind of hardening on foot. They help perfectly with articular rheumatism, gout, calluses, ingrown and decaying nails, blisters from walking, even open and festering wounds on the legs and damage from corrosive foot sweat is cured by these baths. One gentleman cut off his corn. The resulting malignant abscess on the finger suggested blood poisoning. 3 oatmeal baths a day and wrapping the feet in a cloth soaked in oatmeal broth cured him in 4 days. One patient risked losing all of his toes. Dark blue tumors made us assume again blood poisoning. Foot baths and wraps cured him in a short time. In some cases, I advise with the described foot baths, as with full warm baths, 3 times. Change. In conclusion, a cold bath is used both here and there. The exception is the one described above in N. 1 warm foot bath at 31 to 33 degrees with salt and ash. This bath is used for enhanced diverting blood from top to bottom and for distributing it, and therefore, if after it you take again a cold bath, then the blood rushing to the legs with force rises up again and the desired effect will be weakened. Final bathroom. Therefore, after a warm bath with the addition of ash and salt, it is never taken cold. 4. I will also mention a special kind of foot bath, which can be called solid rather than liquid. Having the ability to use it, you do not need to neglect it. I have used it very often with great success. The still warm pomace of malt is placed in the tub. Legs feel great immersed in them. Pro. The bath continues for 15 to 30 minutes. Grape pomace works even better. These baths are known in localities where wine is made, and are very common as perfectly functioning. The best thing, those who suffer from rheumatism, gout, etc., will feel the healing effect of these baths. For all foot baths, the following should be noted. People with leg cramps do not should take baths above 30 degrees and should immerse their feet only before the start of the calves. I never take or prescribe warm foot baths without any impurities. 2. Half baths. By half baths, in general I mean those baths in which the water reaches the middle of the abdomen. Those approximately to the region of the stomach, but quite often below it. They represent something in between full and foot baths. They can be applied in 3 ways. Stand in the water so that it is above your calves or knees. Kneel in the water so that your thighs are completely in the water. Sit in the water. Actually, only the third way is a real half bath. The water reaches the middle of the abdomen. Yes, navel. All 3 methods of using half baths, always only from cold water, are ranked primarily as means for hardening the body. Therefore, they are very useful for healthy people who want to do more. Healthier for the weak who want to get stronger, and for convalescents who want to recover. Absolutely. In case of diseases, the use of these half baths should be specifically and clearly prescribed. The application of each of the three methods, whether it concerns the healthy or the sick, is always associated with the others. Applications of water. The duration should not exceed 1/2 minus 3 minutes. First and second methods, standing in water directly and on my knees, I have applied with excellent success at the beginning of treatment to such patients who, for various reasons, completely exhausted. Without naming these reasons, I will only say that there are many faces from different sections of society who are initially unable to withstand the pressure of water during full baths, without unpleasant consequences. There is nothing to laugh about. I could give hundreds of examples of this. These are sick due to too much weakness, and led me to these two ways of using water. Their state of health required the most moderate and careful treatment, sometimes for several weeks, until, finally, the patients gained sufficient strength and endurance. With these two methods, shoulder immersion is used as a firming agent. This remedy, consisting of immersion of the arms and legs, is especially useful for those with chilly feet. Third way, the half bath itself. This is what I advise especially strongly to all healthy people. It is destroyed in the embryo, and already existing ailments and diseases of the abdomen are cured, originating solely from a lack of hardening of the body. These half baths strengthen the belly, retain and increase strength. Many people wear more than one belly, and this only worsens their position, restraining the disease in the unhappy stomach. Better to let them try our half baths. Then, hemorrhoids, colic from gas will probably decrease, hypochondria, hysteria will disappear, all these diseases, sometimes leading to mental disorder. I advise healthy people to wash the upper half of the body in the morning and take a half bath in the evening. If in the morning they have no time, then in the evening, with a half bath, wash the chest and back with water. Examples are quite eloquent about the benefits brought by these three methods of hydrotherapy. One young man became so weak from typhus that he became completely incapable of work. Becoming on knees into the water every 2 or 3 days, first for 1 minute, and then for 2 to 3 minutes, he began with each. For a week more and more to get stronger, and became as strong as before the illness. Someone suffered from severe congestions of blood emanating from the abdomen, which often happens. Alternately every other day, he washed his upper body strenuously and knelt in the water. For some time he was relieved of the rush of blood, stomach pains that occur from the accumulation of gas in the stomach. In general, a half bath can serve as specific, i.e. especially effective, anti-gas agent. 3. Sitting baths. There are cold and warm. 1. Cold sitz bath. A specially made bathtub for the seat, Fig. 2. Or, in the absence of it, a spacious deep vessel made of wood, tin or zinc, Fig. 3. Is poured cold water about 1/4 or 1/5. They sit in this bath, as on a chair, so that half of the abdomen to the kidneys, as well as the upper half of the thighs, are in the water, Fig. 4. With some skill it is possible, and not quite, undress. The duration of the bath is from 1/2 to 3 minutes. These cold sitz baths are the most significant and effective after half baths. A product specifically for the abdominal organs. They help gas, enhance food, boiling and stool, regulate blood circulation, helping with pale disease, bleeding and other female diseases. Be afraid of using this cold bath, which lasts only 1 to 2 minutes. Does not follow at all. If used correctly, it never hurts. Rice. 4. To avoid colds, to become hardened, immune to temperature changes, often playing such a sad role. These baths should be taken more often and best of all at night, right from bed. Waking up at any hour, you no longer need to undress, you should quickly sit in the bath and immediately, not wiping off, go back to bed. You do not only need to take these baths more often 2 to 3 times a week, so that a strong rush of blood to the lumbar parts did not worsen hemorrhoids. Who has difficulty falling asleep in the evenings, wakes up at night and can no longer fall asleep, who suffers at all insomnia, let him use the sitz bath diligently. Sitting in water for 1 to 2 minutes relieves excitement and peace. One patient for a long time could not sleep for more than 1 to 2 hours and tossed and turned on bed, excited by all kinds of thoughts. These baths brought him a restful sleep. Whoever gets up in the morning with a heavy head, to whom sleep does not bring the desired rest, I strongly advise wash these baths. From the bottom of my heart I recommend them again to all healthy people. 2. Warm sitz bath. I never prepare this bath from warm water alone, but always with a decoction, either a horsetail, or B. oat straw, or C. hay dust. All 3 baths are prepared in the same way. The herb is scalded with boiling water and the broth is allowed to stand for a while. Fire. Then the dishes are removed from the heat, cooled to 30 to 33 degrees, rarely to 37 degrees, and the broth is poured with herb into the prepared bath. The duration of the bath is about 1/4 hour. The same broth can be used for 2 more baths, of course, already cold, one 3 to 4 hours after the first, and another an hour after the second, each lasting 1 to 2 minutes. I prescribe herbal sitz baths no more than 2 to 3 times a week, more often only interspersed with cold, or in cases of deep-seated disease, such as severe hemorrhoids, colon fistula, pain in the cecum, etc. The presence of a hernia should not interfere with the use of these baths. Horsetail decoction bath is used mainly for convulsive and rheumatic suffering of the kidneys and bladder, with stone disease and difficulty urinating. A bath with a decoction of oat straw is an excellent remedy for all kinds of aches. A bath with a decoction of hay dust has a more general effect and can be, with a lack of horsetail and oat straw, is used in all the listed cases of stomach diseases, although it does not work like that strongly. She has always rendered me great services for stagnation of blood in the stomach, for external tumors and abscesses, constipation, hemorrhoids and colic from flatus. IV. Full baths. These baths are also classified as cold and warm. Both those and others are equally useful to sick and healthy. 1. Cold full baths. They can be taken in 2 ways. They become or lie down with their whole body in a bath of cold water, or enter the water up to the armpits to avoid the sensitive water pressure on the lungs, although this does nothing dangerous, and wash the upper body with a hand or a coarse towel. The least time spent in such a cold bath is half a minute, at most 3 minutes. I will have to return to this question more than once in what follows. Here I will only note that 20 years ago I myself had a different opinion and advised taking baths longer, believing that spas will not shy away from such methods too much. But many years of experience, daily practice on myself and on others have long taught me how to probably the best Thanks to this, I have come to the firm conviction that when using cold baths, the following position is the most correct. The shorter the bath, the better the effect. Remaining in a cold bath for no more than 1 minute acts much more prudently than one who sits in her 5 minutes. Everyone does not care whether he is sick or healthy. I advise you to stay in the bath for no more than 3 minutes. This rule is confirmed by numerous facts. It fully explains why I hold a special view on harsh methods of using water in hospitals and sometimes unreasonable bathing in summer. As for the latter, there are people who stay in the water for half an hour or even more every day, and then and twice a day. About good swimmers, making strong movements, and after bathing the host. Good nutritious food, I have nothing to spread much. What the bathing took away, it will be fast restored by strong nature. Those that remain in the water for half an hour without much movement do not only they do not derive any benefit from this, but, on the contrary, they harm themselves and even very much, if often and swim for a long time. This kind of bathing makes a person sluggish. Instead of good, it harms the body, draining and weakening it. Cold full bath for healthy. Often I had to receive advice from friends and strangers to pay attention to the fact that cold water is tantamount to deprivation of heat, and therefore it is harmful to anemic and highly increases nervousness. But I am ready to guarantee that there is nothing sharp in the method I have described. Cold. I recommend full baths first of all to all healthy people at all seasons, winter and summer, and I affirm that it is these baths that significantly contribute to the preservation and strengthening of health. They cleanse the skin, increase its activity, and generally refresh, revitalize, and strengthen the entire body. In winter, the number of such baths should be no more than 2 per week, and depending on the circumstances, even no more. 1 a week and 2 weeks. 2 more words should be said here. To be healthy, you need to temper yourself against various influences, against temperature changes, weather, seasons. Unhappy is the person whose slightest breeze hits the lungs, throat, head, who must monitor the weather throughout the year. A tree growing free doesn't care. Storm or calm weather, hot or cold. It resists every wind, every weather, because it hardened. Let a healthy person try our baths, and he will be as strong as this sturdy tree. Many people avoid cold baths for fear of heat loss. Cold weakens and should weaken, they say, if immediately after its action there is no feeling of warmth. Quite right, and I agree with that. But I affirm that thanks to the strong movements always combined with our application of cold water, the latter not only does not take away its heat from the body, but, on the contrary, preserves it. And if weakened, pampered by a constant stay in a room, a person who barely dares to go outside in winter and then only in case of emergency, if such a person, thanks to baths and washing, hardens himself so much that he can go out in any weather without any fear, almost without feeling the strongest cold, unless natural heat has not been added to it. Is it all just an illusion or a deception? Let me give you an example. One noble gentleman, 60 years old, was terribly afraid of water. Whenever he leaves the house, he is extremely took care not to forget a scarf, believing that the consequence of such an unforgivable forgetfulness can be all possible and impossible colds, etc. This gentleman's throat was especially sensitive, so that he wrapped him in every possible way to protect him from colds. Here in his habits intervened barbarian. With some even gloating he prescribed our cold baths for him. The patient obeyed. What were the consequences? Remarkably good. Within a few days, the fading began. He threw off the first woolen shirt, followed by the second, and after them, wool neck scarves soon followed. Every day that he could not take a bath, he counted. Lost, he has become so insensitive to climate and weather. He was not limited to baths in warm room, but swam in the river even in October during daily walks, preferring a cold river water home bath water. We now have to answer the following main questions. What state should a healthy body be in order for the consequences of such cold fat? Baths were good. Next, how long should a healthy person stay in the bath? Finally, what time of year is it best to start this firming treatment? A good state for taking cold baths should be considered when the whole body is completely warm. Therefore, the one who is sufficiently warm by being in a warm room, working or walking, he is in good condition. To whom it is cold, who has cold feet, who is shivering, in such a state in no way should take a cold bath without warming up by walking, etc. On the contrary, whoever is hot, I am talking about healthy people, and, as it were, bathed in sweat, he can safely accept our full bath. Damp from rain or other means should not deal with water. It will not do him any good. Immediately, I note that after a cold bath, you should not put on a wet dress, the latter must be completely dry. There is hardly anything else that even calm, prudent people fear so much as going into cold water. Hot, sweaty. And yet there is nothing more innocent than this. And I bravely on the ground. Years of experience, I say, the stronger the sweat, the better, the more effective bathing. See article on sweat in third part. For many people who had thought before that from such a forced treatment they would immediately be hit by a blow, everyone fear, all prejudice disappeared after the first bath. Does anyone think or be afraid to wash their hands, face and even chest and legs when they return home? So sweaty that sweat streams down his face and his fingers stick together. Everyone does it, because washing your face is pleasantly refreshing. Well, and the effect of such washing on the whole body should not be the same. Can anything be useful to a separate part and at the same time harmful to the whole? The fear of the harmful effects of cold baths, I think, is based on the observation that other people, going out into strong sweat in the cold or fresh air, especially when exposed to the through wind, for the entire life upset their health. And this is absolutely true. I will say more, many, entering the cold water sweating, received the beginnings of serious illnesses. What is there to blame, sweat or cold bath? Neither one nor the other. And here, as in everything else, in the foreground should to be not what is done, but how it is done. In this case, you need to pay attention to how sweaty people are. Use cold water. A madman can commit a terrible crime with a penknife. Unwise use can turn the highest good into the greatest evil. The only strange thing is that in such cases are always accused of good, not abuse. So the whole point is how to use water. Who in this case, he acts at his own discretion, even though he is responsible for the consequences. To answer the second question, how long can a healthy person stay in a cold full bath? I will give an example. One gentleman to whom I prescribed 2 such baths a week came to me 2 weeks later, complaining that his health has deteriorated significantly, that he feels as if on ice. Indeed, he looked very bad, and I could not understand in any way why the water did not have the expected effect. To my question, is he all did as I advised, he replied, in the most exact way, I did even more than you ordered, instead of I stayed in the water for 1 minute for 5 minutes, after which I could hardly get warm somehow. In the coming weeks, he applied the treatment already correctly, and soon his former freshness and natural warmth returned to him. This case perfectly illustrates all the others when the water appears to have done harm. But not water, not. Her change is to blame, but careless people. Out of habit, they dump their blame on neither. Than innocent water. Whoever takes a full cold bath should undress quickly and lie down for 1 minute in the already prepared bath. If anyone is sweating, let him sit in the bathtub, i.e. plunges into water up to the stomach and washes strongly and quickly. Upper body. Then he should dive for 1 moment to the neck, immediately get out of the water and get dressed without drying off as quickly as possible. The artisan or farmer may immediately thereafter get down to work. Others must, at least 1/4 hour, be in motion until the body will dry out completely and will not warm to normal temperature. It does not matter if these movements are performed in the room or outdoors. I personally prefer fresh air even in autumn and winter. Everything you do, my dear reader, do it wisely and in moderation. The number of cold baths per week should not exceed 3. When is the best time to start taking these baths? The important work of strengthening the body, or, equivalently, preserving it from disease, you cannot start too early. Start today, but start with the easier ways, and do not immediately take on the most difficult ones, otherwise you may lose the hunt. If you are strong, you can start our cold full baths after a little preparation. If you are weak, then depending on circumstances, after more or less lengthy preliminary exercises. This is a very important article. You don't just have to try to achieve something at once, directly, by the most severe means. This is unreasonable to say the least. One doctor advised a patient with a nervous fever to sit in cold water for 1/4 hour. The patient did this, but after that he began to feel so cold that he didn't want to hear about such a healing bath anymore, scolding and cursing her. After such an experience, the specialist simply decided that the patient could no longer use water and that his condition is hopeless. They came to me with this death sentence. I advised the doomed to the patient to try the water again, but instead of 1/4 hour stay in it for 10 seconds, enter and exit, promising that the result will be different. No sooner said than done. A few days later the patient recovered. In such cases, it always occurred to me that water was used in such a harsh way, deliberately, in order to arouse in the people fear of this wet monster instead of trust. I know I'm a freak, so I hope I will be forgiven for these quirks. Those who want to seriously treat themselves with water, let them start with washing after using hardening agents. The whole body, c.e. washing, and if these washings do not excite them and do not deprive them of sleep, do them in the evening before going to bed, otherwise, in the morning, when getting up. Who cannot now? After that, do some physical work or do movements, must again, until dry and not warm, go to bed for 1/4 hour. Such washing, performed 2 to 4 times a week, which is quite enough, and not even daily, represents the best preparation for our cold full bath. Just worth trying once. The first unpleasant sensation over the whole body, as it were, will spread a pleasant feeling, and what was frightened, it will soon become almost a necessity. A friend of mine took a full bath every day before going to bed for 18 years. I didn't prescribe at all this to him, but he himself did not want to give up this exercise. And during these 18 years I have never been sick. Others who took 2 or 3 baths a night I had to keep. If this application of water seemed to them harsh or obnoxious, as they often shout about, they would surely stop it. Who seriously wants temper your body, maintain health, strengthen yourself in general, let him pay attention to the cold. A full bath. For details on some of the steps, see part 3 in the article on sweat without, however, remaining. Good intention alone. Strong peoples, tribes, families have always been faithful friends of cold water, namely our full baths. The more our century acquires the name and character of the pampered, the sooner it is necessary to return to sound natural views and basic rules of ancestors. There are also families, especially among the nobility, who regard our use of water as family tradition and as an important tool for health promotion and upbringing. So we have nothing to be ashamed of in our cause. Cold full bath for the sick. When describing individual diseases, in the third part, it will be indicated exactly when and how often this should be used. Kind of a bath. Here we will make several general comments. A healthy and strong body is able to throw out the harmful substances that are formed in it. A sick body, weakened by an illness, has to be helped so that it can again take up this work. This is exactly the kind of help that a full cold bath provides, which in this case serves as an excellent support, strengthening agent. This bath is mainly used for the so-called fever, i.e., with all those diseases that have a strong fever as their harbinger and companion. These are especially dangerous. Fever at a temperature of 39 to 40 degrees and above, they drain and burn the human body. Other, spared by illness, becomes a victim of general exhaustion. Watch and wait to see how this ends. The terrible heat is dangerous to me. What can the medicines taken every hour in the canteen do here? Spoon, expensive quinine, cheap antipyrine, poisonous digitalis, the effects of which on the stomach everyone knows. Medicines at such high temperatures have been and remain negligible means. Which, finally, those artificial intoxicants given to the patient by mouth or injected, from which he really gets drunk, so that he no longer realizes and does not feel anything. Not to mention the moral and religious side of the matter, it's a pity just to look at such a half-dead, intoxicated patient with distorted features, rolling eyes. Could this help? Fire extinguish with water, and the heat that engulfed the whole body, best of all, with a full bath. With every new outbreak, i.e., when the fever increases, such a bath, applied on time and repeated at the onset of the fever, even after every half hour, will soon take over the fever. See inflammation, scarlet fever, typhus, etc. I have heard for a long time that in large hospitals for the poor, who have nothing to pay for expensive quinine, often baths are used. Recently in some newspapers, there has been good news for me that in large military hospitals in Austria are again using water to treat typhus. The question arises, why only typhus? Why not all diseases resulting from fever? Many are waiting tensely the answer to this question, including specialists. I will make one more remark here, which perhaps more likely belongs in the section on washings. Not all patients are able to use full baths. Some, perhaps, are already so weakened that not only cannot they rise and turn themselves, but they cannot even be lifted out of bed. Should deprive such patients of the use of cold water? In no case. Our ways of using water are so varied, and each individual method, in turn, has so many degrees and varieties that seriously ill and the healthiest person can always find a suitable way for themselves. You only need Choose the last one correctly. For seriously ill patients who are so sick that they cannot use cold baths, they are completely. Change the washes of the whole body, easily applicable to everyone, even the weakest patient, in bed. How? This is done, as indicated in the washings article. These washings, like full baths, are repeated as increase in temperature. When applying water to such severely bedridden patients, one should be especially careful, otherwise the disease will intensify. I could name one patient who spent 11 years in bed and was treated all this time. Have tried apply and hydrotherapy, all efforts were in vain. After healing this person, following through 6 weeks, the doctor himself said that it was just some kind of miracle for him. He visited me wanting to know how it happened. The course of the disease seemed to him all the more incomprehensible because, in his opinion, the patient was deprived of all vital energy and all its uses of water were left without consequences. I explained to this doctor a simple course of the disease and an even simpler use of water. It became clear to both of us that the smoldering torch do not extinguish with a jet from a fire hose. He used water too harshly, but I was weak, careful, consistent with the weakened forces of the patient. With pain in my heart, I often heard and read that in many hospitals and private homes people do not leave bed for 15, 20 or more years. They are unfortunate, regrettable. However, I do not. I understand and did not understand, except for a few cases. After all, in the Holy Scripture, a person is mentioned sick for 38 years, see Ev. From John 5:5. I am firmly convinced that many of these chained the bed could be put on its feet using precise and continuous hydrotherapy. 2. Warm full baths. They, like cold ones, serve the healthy and the sick. The way of using them is twofold. The first way is as follows. Lie in the bathtub so filled with warm water that the whole body is in water, and lie in it 25 to 30 minutes. Then they quickly move into a nearby bath B with cold water and immerse themselves in it up to the head. If there is no such bath, then wash the whole body with cold water as soon as possible. Cold bath or washing must be finished in 1 minute. Then, without wiping off, they quickly put on a dress and commit movement in the room or in the air until the body is completely dry and warm, at least half an hour. The villagers can calmly get to work at once. In the first bath, the temperature water should be between 31 and 35 degrees, and for the elderly from 35 to 38 degrees. I advise you to measure it carefully with a thermometer. It is not enough to immerse the tube with mercury and now take out. It should remain in the water for a while. Only the calm standing of mercury shows that measurement done well and long enough. The person preparing the bath should take it seriously. Preparation and related responsibilities. Carelessness is least appropriate for such an important service to the neighbor. The second way is as follows. The bath is filled, as in the first case, but the water temperature in it is higher, from 37 to 44 degrees, and should never exceed 44 and be below 35 degrees. On average, I stick to 39 to 41 degrees. They go to such a warm bath not once, but 3 times, as well as in a cold one, not once, but 3 times. This is true, called a warm full bath with triple reverse. The whole bath lasts exactly 33 minutes, which distributed as follows. 10 minutes in a warm bath. 1 cold. 10 warm. 1 cold. 10 warm. 1 cold. You should always end up with a cold bath. Healthy, strong people sit in a bath of cold water and sink slowly down the neck. Those who are sensitive to cold sit in the bath and wash without immersion. Fast chest and back. Washing the whole body can completely replace a cold bath for someone who is afraid. Cold water. You should never wet your heads. If it accidentally gets wet, it should be dry. Wipe off. In the same way, you should wipe your hands dry when leaving the cold bath for the last time, which do not soak the dresses when dressing. For further information, especially regarding movements after swimming, the advice remains the same as in the first way. Here I must make some remarks. I never prescribe warm baths alone, i.e. without, followed by cold baths or cold washings. Fever, especially if it is acts for a long time, does not strengthen, but relaxes the entire body, does not temper the skin, but makes it more sensitive to cold, therefore, does not protect, but endangers. Warm water opens pores where cold air enters, the consequences of which are not long in coming. Cold baths followed by warm baths and cold washings eliminate evil. I do not recognize a single method of using warm water, which would not be followed by cold. Fresh water strengthens, lowering elevated temperature, refreshes by eliminating excess heat and protects by closing pores and strengthening skin. Here again we encounter the same prejudice against the rapid transition from warm to cold. But, due to the fact that warm baths are immediately followed by cold ones, these warm baths should be at a higher temperature than usual, and higher than that which I prescribe for other circumstances. So much heat will accumulate in the body that it can easily withstand the action of penetrating him cold. Whoever is afraid of a cold bath at first, let him do cold washings, then he will become bolder. All fear will pass after the first experience. Whoever has experienced it once is always for completeness. Pleasure will take a cold bath after a warm one. To many who trembled at first with fear, but then we got used to this wonderfully effective change of heat and cold and fell in love with it. I had to specify strict limits so that excessive good does not harm them. When moving from a cold bath to a warm one, it is felt, especially in the legs, as if crawling on the skin. But this should not be feared. Such a feeling then turns into a pleasant one. Here, as in general with warm baths for healthy people, I almost never drink just warm water, but I always mix a decoction of various medicinal herbs with it. Warm full bath for healthy. If I prescribe healthy, i.e. relatively healthy people, healthy, but weak, full warm bath, then only when such weakened people cannot dare to take a cold bath, and with a single purpose, with a warm bath followed by a cold wash, gradually accustom their body to cold water. In this respect, I observe the following rules in practice. To perfectly healthy, strong people, whose ruddy faces are full of heat and life, I almost never prescribe warm baths. They do not require them, but aspire, like a fish, to cold water. Warm baths are good for young, weak, anemic, nervous people, especially for those who are convulsions, rheumatism, etc. suffering. The first place belongs here to mothers of families who quite early upset their health with all kinds of labors. A month is enough for such persons. One bath 35 degrees for 25 to 30 minutes, followed by cold washing. Those prone to gout, articular rheumatism, it is better to take 2 such baths a month. Summer. Young people should swim in cold water. For the elderly and weak, I advise for the purity of the skin, for refreshing and strengthening, take at least 1 warm full bath every month, 35 to 37 degrees. lasting 25 minutes, followed by strong washing. Each time after that, they will come to life again due to increased diffusion and stronger blood circulation. Warm full bath for the sick. For what diseases a full warm bath should be used, it is indicated in the description of individual diseases. Both types of this bath are perfectly usable without any fear with the proper care and accuracy. Baths have a twofold purpose. In one case they are to increase the warmth of the body, in the other, promote the dissolution and release of substances that the diseased body itself cannot remove. Warm baths are prepared from hay dust, from oat straw, from pine needles. There are also mixed baths. The essence of the preparation and operation of the first two baths has already been indicated in the article on the sitz warm bath. Only, as a precaution, I repeat something here. Hay dust bath. A small bag of hay dust is immersed in a boiler of hot water and remains in it at least 1/4 hour. All the broth is poured into the already prepared warm bath, and to this mixture, add warm or cold water until it reaches the prescribed temperature. This bath is the most simple and useful, the most innocent and normal bath for warming the body. And healthy people can use it at all times. Coffee-colored water vigorously opens pores and strengthens circulation. Oat straw bath. After boiling a decent bunch of oat straw in a boiler for half an hour, drink with the broth, as described above. This bath works better than the first one and is useful for kidney and bladder with rheumatism. Pine needle bath. It is prepared like this. Take pine needles, the fresher the better, finely chopped twigs and spruce resinous cones, and, mixing all this, boil for half an hour in water. With the broth they do as described above. And this bath has a good effect on the kidneys and bladder, but still weaker than a bath from oat straw. Mainly, it acts on the skin, stimulating its activity, and on internal organs, strengthening them. This fragrant and invigorating bath is especially good for old people. Mixed bath. Mixed baths I call those for which a decoction is prepared from several forested plants in case there is no required amount of any one of them. Most often I mix decoction of hay dust and oat straw, both plants being boiled together. Oat straw bath. Thus obtains a pleasant smell. Baths, perhaps, are good, someone will tell me, but all this is very expensive and troublesome. Such an objection would be rightly on the part of that of my readers whom I would send to the waters in Reichengal, Carlsbad, or somewhere else, or to whom I would order to buy small black carefully corked expensive bottles with pine needles extract and pour half or a third of them into each bath. Content. But in this case there is not the slightest basis for complaints, for excuses, for objections. Even the poorest can make any bath for himself with such an extract that he cannot get nowhere in a purer and more natural form. I deliberately looked for such baths for the poor, bankrupt people for a long time, so that they would not be deprived of the beneficial effects of baths, so good for strengthening health. There is no need for this. Go on long journeys. The most you need to do is go to the hayloft or nearest forest. And the expenses required for a bath are just a few steps or a kind word each. The peasant will willingly give the poor man hay dust or a bunch of oat straw. You can get cones from any spruce and green branches. Everybody has wooden dishes, barrel, tub, and as a last resort everyone, the neighbor will gladly lend it. As for work and trouble, I'll only ask if your loved ones will really have less trouble with you if you lie sick in bed for whole weeks, and your body, left without care, will. Extremes weakened and never refreshed, slowly withering away. There can be no work and troubles here. And speech. In my opinion, it's just lazy if someone finds it difficult to follow my lightest advice. Yes, such. Sick and deserves no bath. 3. Mineral baths. Here I must say a few words about mineral baths, about which I am often asked. My view on them is as follows. According to the reasons of my hydrotherapy, I cannot be on the side. Mineral baths, because I do not approve of anything potent, nothing violent, all the same. Whether it is used externally or internally. My opinion was and will be the following. The most moderate use is the best. It doesn't matter if it concerns hydrotherapy or in general. Medicine, and if one means the goal is achieved, one should not resort to another. We must help nature, a sick or weakened organism, calmly, and not harshly and abruptly, should, so to speak, meekly and. It is easy to lead the patient by the hand, sometimes supporting him, and not to push and pull. We don't owe one or the other. By striving to achieve something absolute, but should only help the body to cope with its work, and immediately stop our assistance as soon as we notice that the convalescent organism is able to fight on their own. Everyone has probably noticed that in my methods of treatment I do not use the well-known wire brushes, hard towels, etc. I have used them before, and even then only in isolated cases, but experience has convinced me that water alone, without these more or less violent means, works perfectly, if only correctly applied, not to mention the fact that with brushes, etc., in addition to direct work, a poor body, you still have to return the crumpled and rubbed muscles to their normal state, and in the same way. Treated leather. The friction service for me is performed all day and night by a thick canvas shirt, which I highly recommend it here. The very name, mineral bath, indicates a strong effect. All the waters used for them, wherever they are and no matter how they're called, they always contain more or less weak or strong salt. Such salt water applied outside seems to me, pardon the expression, a rag with coarse sand, with which I would take it into my head to clean silver or an even more noble metal. Gold and silver is very delicate. Are our internal organs less tender? Breathing darkens the shine. Silver, rough cleaning spoils it. From such processing, it shines well, rag and sand will be removed. Thoroughly dust and dirt from it, even too thoroughly, and soon nothing from the silver thing will remain. This comparison is understandable and there is no need to explain for a long time over how sensitive, soft and with an extremely noble metal, such waters purify. But is my opinion confirmed by experience. In large resorts, the dead are often carried out to the cemetery, not during the day, but at night, not with music and singing, but in complete silence, so as not to embarrass the living with an unpleasant sight. And they endure quite a lot of them, since they are very a significant part of people die every year on various waters. He or she, they say then, usually was in such and such an ode here for the first time, he or she felt much better, old illness returned again, and he or she came again, in such and such a year he was there for the second time, they say. Relatives, but it did not help him much. The illness intensified and he decided to go a third time. He returned, apparently strengthened. It seemed that he was completely cured. But he came back just to die at home. An early death on the spot frees the other from travel costs. This story and other I have heard such things countless times. Anyone who visits these places only for entertainment, for the sake of society, has nothing to fear from the above. He only has to take the rap with his wallet, which is exposed here to the most ruthless treatment, and in the end is completely emptied. One could bring here a lot of fun, as well. There are many and very sad episodes from life on the waters. But it seems to me better to remain silent, although these stories and very instructive. Even simple village people lost their heads and wanting to imitate the upper classes, although not yet. Visit the waters. This, fortunately, is hampered by an empty pocket, however, begin to do different nonsense. Once a peasant came to me and announced that he had found an excellent remedy for cleansing the body, something the healing water, which he often takes. What kind of water is this? I asked. After a while bathing, he told me that he dissolves a spoonful of salt in water and drinks this salt water on an empty stomach. This is good. Cleans it and is better for it than any mineral water. Despite my warnings, he does not wish to leave the method of treatment invented by him. Continuing to drink this water, he made himself a frustration, digestion and anemia, and died, emaciated, in his prime of life. So, it is always wonderful to remain humble and prudent, not envious of the rich and noble, who apparently can afford a lot. Envy is not a Christian and stupid feeling. Also, do not envy those sickly, consumptive people who may visit the so-called climate resorts and go to use the air in Meran and Austrian Tyrol, in the south of France, in Italy and even Africa. I have always believed that the best place for fish is water, birds are best. Feels in free air. For me, the best, most beneficial climate is the climate of my homeland. If he is too harsh for me, I will try to temper myself. If I get sick, the water of my homeland will help. I feel as good as the one that flows in foreign lands. If I die by the will of God, what must someday happen, then the native land, they say, is easier than any other. It is better, more peaceful to lie in it. What are the accumulated results of staying in such temperate or mountain climates every year? Ski resorts. I put 2 questions to this question. How many really sick people returned from there to their homeland completely healed? And further, how many died and were buried there, especially in warm resorts? So, stay at home, live honestly and wash yourself daily. Nara dik redlich und washa dik taglich. B. Baths for individual parts of the body. 1. Bath for hands, for the hand and for the whole hand. The purpose of these baths is clear already from their name. In the third part, when describing diseases, it will be indicated when and how. Apply these baths, cold or warm, for 2 to 3 minutes or 1/4 hour, how often to repeat them, with what kind of broth, etc. With regard to the application, one remark will suffice. Suppose someone's finger hurts. I'm not acting only on the finger, but also on the hand, on the whole arm, on the whole body. A sore finger is just a sick fetus. Branches of the diseased trunk. If the trunk is healthy and produces good and healthy juices, then the fetus will be healthy. 2. Bath for the head. This bath is one of the most important baths for individual body parts. Take it cold or warm. As follows: a vessel with water is placed on a chair and the upper, covered with hair, part of the head is immersed. Fig. 5. In cold water for 1 minute, and in warm water for 5 to 7 minutes. If the water does not reach the back of the head, then you should pour over this place with your hand, wetting the hair that remains dry. After the bath, you should diligently wipe your head dry. I advise you to do this always. Negligence in this regard may result in severe headaches, rheumatism, etc. After wiping down, you should stay in the room or, however, if necessary, go out into the air. Put on a hat on your head so that the entire wet part, the scalp, was covered, and stay in it until the scalp and hair are completely dry. Many villages, especially young ones, make head baths much easier. They are like ducks in a pond. Immerse the head several times in a row into a barrel near the well, or substitute the head under a water pump, which gives them great pleasure. All this is fine, if you do not overuse it. Do not wet your heads for a long time and often, and do not forget to dry yourself. A cold head bath is especially useful for those who have hair cut short. With long hair, water hardly penetrates the skin, and the head dries out slower. For long-haired people, I recommend a warm bath for a longer time. When the head suffers, I sometimes prescribe baths for the head, but in this case it is always cold and short. The same people who have all kinds of abscesses, boils, dry scales and rashes, dandruff, etc., I sometimes prescribe long warm baths for the head, followed by cold douches and washings. I draw the attention of readers to these head baths. If in a small village hut the whole winter, windows do not open, then at the end such air is formed in it that at least hang an axe, every fresh hits a person in the nose. And if such a hut is never cleaned, not washed, what should it become? Is there a flaw in it? Isn't the same thing happening to the head when long hair and headbands do not give access to the scalp for half a year, neither the air nor the sun's ray? It is not surprising that on the head forms a swamp of scabs and ulcers, which is well known to other mothers. Unfortunately, it is all too true that very little attention is paid to the cleanliness of the head. Wash daily. Face themselves in the morning and think that everything has already been done. But that's not all. I advise you to take care of cleanliness of the head for the sake of health for both young and old. I especially draw the attention of mothers to this. 3. Bath for eyes. It is taken cold or warm. In both cases, they do this, immerse their face in cold water and open eyes in it for 1/4 minute. Then they raise their heads, and after 1/4 or half a minute they are again immersed in water. Forehead and eyes. This can be repeated 4 to 5 times. A warm eye bath, 30 to 33 degrees, is always followed by cold, or simply wash the eyes with fresh water. A warm bath is prepared not only from one warm water, a decoction of various herbs is mixed with it, 1/2 spoonful of pounded dill, or a decoction of eye grass. Always did me a good service. A cold eye bath is excellent, acts on healthy as well as weak eyes, strengthening and refreshing the entire the visual apparatus, both inside and outside. A warm eye bath is used to soften external tumors and to dissolve and remove pus from the eyes. Kneipp, Sebastian. My hydraulic treatment. Steam baths. Steam baths, in their lightest form, work just like our other uses of water, and therefore they are completely safe and harmless. The Russian people love the bathhouse, and therefore the author's instructions belong more to the German tribe. Note: Transl. However, steam baths require a large caution. What can benefit the patient with careful and correct use is the same. Even with negligence, it can make a healthy person sick, who, for example, immediately after a steam bath, will come out, not previously cooled down, into fresh air. He can get sick, and even fatally. Let it. The remark will alert, not cause fear. I repeat that in the correct use of water there is neither the slightest danger. Are steam baths necessary at all for treatment? You need both warm and cold water to wash your laundry. Warm, to dissolve all the dirt, and cold to wash it off. The same process takes place during treatment. And in case of illness, it is necessary to dissolve and remove from the blood everything that is useless, all the spoiled juices. This is achieved through warmth. After that, you need to strengthen and temper the body. This is achieved through the cold. Therefore, each body must contain a certain amount of heat in order to successfully perform its work. But a healthy body has enough natural warmth, it does not need to be increased. Any sick body is very sensitive to the lack of internal warmth, which is necessary for fill in any way. For many patients, wraps and compresses are sufficient, others are much better. Steam baths provide a great service in this regard. How to use steam baths correctly? 9. This question is not easy to answer. I quote here only my own experiments, and I confess frankly at the very beginning that I often changed this way of using water. At first, following general practice, I preferred full steam baths and used them for 13 years. But since there were no expected results, I changed the way. Over the course of 3 years, I changed 3 times until finally did not come to the conclusion that it is best to apply steam baths not to the whole body at once, but to separate parts of it, and, moreover, extremely moderately. And for many years now I've been doing this and getting excellent results. Here I must, however, expand somewhat. About 30 years ago, Russian steam baths began to be used here, in southern Germany. Because many families were not able to use these healthy baths, which were only in big cities, then they came up with, as I suppose, instead of this the famous steam box, which was supposed to have the same diaphoretic effect. And I ordered myself a similar steam box with an entrance door and a hole at the top through which you can. It was comfortable to stick your head out. The vapors entered the box from the outside, and the patient or anyone else who wished, standing or sitting inside the box and looking with quiet humility at the person in front of him. Thermometer. A dry scarf was tied around the neck to prevent steam from escaping, head covered. Wet compresses for cooling, while the whole body was in the strongest sweat for 10 to 15 minutes. The steam bath was followed by a full body douche or a full bath. When the patient needed sweat harder, I forced him to enter the box 2 times for 15 minutes, and then do a quick wash on 1/2 minute each time. Such a full steam bath seemed remarkably good to me. I was only wondering why the results weren't as good. Especially in winter, this was very difficult. Hot steam in several minutes evenly enveloped the whole body from all sides and caused profuse sweating in it, and together with the greater the sensitivity to cold. At least I've always found it very difficult to protect the skin after a bath from the cold winter air, so that not a single spot on the skin is damaged, and that not cause more or less prolonged suffering, sometimes very severe. I've tried a lot to avert danger, and change his mind even more about that. One winter I had to be in Munich. I suffered from a rather severe catarrh. Accidentally here, I got hold of a newspaper, where on the last page a miraculous effect was exalted to heaven. Russian steam baths. Incidentally, the following was said: one has only to try once. From one such bath cures the strongest catarrh. We need to check this, I thought. I found the baths evaporated there, and, indeed, after this Russian treatment, not a trace of my catarrh remained. But not for long. As soon as 5 to 0 hours passed, a new catarrh appeared, much stronger than what I left in the Russian bath. That's what I thought. This way of using steam baths is probably wrong. I see it myself. Yourself. Too, is it possible to apply to a sick, weakened person a remedy that frightens even a healthy, a strong man? Obviously, the patient needs to be treated differently in this case. Further research and experiments led me to the conviction that the same position, which has a common value in all cases of using water, remains in force here, with steam treatment, namely what? The more moderate the application, the better it is. The most moderate use I call the simplest and the most sparing body. I will never, for example, to warm the body, use a steam bath. Where drenching or half bath is sufficient, I will never exhaust and torment the whole body completely. A steam bath in cases where the action of steam on its individual parts is sufficient. Those using steam baths, I keep to the golden mean, not to rape nature, but to help her by forcing her, with the help of insignificant means, to act independently for her own benefit. Here's my rule. And that's all. My steam baths only apply to specific parts of the body, but at the same time each of them acts on whole body. This is precisely the great advantage over others. Steam only acts on diseased parts of the body, completely without touching, without weakening healthy parts. A healthy body maintains this all his strength and, as it were, rests at a time when the sick part, exposed to the action of steam, is under construction. Many of my steam baths only serve to prepare the body for hydrotherapy, and perhaps make hydrotherapy more effective by increasing the natural warmth inside the body, by inhaling the steam and helping the externally active uses of the water. Very rarely you have to change any type of steam baths separately from the other method on your own. The necessary precautions regarding body cooling, dressing, movement are indicated in the specific description of the individual steam baths. It is necessary to warn against one more mistake. It often happens that some types of steam baths, especially for the head and legs, they work especially well. They dissolve very strongly and easily and release painful foods from the body and are liked by many patients. But the danger lies in the blow. Patients use such baths too often, and this causes great harm to your health. In everything one should keep to the measure, let it turn into a rule. I will give here, for example, several cases. A person recovering from typhoid or some other serious illness still has significant stagnation of blood in some parts of the body. Steam baths in this case would be very useful, and it is moderate and light on the head or legs, because here we are dealing with anemic and weakened an individual. To extinguish a match, I don't need a blacksmith's fur, just blow. Same applies to all anemic individuals. Heating steam baths are pleasant to them, but being too frequent, they take away blood, warmth and life. And strong, stout people can handle a lot of steam baths. How often can they sweat? Less than others, because they are anemic. It is to them that I rarely assign steam baths, preferring wraps to enhance the effusion. No sweating. A patient complains of severe pain in the legs and asks for steam baths for his dry, emaciated legs. It would be foolish to comply with his request. Skin and bones, what is there to evaporate and stand out? Here follows. Apply half baths and frequent dousing of the knees. I use the following steam baths. 1. Steam bath for the head. Rice. 6, 7 To prepare this bath, you need a fairly deep, narrow wooden vessel, Fig. 6, with ears on which one could comfortably rest with hands, and with a tight-fitting lid, 2 chairs and a woolen blanket large enough to wrap the patient. The taller chair serves as a seat. Lower, as support for dishes, tub, pelvis, buckets. When all this is cooked, the dishes placed on a low stool are filled with 3/4 boiling water and cover. Then sew with a lid and a wet handkerchief so that the steam comes out as little as possible. The patient undresses before. Belt covering the remaining underwear on it with a dry sheet to trap dripping sweat and not soak clothes. Then he sits on a high chair and bends over the dishes, resting his palms on his ears. Then the vessel, together with the patient, is covered on all sides with a large woolen blanket so that steam does not break through at all. Fig. 7. Then the helper, standing directly opposite the patient, lifts the blanket a little and removes the cover with a wet canvas. Steam, unrestrained, rushes on the head, chest and back and begins its dissolution work. The person assisting the patient must ensure that, so that the weaker ones, whose back soon begins to hurt, have a comfortable position so that the back has good support, etc. Complaints about the high temperature and various shouts, like, "I will have a stroke," "I can't stand it," etc., on the contrary, should be left without any attention. At first, indeed, others with unaccustomed people get scared of the intense heat, but soon they get used to it and adapt. They turn their head. They raise it, straighten the torso, etc. Having got used to it a little, the torso is tilted forward again. There is absolutely nothing to fear. I do not know of a single case that such a bath did any harm. Another is tormented by a toothache, the gums are swollen, the jaw hurts, as if it were being broken into pieces, the head hurts not bearable. As in the first case, I put a few drops of oil on the ears or on the back of the head. The result is shines auspicious. The peculiarity of this oil lies in the fact that at first it ulcerates the rubbed place, and then heals quickly. I do not regard this oil as a secret remedy at all. I told some of my friends its composition, but, in order to avoid abuse and mistakes, I keep its recipe a secret. Thorns Prunis spinosa L. Thorns are the most innocent laxative, which should be in the first place in every household. Pharmacy. It should be consumed whenever the need for a quick stomach cleansing is felt. You need to take a thorny color, boil it for 1 minute and drink 1 cup for 3 to 4 days. Infusion. Acts easily, without discomfort and pain, and at the same time thoroughly. Water shamrock watch triple Menyanthus trifoliana. Grows in swampy soil near flowing water, between grass, very bitter taste and gives excellent gastric tincture, aids in digestion. Coal powder. Always obtained from charcoal. The best powder is given by a linden tree, such a powder. Used even by pharmacists. In the absence of a linden tree, you can use any other. The fresher the coal, the better it is. Action. The freshest coal is the one that has just been taken out of the fire. If you finely grind this coal, you get coal powder. This powder greatly facilitates the work of the stomach after diseases in which they have suffered. Digestive organs. It sounds strange, but it is true nonetheless. It is best taken in milk and sugar. You need to take a dessert spoon daily in 1 or 2 receptions. Consumptive people should drink 2 glasses of milk a day and put a spoonful of charcoal powder on each glass. This powder works especially well for liver diseases. It should be taken in milk. Rotting or opened abscesses can be sprinkled with charcoal once or twice a day. It dries up the pus and this accelerates the peeling of the skin. Dill, Enathum graveolens L. Every home pharmacy should definitely have dill seeds, because they help from colic and cramps. In these cases, you need to boil a spoonful of dill in a cup of milk for 10 to 15 minutes and give hot drink to the patient. The rapidly spreading heat soothes the cramps, the colic weakens and disappear completely. At the same time, a warming compress of water and vinegar should be placed on the abdomen, both in half. Dill powder sprinkled as a spice on food removes gas from the stomach and intestines. Powder can obtained if toasted dill seeds are ground in an ordinary coffee mill. Dill oil, bought at the pharmacy. Eye water is also prepared from dill. To do this, boil half a tablespoon of dill in water. Wash and broth wash the eyes 3 times a day. The dill steam bath cleans and strengthens the eyes even better. Since I always mix 1/2 spoon of dill powder for the head steam bath, then actually with each head bath is connected to an eye bath. Anise and cumin act like dill. Seeds of all 3 plants are often mixed by grinding them. Violet, Viola odorata L. This fragrant spring flower should fill our home pharmacy with fragrance. In spring, children often develop severe coughs or whooping cough due to frequent changes in the weather. In that case, every caring mother should boil a handful of violet leaves. You can take violet roots. If you first crush them in 1/2 glass of water and give the child every 2 to 3 hours 2 to 3 tablespoons of this broth. Adults should take this medicine for a chronic cough. For them, the dose consists of 1 cups of infusion 3 times a day. Violet infusion is of great help to the consumptive, reducing coughing and secreting phlegm. This infusion should be considered a real medicine and taken as medicine. Dose. Every 2 to 3 hours, 3 to 5 tablespoons. Infusion of violets has a good effect on headaches and fever in the head. In these cases, soak a rag in a violet infusion and tie it around the head. The effect will be even stronger if you wash the back of the head with this infusion. The patients feel relief very soon and fall asleep. If use this infusion for a swelling in the throat as a gargle, then it has excellent services. Whoever suffers from shortness of breath resulting from the accumulation of gas in the stomach, I advise him to take treatment with violet infusion, i.e. take for some time 2 large or 3 small cups a day. Pounded violet leaves cool and soften tumors. If you cook decoction of violet leaves in vinegar, then it can be used to treat gout. At the home pharmacy next. Glowing to have a large supply of this plant. Field horsetail Equisetum arvens L. This plant has medicinal properties. Housewives consider it a good dish cleaner. Field horsetail is used for old or festering wounds, even for crustacean abscesses and caries. It has an excellent effect, washing away, dissolving and burning out all the spoiled substances. From a decoction of this herb is prepared and used for compresses, rinses and lotions. For this purpose, field horsetail is wrapped in a wet cloth and applied to the sore spot. It is also used for famous steam baths. See Part 3 for details. Horsetail also heals internal ailments. The infusion of this plant cleanses the stomach and can never harm. I advise you to take this infusion from time to time, but not every day. It soothes pains in stone disease with sand in the urinary bladder and makes it easier to urinate. Horsetail is the best remedy for such diseases, especially if you use a decoction of horsetail for steam baths. Such diseases are very common and cause great suffering, so I advise you to turn Attention to this irreplaceable and simple remedy. In addition to external use, patients should take 1 cup of this broth every day. It also helps with bleeding, bloody vomiting. In the latter case, very quickly, after 4 minutes, vomiting stops. Who suffers severe nosebleeds, so I advise you to sift horsetail decoction with your nose. Who suffers generally bleeding, one should drink 1 or 2 cups of this infusion every day. You must always have this plant at hand, which, in case of need, provides immediate assistance. Therefore, it should be found in large quantities in every home pharmacy. Royal candle, shepherd, scepter mullen, verbascum shraderi mea. An infusion of willow herb flowers is used as a means for gargling the throat, as well as for diseases of the throat, as containers, accumulation of phlegm in the chest and shortness of breath. Wild chicory, Cichorium intubus L. Chicory grows along the roads. It is also called sungrass, as its leaves are almost always facing to the sun. At first glance, this flower will seem to you very nondescript with its frail stem and disheveled leaves. But pay attention to its blue flowers, which are a little lighter cornflowers, and you will like the plant. The appearance is deceiving. Chicory keeps treasures in itself, i.e. healing juices. An infusion of chicory is taken against a clogged stomach, to remove excess bile, to cleanse liver, kidney and spleen from unhealthy substances. If the stomach is spoiled by any food or the digestion is in poor condition, it is necessary to take daily for 3 to 4 days before breakfast and in the evening, 1 cup of chicory infusion. For pinching in the stomach or other severe inflammation of any part of the body, I recommend a poultice from leaves and flowers of chicory. To do this, you must first boil these leaves with boiling water, wrap them in a cloth and then apply to the stomach or sore spots daily 2 to 3 times. This herb is often insisted on. Alcohol. Such a tincture is used with a strong decline in strength, for rubbing weakened limbs. In addition to leaves and flowers, we also use chicory roots as a healing agent. These roots are easiest to pick out. Suck in rainy weather. Blueberry, Vaccinium myrtillus. 2 or 3 handfuls of blueberries are placed in a bottle of good vodka. The more time, even years, the berries are infused, the better this medicinal tincture works. A person suffering from mild diarrhea should eat a few dried berries from time to time, chewing well. Very often this simple remedy is sufficient. Severe lingering diarrhea, accompanied by pain and, from time to time, and blood, calmed down with a spoonful of blueberry vodka in 1/8 cup of warm water. After 8 to 10 hours, you can repeat the reception, and the 3rd time there is hardly a need for it. Find in the pharmacy more. An innocent and sure remedy. With dangerous dysentery, bloody diarrhea, blueberry infusion is excellent. Promotes external hydrotherapy, warm compresses on the stomach from water with vinegar. Of all our tinctures, home pharmacy blueberry tincture is the most essential. It serves in all of the above cases. Gastric disorders. The dose depends on the degree of the disease, the smallest, 10 to 12 drops per piece of sugar. Stronger, about 30 drops and 6 tablespoons of warm water or wine. Sage, Salvia officinalis L. Whoever has a garden near the house will never forget to plant sage in it. This is a beautiful plant. I often saw passers-by tore off sage leaves and rub their black teeth with it. This proves that sage contains cleansing agents. Festering wounds heal quickly if you wash them with sage infusion or apply lotions to them from this infusion. Sage broth cleanses the stomach, relieves the throat of phlegm, and the tincture prepared in water or wine Works well on the liver and kidneys. The effect is enhanced if you add a little wormwood to the sage and prepare a decoction from this mixture. The powder from this medicinal plant can be consumed with food like pepper, sugar, or cinnamon. Powder acts like an infusion. Rose hip Rosa canina. The peel is removed from the rose hips, dried, and an infusion is prepared from it, cleansing the buds and Chevy bladder. I know a very old man who, in his youth, suffered greatly from urinary stones and sand, often not knowing where to go. He was advised to drink this infusion, and he got so used to it that he definitely drinks, before going to bed, a cup of it with more delight than the best wine. Here are my spirits, says he. This is the oil that is needed every day for the weakened machine of my old body, so that again put it in motion. Kneipp Sebastian. My hydraulic treatment. Home pharmacy. Contents of a small home pharmacy. Tinctures. Arnica, gentian, juniper berries, wormwood, rosemary, wild chicory, blueberries. Herbs for infusions. Dwarf elderberry, black elderberry, valerian, crow's feet, oak bark, angelica, street. John's wort, strawberry. Resin or incense grains, centaury, nettle, pulp, linden blossom, mallow, coltsfoot, mint. Mistletoe, eyebright, primrose, early ripening, plantain, marshmallow, rosemary, chamomile, rue, laxative. Wallhuber, thorns, shamrock, yarrow, violet, horsetail, king's candle, chicory. Sage, rose hips. Powders. Dwarf elderberry, valerian, camel hay, angelica, alum, flaxseed, coltsfoot, chalk. Mint, wormwood, sabur, sandalwood, dill, sage, bone powder, carbon powder. Oils. Aniseed, clove, camphor, juniper, almond, provençal, rut, spiked dill. Kneipp Sebastian. My hydraulic treatment. Home pharmacy. Strengthening nutrients. Bran bread recipe. Give wheat grain to the mill, ordering not to purify flour from bran, who uses bread with bran in large quantities, so I advise you to purchase a hand mill and cook yourself. Exactly the kind of flour he needs. I knew a professor in Tyrol who suffered so much from the stomach that he could not stand any food and lost his strength. He was advised to eat bran bread and buy himself a mill for grinding grain. He himself ground his own flour, and his wife baked bread, and after a while, the professor recovered completely thanks to him. Since millers are reluctant to do this, it is necessary. Inspect flour obtained from the mill. Dough is prepared from this flour with bran, i.e. add 2, 4, 6, 9 pounds. 1 pound equals 409.5 grams. Ed. Flour in a jar, dilute it with hot water and put it in a rather warm place overnight. Neither sourdough, nor salt, nor spices should be added to this dough. The next morning, small oblong buns are made from the dough and put in the oven 1¼ or 1½ hours. The oven must be heated in the usual way. When they take out bread from the oven, then it follows. Put it in hot water for 3 to 4 minutes, and then put it back in the oven to dry. I learned how to do this from a Trappist prior, who argued that it was the best a way to bake bran bread, since only in this way can all the nutritious and mainly sugary substances. I know many who very willingly eat this bread, assuring that it works great for heaviness in stomach, poor digestion, and especially with hemorrhoids. I know others who, after trying this bread for the first time, found it tasteless, but over time, accustomed to it to such an extent that now they prefer it to everyone else. This bread must be kept in a cool place, and if the crust is too hard, then the bread must be wrapped with a wet cloth. Fortifying soup crafts up. Drinking this soup can make many unhappy people happy. I recommend it not only because that it contains nutrients, but also because it is very easy and cheap to prepare. A wealthy gentleman, convinced of the excellent effect of this soup, bought 2 large black bread. Black bread is made from rye flour so that a lot of bran remains in the flour. This gentleman cut the bread into pieces and, putting them on an iron sheet, ordered them to be put on a hot stove to dry them out. Then these pieces were pounded in a mortar into a rather coarse powder. To get some soup, he put 2 to 3 tablespoons of this powder in a boiling broth, adding some spices. In 3 minutes, strengthening soup is ready. It is very tasty, nutritious, and almost does not form gases at all. Often he used milk instead of broth to make soup, in the same way. And 4. This soup is enough for 2 minutes. Since milk also contains many nutrients, I prefer soup cooked in milk. If there is no milk or broth, then you can pour the bread powder into boiling water, add a little spices and beef fat. This can also be called a strengthening soup. Once this gentleman went to a peasant woman who baked bread from spelt, similar to wheat flour from spelt is also not cleaned of bran. He bought 2 of these breads and did the same with them as he did with black. Then I mixed the resulting bread powder with black bread powder and made myself from this mixture strengthening soup. You can get 6 different varieties of such a soup, differing not only in composition, but and in its nutritional value. This soup is very useful for weak children, as it is easy to digest, strengthens, and does not form gas. Young people and those who suffer from anemia, I advise you to use this soup. Moreover, it can be recommended to patients as the most nutritious food for a weakened body and the elderly, which have no teeth to chew on solid food. Therefore, in every home you should use this healthy soup. One dignitary, whom I advised to eat this soup, claimed that it is the healthiest and most enjoyable strengthening food. Making honey wine. Useful for the healthy and sick. The ancient Germans did not know either wine or beer, since it did not exist yet. Despite their extremely simple food, they have always been healthy and reached a ripe old age. They all attributed this to honey. Guilt. Unfortunately, this drink is now almost completely forgotten and gave way to beer, which is fake and harmful. Recipes for making this honey drink can be found in every essay on beekeeping. But I have heard complaints about the fact that these recipes do not succeed in making wine. My way. Preparation is as follows. I pour 60 to 65 glasses of soft water into a clean copper cauldron and put the cauldron on the fire. When the water starts to warm up, I pour in 6 glasses of honey and put it on a light fire. This water it should boil with honey for 1.5 hours, and it is necessary to remove the dirty foam that floats on surface. After boiling, honey water can be poured into tin or earthenware jugs and given cool down. When the water is as warmed in the sun in extreme heat, then it must be poured into clean barrel. The hole in the barrel is not hammered in. If the cellar is warm, then after 5 to 10 days, fermentation begins. After 2 weeks, the first fermentation period ends, and then the young wine follows. Pour into another barrel, so that the sediment remains in the first. Secondary fermentation lasts 10 to 14 days, and after that the hole must be tightly sealed. After 3-4 weeks honey wine is ready, then it is bottled and placed in a cold place. It will soon begins to foam heavily. This drink is very pleasant and perfectly refreshes, therefore it is given even to patients with fever when Neither wine nor beer can be drunk. But I also recommend this drink to healthy people, although I advise you to drink it small portions, otherwise he may very soon become disgusted. Kneipp Sebastian. My hydraulic treatment. Part 3. Treatment of diseases. Introduction. The cases described below are not fictional. They were all in reality, and I vouch for each fact given here. These facts are presented by me not for the sake of advertising or exaggeration, but in order to they could help or serve in life. I am well aware of how imperfect and incomplete the third part of my book is, i.e., how many cases of disease are not even mentioned in it. This is partly due to lack of time, but mainly I did not want to try and briefly list all diseases and methods of their treatment. Relying on a limited number of readers, I intend to present it to them rather in the form of a conversation, but in such a way that each individual case points to known symptoms related to it, and immediately outlined the correct method of hydrotherapy, the best in this case. As a gardener, making a bouquet picks not all flowers and not in the same quantity, so am I in the field of diseases. Tried to choose only the most instructive cases of hydrotherapy that are often found in our diseases. Did I succeed or not? In any case, there was such a good desire. I, however, think that the wishing to learn and an unbiased reader will find more than one grain of gold in the sand. Dear reader, disease is a cross that each of us has to bear. Sooner or later, and maybe only at death, we have the right to ease this cross for ourselves. The prophet Elisha also told Naaman, to the prince of Syria, sick with leprosy, "Go, wash yourself 7 times in Jordan, and your body will be renewed with you, and you will be clean." See 2 Kings 5:10. Ed. Note. May the Lord help me in my desire to help many who bear their cross with difficulty. Asthma. One gentleman says, I am 46 years old. I have been suffering from asthma for 20 years. I have consulted many doctors, but they announced to me that my illness was incurable, and prescribed only sedatives that didn't help. Often breathing was so difficult, especially at night, that in severe frosts I was standing by the open window so as not to suffocate. Such seizures sometimes continued for several days. Contract. All means were ineffective. Added to this was a lack of appetite and complete breakdown, and I saw that this could not continue. Finally, the sky took pity on me. Book. My hydrotherapy came as a savior. It's incredible how water can quickly transform human nature. I was cured in 1 week. The water applications were as follows: 1. Top douche. Doused knees, walking on water. 2. Dousing the back and thighs. 3. Sitz bath, top douche. Half bath. 4. Dousing the upper body and back, walking on water. 5. Half bath, top douche. Sitz bath. 6. Full bath, top douche. 7. Doused thighs, upper body. Besides that, I walk barefoot on the grass for 2 hours daily. It was summer and my health was improving every hour. Delirium tremens. A 36-year-old man drank a lot of beer and ate very little. He only felt good when the stomach was full of beer. The rest of the time he complained of weakness. The unfortunate person has developed severe delirium tremens. He was especially tormented by rheumatic pains, convulsions, and headache. The following applications of water completely cured him in 3 weeks. First day. Top and knee pouring, walking and standing in water. Keep your arms up to your shoulders in the water. Back douche. Second day. Half bath, upper and knee pouring. Third day. Sitting bath. Top douche. Fourth day, half bath, full bath. In this order, it continued until recovery. Painful symptoms disappeared, appetite was restored. Health improved, the passion for beer disappeared. It is necessary to pay attention here to the fact that after treatment, a rash appeared, secreting poisonous juices from the body. Insomnia. One priest suffered from insomnia for 9 weeks, his strength was gradually depleted, and mental pursuits became impossible. Despondency, depression, lethargy set in. Overwork and troubles worried him greatly, and the unfortunate man felt like he was in a fever. Agitated blood raged in him. She calmed down with steam baths for the head, a Spanish raincoat, douches. Body and knees, foot steam baths, short wrap, lower and upper compresses, 2 to 3 of these. Applications were carried out daily for 12 days. After 3 days, the patient slept a little. Now he, perfectly healthy. The insomnia that plagues so many unfortunate people can have a wide variety of causes. Circulation, lack of transpiration, accumulation of gases in the stomach and intestines, etc. Insomnia most often affects people who engage in mental work before overwork. About treatment. Sleeplessness from other reasons we mentioned above. I know one noble gentleman who almost did not work at all physically, but only mentally. He would like to have no stomach or legs at all. It is difficult, of course, to force such people to behave judiciously, but in this case he succeeded. He began to pay a little more to the unfortunate body attention. He made it a rule for himself to wear a Spanish cloak twice a week. Disappeared soon. Insomnia, and with it its unpleasant companions. Another gentleman ordered a vessel of fresh water to be placed on a chair by his bed every evening. If, after half an hour, he could not sleep yet, then he washed himself completely and, without wiping himself off, lay down in bed and soon fell asleep. He did the same if he woke up at night or too early in the morning. Subsequently, insomnia passed without a trace. Sometimes babies cannot sleep or wake up because they were too fed before bed, stomach burdened, and prevents them from falling asleep. You need to wet a towel and make a short wrap. Child soon doze off and fall asleep. With insomnia from physical fatigue, it is enough to take a warm foot bath. With mental overwork is not enough. In the latter case, I advise taking 1-2 minutes cold every night. Sitz baths. I advise the same to those who cannot sleep due to hemorrhoids, gas and other misery of the abdomen. I do not recommend anyone resorting to artificial sleep aids. They are all, so to speak, not natural, and what is not natural, contrary to nature, cannot be useful to it. Eye disease. Agatha comes and says, for 3 years now I have been suffering from severe headaches and have completely lost sleep. My feet are always cold. When the headache stops for a while, I am haunted by a terrible pain in back. My eyesight is so weak that I can hardly distinguish at home, and if it goes on like this, I will go completely blind. Agatha had to 2 times a week, wear a shirt soaked in water and salt for 1.5 hours. 2 times a week, apply a short wrap for 1.5 hours each time with a piece of canvas soaked in decoction of hay dust. Pour water on your knees daily for 1 minute, followed by movement. This went on for 2 weeks. During the 3rd week, she had to do a douche every day. Upper body and knees, and after dinner take a half bath. In addition, every day walk 3 minutes on water. The same continued for another 2 weeks. After this time, the rush of blood to the head disappeared, the vision therefore returned, the cold was no longer felt in the legs, the patient recovered. Throat ailments. Andre complains that it is very difficult for him, and sometimes it is simply impossible for him to speak. Once upon a time I have strong. My finger hurt. Since then, I have not been able to speak. Now the finger starts to hurt again. My appetite. Lovely, and I feel good. The doctor said that my tongue is very long and needs to be cut. But I don't want to do that. This man's head was somewhat large, as if swollen on the right side, below the ear was visible. Small swelling. It was clear that the normal appearance of the face was somewhat disturbed and that the head and neck swollen rather from the inside than outside, due to which there was a narrowing of these organs, and hence the disease. Throat. The sore finger obviously was not cured the first time. The poisonous substances were not completely removed. If we remove these substances completely, cleanse the body, we will also heal the throat. This requires first act on the whole body, and then on the head, using a bag and a shawl for this. Need to get into bag, having previously moistened it in a decoction of oat straw. This must be done for 3 days. 1.5 hours each time. From the 4th day, already every other day. The shawl needs to be applied daily for an hour. After 2 weeks, you can do full washing 2 times a week and, in addition, apply once a week. Spanish cloak. If the tongue still hurts, then you can take 2 steam baths for the head, of course, in different days. The patient recovered completely. One priest says, in the summer of 1888, I sometimes had a slight sore throat, and still always. There was a slight urge to cough. During a long conversation, during a divine service in a church, and also, during the sermon, my voice was very weak and sometimes even threatened to completely cut off. This illness worsened in September and October. There was a strong catarrh of the pharynx, and, in addition, the doctor found that the tops of the lungs were damaged. 3-month stay in Merin, rinsing and smearing, climbing to the mountains, nothing helped. Before the new year, the doctor even wanted to perform an operation on me. Finally I decided. Leave Merin and visit Verishofen. Water applications, twice daily top. Dousing and walking on water soon eased my condition, the pain decreased, my voice grew stronger. Still sonorous, and I could even take part in the service. But the voice was still hoarse, and besides, moreover, I still felt a slight pain in my throat, which soon, however, stopped. Every week I felt relief. After 3 weeks my voice was as strong as before. I could tackle again. Their own business. Diseases of the stomach. Poor stomach. What are you not accused of? After heart and nerves, you are the first scapegoat. Ask hundreds of people if they have stomach problems, and very few of them will answer you no. After all, the stomach in most cases is as innocent as a newborn baby, and as healthy as cheerful child. I'll give you a few examples to prove it. Amalia vomited very frequently throughout the year. Therefore, she could not eat anything, except for 3-4 tablespoons of lukewarm milk. She consulted many famous doctors. The patient was brought to me, not asking for my consent. I could not send these poor people away. The patient was very emaciated, her face haggard, voice weakened. She did not have a cough at all. This was the most important thing for me, but only this. Ventricular suffering, from which I was asked to cure. I asked him to calm down and said that the patient's stomach was healthy, and the disease had to be looked for elsewhere. Some were angry, others laughed, but the sick woman thought it was true that I had lost my mind. What led me to such a conclusion? The patient did not cough, but air gases seemed to be escaping from her mouth, stomach and The intestines were full of gas. With such a neighborhood, even a hardy stomach could not bear it and was almost completely suspended. The disease intensified also because the skin was completely dry, all transpiration has ceased. Water applications in order: lukewarm bottom wraps, upper body washes, short wraps, full wash, knee wash, 1/2 minute, bottom wrap again, top douche, kneeling in water, 1/2 minute, to the stomach area, complete washing, upper and bottom compresses. On each half of the day, the patient had to do one of these uses in the above order, and, in addition, once or twice a day walk on wet stones. Gases began to come out. Normal, and transpiration, the correct activity of the skin, was restored. With the removal of gases to the patient, appetite returned, blood and juices increased, and in a short time, 5 weeks, the patient was perfect. She is healthy. For many years, Rosa has been suffering from a stomach, and for the last few months she has also suffered from severe cramps. Stomach. Often lies in bed, and even if she can get up, she does very little with great difficulty. By their own business. Many doctors told her that she only had stomach trouble. The poor man took a lot of drops, powders, pills, etc., for the most part all sharp things. I have advised to do one of the following daily: Spanish raincoat, hay compresses. Rot on the stomach for 2 hours, short wrap, to dissolve and excrete, upper and lower. Compresses, cold full baths, twice at night from bed, again a Spanish cloak. Moreover, walking on wet stones or wet grass, sometimes doused knees, after 4 weeks it was enough. Apply alternately a Spanish raincoat and a short wrap every other day. Then the patient had to often walk barefoot. Rose made a complete recovery. I'm so healthy now, she told me when a recent chance meeting, as never before in my life. Frederick often vomited, first with stomach acids, then with everything he ate and drank. No means helped. The doctor announced that he had a hard stomach and a narrowing of the entrance to the stomach. The patient had to put a handkerchief soaked in water on his stomach for 10 days every day for 2 hours. With vinegar, take a warm foot bath with ash daily and wash your back with cold every night. Water. Already after 6 days, an improvement was noticeable. After 10 days, the patient began to apply twice a week a short wrap, once a Spanish cloak, and took a foot bath every other day with ash and salt. In the last 2 weeks, he took 2 half baths, up to the stomach area, weekly, and did 3 top and bottom douches. After 6 weeks the patient was completely healthy. I could cite countless such cases, but it seems to me that what has been said is enough. I readily agree and admit that if such a disease is not eliminated, then stomach cancer will form. But here, too, there can be mistakes and delusions. One person, by definition of experts, stomach cancer has formed, they just asked me for advice on what precautionary measures to take in the house so that none of the family gets infected with this terrible disease. I pointed out to them what to do for this, and, besides, I advised the patient something. After 4 weeks the patient recovered completely. I appointed him simple infusions of yarrow, wormwood and sage, short wraps alternately with leg baths. One gentleman suffered from rush of blood after eating, as well as belching, especially 2 hours after eating. Repeated every 4 to 5 minutes. In addition, he was constipated, his intestines were weakened, and his legs were severely sweat, heavy, offensive odor. This condition lasted for 5 to 6 years. He used different means, but all is unsuccessful. He looked painful, his face was pale, the circles under his eyes were blue, in general he was anemic, and therefore there was little natural warmth in it, bad digestion, due to which the body and blood was poorly nourished. Applications of water: 1 warm foot bath to release spoiled substances from the legs, approximately 3 to 4 times until their sweating stops. 2 complete washings in order to induce universal transpiration and at the same time raise natural warmth. 3 top and bottom pouring. These procedures should be continued for 8 to 10 days, 2 at a time. Further treatment is complete washing, upper and lower compress, kneeling in water, bag dousing, all this for 10 days. The third part of the treatment is made up of half baths and complete washings. For 3 to 4 weeks such a patient can be cured. To further strengthen health, it is necessary to do 2 weekly applications, a complete washing or top and bottom pouring. A 64-year-old woman complained of severe burning sensation in the stomach, belching and vomiting. In addition, she was often freezing and sometimes sweated a lot. Over time, the disease intensified, despite all the means against her. It would be best here to take daily 20 drops of wormwood tincture in a small cup of warm water. In addition, the warm bottom compresses daily, lasting 1 hour, then every other day. Alternately tie it to the stomach folded in half and a handkerchief soaked in warm water and take a warm foot bath with ash and salt for 14 minutes. One lady, 40 years old, complained of frequent stomach pains, abdominal pains, lack of appetite, sour belching and weakness. The legs and arms were mostly cold. Water applications were assigned here. The following: 1 every morning and evening. Strongly wipe your chest and stomach with a mixture of water and vinegar in half. 2 eat 6 to 8 juniper berries daily. 3 times weekly. Getting out of bed, wash and without wiping off, go back to bed. After 2 weeks the patient was healthy. To maintain health, she had to wash herself for some time once a week. For a long time, I have severe pains in my stomach. My stomach is very puffy. In order to get rid of pain, I must rip out everything I ate. My legs mostly hurt, and in them I still feel convulsive twitching. My lips are always white. I have become completely thin. I have already addressed many doctors. They did not help me with their own means, but rather weakened. Application of water: 1 tie boiled hay dust to the stomach 3 times weekly for 1 hour. 2 through at night. Getting out of bed, wash yourself and without wiping off, go back to bed. 3 every morning. Take 25 drops of wormwood tincture in water every evening. 25 drops of rosehip tincture. Diseases of the urinary organs. Once they called me to a 70-year-old carpenter to prepare him for death. I was told that he is experiencing terrible torment because he cannot urinate. I immediately went to sick. As a priest, I could not do anything, because the patient was running around the room and screaming in pain. Together, his wife cried and shouted, completely at a loss. I ordered her to boil quickly water, prepare a chamber pot and throw a handful of horsetail into it. It should be noted that the doctor lived at a distance of 2 hours' drive, so that he would hardly have found a patient alive. The water boiled, and the patient's wife poured it into a pot on a field horsetail. The patient sat on it, and steam covered all the sore spots. He had to sit like this for 20 to 30 minutes, and then go to bed. In an hour I promised to come again to prepare him for death. But when I arrived, the patient was lying quietly in bed and sweated a lot. The next day he took another such steam bath, which lasted 20 minutes. On the third day he rested, and on the fourth day he went to work as if nothing had happened. This person caught a cold and got the above disease. It just seems incredible how such a simple herb, timely and quickly applied, can help in the most severe suffering. One peasant fell ill with the same thing. With great effort and great suffering, the doctor released. I urinate him with a catheter. At the same time, the catheter broke, and knew even more. Terrible. It was a real torture while they took out the piece that remained in the body. But after that it formed severe inflammation, so that there could be no more talk of a catheter. The doctor tried to penetrate bladder instrument, but the attempt failed twice, and the doctor announced that death was inevitable. A priest was called. By chance he knew the remedy with which I had cured in the first case. He quickly applied him, and the results were the same. The bladder emptied, the inflammation ceased, and the patient completely recovered. He took 2 such steam baths daily. In addition, you can still recommend drinking an infusion of horsetail, 1 cup daily. One woman lay in bed for 19 weeks and all this time was treated by doctors who decided that she has bladder cancer. The pains were sometimes so strong that the neighbors could hear her screams. On the recovery was no longer hoped. I advised this poor woman to boil horsetail. Moisten a handkerchief in the broth, put the boiled horsetail in a slightly squeezed handkerchief, fold it and apply in this way from the front to the sore spot. After the first compress, the patient felt relief. She did this for 5 days, 3 to 4 times daily, each time for 2 hours. In addition, she took orally 3 times a day an infusion of field horsetail. On the 5th day, during inexpressible torment, a salt stone came out from her. The appearance of the stone is clear. It was evident that partly he dissolved. The patient finally recovered. One 64-year-old man, quite strong and healthy, could not urinate. The doctor immediately applied the catheter. After that, every day I had to invite a doctor. After 4 days, the patient's whole body appeared intense febrile fever, and, worst of all, he was forbidden to drink anything. The doctor lost almost every hope of recovery. They turned to me for advice. I told the patient to lie with his back on a sheet, folded several times and soaked in warm water for 3/4 of an hour, then wet again. A sheet and put it on your stomach for an hour, upper and lower compresses. Already after the first time it moved away. More bottles of urine. The compress was applied at first twice a day, and after a while only once. Inside, the patient took a cup of horsetail infusion, juniper berries daily in 3 doses. Or elderberry root, boil it for 5 minutes. Such would be the effect of rosemary on wine and infusion of some juniper berries boiled in water. Thanks to all this, the disease, and with it the fever, passed. From that time on, this old man felt much healthier and stronger than until now. A 42-year-old peasant told me the following: I have been ill for 4 years, my disease every month, everything worsens. I have pain when urinating. I cannot hold urine for more than an hour, and if it passes more time, then the pain intensifies so much that convulsions begin with me, and only after them a little urine flows. I have consulted many doctors, but to no avail. By appointment 1 Munich. I have already drunk 80 bottles of mineral water from the doctor's office. At night I have to get up every half hour to urinate, otherwise the pain becomes unbearable. In general, I'm healthy. I look like According to everyone, it's good. I rarely drink beer. After it I always feel worse. Treatment 1. Daily 2 warm baths of a decoction of oat straw at 37 to 40 degrees, 10 minutes in. Warm bath, then 1/2 minute in cold and again 10 minutes in warm, so 3 times, 2 daily short. A wrap, also dipped in a decoction of oat straw, lasting 1 hour. It's within 2 weeks. 3 daily 3 small cups of horsetail and juniper berry infusion, boiled 10 minutes. One servant drained little urine in severe pain. The doctor said that urine should be removed every other day. Catheter. Meanwhile, the disease intensified. The servant then began, on my advice, to take twice daily 25 to 30 drops of infusion of juniper berries and rose hips in a glass of water. On the same day he felt relief, and after 10 days the disease was completely gone. For a change, he took, except of the above, more wormwood drops. You can also advise to drink a decoction for diseases of the bladder. Black currant leaves. Diseases of the feet. The official complains that he has an open wound on his leg. The wound in the calf, he says, is quite large and a lot of pus flows out of it every day. I am much more afraid of wounds and inflammations of the very color of my legs. All of her. Dark blue. I have already consulted many doctors. Among other means, they made me drink mineral water. But it's all in vain. He is a 45-year-old man, a good, strong physique with a certain tendency to be overweight. His face, somewhat red. I immediately recognized him as a beer lover. The corners of the eyes were cloudy, the eyes were a little yellow, the ears very red. When I asked if he felt healthy at all, he answered, "I feel good. I have an excellent appetite. I am not a drunkard, but I enjoy drinking 2 to 3 glasses of beer every day." The suffering is purely local, one of such frequent sufferings of the feet. All patients of this kind, an exception as rare as the white crow, always complain only to a sore or festering place and think that it is enough to heal it to become healthy. First, the body must be healed, all the impure juices must first be removed, and the open leg wound will close itself. In my opinion, there is nothing more unreasonable than to heal the whole of the wound, to try to close the door, through which the sick organism endures everything harmful to it. Water collects in the mountains and, having made its way, flows in a stream as light as crystal. The same thing happens in human body. Unhealthy juices flow to one place and push until a hole through which they could exit. Nature itself indicates how you can help yourself, and we bind it, so to speak, hand and foot. We give her the way to salvation. Is it any wonder, then, that it ends in death and destruction of the body? I advise this official to do the lower wrap for 11/2 of an hour and thoroughly wash the upper body twice a day. In addition, a daily steam bath for the head for 20 minutes. These uses of water were to cleanse the body and at the same time contribute to the better secretion of unhealthy juices. Weeks into this, the sick man came to me again and said, "The last time I told you that I was not sick at all, but now I know very well that I was very ill. Only with difficulty could I climb the stairs, so difficult. I had my breath." The doctor to whom I said this reminded me of my years, i.e. that I'm already getting old. Now, I feel very different. It breathes easily and I feel so good. Before I was constantly tormented by longing. Now I am in the happiest mood. I eat and drink with such an appetite as never before. Why me? Haven't said it before. During these 2 weeks I had a lot of urine in the body, especially in the area. Belly, I feel some relief. The leg pains are significantly reduced and the wound appears to be narrower. Begins to heal. What should I do next to finally heal my leg, as well as my body? This official continued to do 2 lower reps weekly, each half an hour, and 1 upper body douche daily. On the leg he applied daily 2, 3 and even 4 times. A linen cloth dipped in warm water. There was nothing else to do with the leg. When the source ceases to feed, the flow stops of itself, and it dries up. After another 3 weeks, the official came to me again. By this time, not only his whole body had already recovered, but also his leg. From these, since then, he has constantly praised the healing effects of water. To protect yourself from a new congestion of painful substances, such a cured patient must continue one or the other method of hydrotherapy. In his choice, he must focus on its application, which, as he learned on himself from experience, has the best effect on him. I will point out 2 more ways to treat open wounds on the leg here. The first of them can be useful to a peasant, and for the common man in general, who is not so easy to prepare a bath for himself. The second will be good for persons of the middle and upper classes. A rather dense peasant came to me and said, I have an open wound on my leg. Treat me too. Water. Willingly, my friend. I answered him. Do this, go home, lay on your bed a woolen rug or a rough linen sheet. Then find your oldest, former longest time in business and therefore soft bag. Soak it in cold water, squeeze it out a little and get into it in suit of Adam. Or, if you like, put on a bag like pants. Once done, get into bed quickly and cover yourself warmer with a woolen blanket and a feather bed. The peasant became afraid. And this, I continued further. You need to do it every day for the first time for a week. You need to lie in the bag for 2 hours. Peasant. Already sweating when he left, nevertheless he did what he was ordered to do. For 15 days he lay in bag 15 times, and the leg completely recovered. I advised him at times to continue to do all the same. The same. I didn't have to tell him that twice. Out of gratitude and joy, exclaimed he, I will continue this story with the sack for a whole year. And he kept his word. Another method of treatment is much shorter and simpler. It is necessary to take 1 weekly twice warm a bathtub with a triple change, best of all from a decoction of oat straw. In addition, twice a week the lower 1.5 hour wrap or Spanish cloak instead, the same amount of time. To warn you, I quote the following case. One fairly plump, very healthy gentleman. There was a wound on his leg, which was very painful for him. He took up and used hydrotherapy 12 days. He was simply amazed that he felt great after that. However, you can heal this nasty wound on my leg, he said. Whoever does this reduces his life. I have never done this and will never do that, I objected. This annoyed the master and he left. It was in the fall. In the spring, as I heard, he visited various mineral waters, and when he returned home, tried every means just to close the wound. He managed to do it. After 6 to 8 4 weeks his leg had apparently been healed. Suddenly he had a big abscess on top of his back. The doctors mistook him for a carbuncle. Having opened it with a cruciform incision, they found here, instead of pus, a large solid mass. After 12 days, this gentleman died of blood poisoning. Of such and similar examples could be cited quite a few. Once I came to the same house. The young owner was just at this time keeping his leg up to the knee in hot water before. The doctor's writing. The bath should have been as hot as he could bear. And without that, the severe pains increased further from the hot water. The leg from the ankles to the calves is so swollen that it has increased twice, and the swelling above the ankles was of such a color and so inflamed that one would expect soon opening the inflamed area. I absolutely do not understand what benefit it can have with such a severe inflammation of the leg, and so already hot enough hot water, which is hardly useful even for a healthy person, let alone sick, and at the same time used not for a short time and once, but for a long time and often. Finally, the patient declared that he was no longer able to endure, and ordered to remove the water out of sight. I waited calmly until the order was carried out, and then advised him, instead of hot water, to order to bring cabbage brine, wet a soft cloth in it and put it on the most inflamed place. From above I advised, wrap his leg with a soft handkerchief dipped in cold water, so that it covers the entire leg from the ankles to the calves. On top of that, something else dry, of course, and repeat both compresses together whenever the leg begins to hurt and burn again. The young man did everything as I advised him, and in 2 days he could walk again. The tumor opened up. To quickly dissolve and allocate matter, he tied around a pouch filled with boiled hay dust. After 8 to 10 days, the leg was healthy and continued to act as before. One senior person says, every year my legs hurt for 2 to 3 weeks, I'm healthy the rest of the year. My legs are always sensitive. Before the onset of leg pain I am on fire, and at times I feel strong stabbing pains. Then the legs swell up to the knees and are quite much. When a swelling appears, the pain decreases somewhat, but still I am not capable of any work. Is there any way to cure this disease? I advised him the following: 1. Twice a week to wear stockings soaked in the water in which it was boiled. Oat straw, slightly lukewarm water, tie a dry handkerchief over wet stockings and hold this leg. Wrap for 2 hours. You can do this in the evening. 2. Weekly 1 short, moistened in a cold water, wrapping lasting 11 halves of an hour. If you do this 2 or 3 times a week at continuation of 5 to 6 weeks, then the patient will completely recover. One peasant comes to me and shows his swollen legs, completely hard to the touch, covered with large dark blue spots. They hurt him very much, so that he often could not sleep at night because of the pain. Moreover, since the time his legs were swollen, he began to yearn, fell into despondency, so that even, as he himself said, more than once had already wished for his own death. His appetite was bad, he looked sickly. Treatment was as follows: 1 weekly steam foot bath, and in the first week 2 twice in. Put on a shirt dipped in a decoction of oat straw for 1.5 hours for a week, 3 twice a week. Wrap the whole body in a wet sheet for 1.5 hours, 4 at night. Constantly tie your leg to the knee. Handkerchiefs dipped in water in which 2 tablespoons of camel hay were boiled. It is this wrapping and contributed mainly to pain relief and softening. Inside, he took camel broth. Paid 2 pinches per cup of boiling water, 2 to 3 times during the day. Foot diseases of a different kind. One woman had pains in her legs for years. From time to time, a wound on a leg would open up. A lot of pus was discharged, and after a few weeks the wound closed again. Treatment: 1 3 times a week, getting out of bed at night, washing completely and immediately after that, again in bed. 2 Spanish cloak once a week. 3 Wrapping the legs for a while from morning to noon, or from noon to evening, with a handkerchief dipped in a decoction of hay dust, but well squeezed out, and on top of that, some woolen blanket. A plaster of boiled camel hay was applied to a skinless area 3 fingers wide. Every 2 to 3 days, boiled hay dust was applied to the sore leg for 2 hours well wrung out warm, but not hot, and on top of that they covered the leg with something. Inside the patient took, daily, 1 cup of infusion of 4 to 6 green elderberry leaves. Lung disease. One woman says, doctors say that I have catarrh of the lungs and an ulcer, that my lungs are severely affected. Us. 2 doctors even decided that nothing could help me. I want to make one last try now. Be treated with water. For 20 days, this woman was given 2 top douches daily and now. After that douche the knees and twice a week, a short wrap. In addition, every day she took 2 cups, in small portions, of decoction of dill seed, nettle and plantain. Thereafter, the cough stopped, the patient looked fresh, her strength returned to her again. Nerve disease. One scientist, 34 years old, says, already 11 years ago, due to mental overwork and constant rush of blood to the head, I began to feel severe pain and heaviness in my head. Continuing to work hard, I upset my nerves to such an extent that for 2 years now I have been unable to engage in mental work, and I can't even read a prayer without a break. Everything in Verishofen. Using water for a week did not help me at all, and even worsened my condition, so I had to leave these funds for 3 to 4 days, but the bulk oil helped me. The heaviness in my head is gone. She became clear and has remained the same to this day. I will add to his story that he hastened his treatment and prepared a fertile ground for this, for that he himself, before arriving in Verishofen, was treated according to the advice of my book and with a reasonable choice of various water applications combined the accuracy and compliance with all instructions and regulations. But when he came to me, his condition was still very serious, although with his healthy appearance only a connoisseur could recognize painful condition. Now he is completely healthy and vigorous. Kidney disease. One peasant says, although I look full and healthy, in fact I am very sick, I am not at all able to work, my body swells, often I have such shortness of breath that it seems that I am about to suffocate on. At night I often do not sleep. My urine is thick and mixed with blood, I feel a burning sensation in my bladder. I was treated by many doctors. One found that I had liver distress and gallstones, the other that I had kidney disease and that they can fester. The third one said that my stomach does not work. To this patient I have prescribed the following. Every week 2 warm baths with a decoction of oat straw, 37 to 40 degrees, with a triple change, 10 minutes. In warm water, 1 minute, in cold. 2 times a week, a short wrap, also in a decoction of oat straw, for 1.5 hours. Every day, inside 2 cups of horsetail and juniper berries infusion, cook for 10 minutes. After a week of treatment, the patient recovered completely, the bloating of the body and yellowness of the skin disappeared, the urine became normal, the complexion became healthy, the strength returned. Ear disease. The ear is one of the most delicate organs of the human body, and it is very easy to lose hearing, from illness, from unhealthy lifestyle. Once a woman comes to me and says, my daughter was sick with scarlet fever, from which she was treated, but since then she feels bad all the time and complains about one thing or another, but worst of all, that she was almost completely deaf. Whatever advised her against it does not help at all. It is clear that the girl was not completely cured. Therefore, it is necessary to treat not only the ear, but the whole body. Applications of water. Wet shirt for 1.5 hours. Put on a shawl for 1.5 hours, and wet it 2 times, these 1.5 hours legs, from ankles to calves, should be in a warm leg wrap. At night when getting out of bed, complete washing and then, without wiping off, go back to bed, especially. Diligently wash the back of the head and ears. To the ears and the parts surrounding them, apply a canvas for 2 hours, immersed in a cold water head wrap. These 5 water treatments need to be taken for a long time, at least 1 daily. Good at this, take 1 bath of oat straw a week, 35 to 37 degrees, for 25 minutes, immediately after. This is a cold wash, so that the body does not become too susceptible to warm water. These applying water will heal the body. For the future, it may be advisable to apply still warm poultices to ears. Stomach ache. One gentleman, 40 years old, complained of dizziness, hot flashes and severe headaches. Appetite. Him was good. The face was red. Mostly he complained that his stomach was swollen with gas. The treatment consisted in the following: first day, before lunch, top douche and douche of knees, after lunch overhead pouring and walking on water. Second day, before lunch, top dousing and walking on water. To the knees after dinner, top drenching and standing in the water. Third day, top pouring and standing on. Kneeling in water after dinner, pouring water on the back. Fourth day, the same as third day. Fifth day, before lunch, half bath, slightly late, top pouring after lunch, top douche, and after 2 hours sedentary bath. Sixth day, top drenching before lunch and half bath after 2 hours after dinner, a shoulder length bath. Seventh day, walking in the water to the calves and after 2 hours dousing the back. He repeated all this for 4 weeks until complete recovery. Dropsy. In a rainy season, when the sun is rarely shown on other soil, the water does not seep into the depths and does not evaporates and forms small pools of stagnant water. This water spoils and does a lot of harm. Plants growing in this place. Almost the same thing happens in the human body when dropsy begins in it. This disease can develop in people whose blood and juices are too watery. Blood feeds the whole body and individual organs. This is the main source of strength and life, delivering everything to the whole body. Necessary. But sick blood cannot give the body either strength or life, therefore sluggish muscles. Sluggish vessels, stagnation of blood, these are the harbingers of dropsy. People suffering from this disease can be recognized by their appearance. Young people suddenly seem to grow old. The complexion deteriorates, the muscles hang sluggishly, like broken strings, on the bones, everywhere, especially under the eyes. Water bags are formed. Soon the whole body is covered with such bags, as if it is asking for a healthy blood, but instead receives only water. There are different types of dropsy. If blood stasis forms between the skin and muscles, then a subcutaneous dropsy. If the abdomen fills with fluid, then there will be dropsy of the abdominal cavity. If the water appears in the heart bag, it is called dropsy of the heart, etc. Dropsy is a consequence many diseases, but in such cases it is for the most part a harbinger of death, especially often. It appears after scarlet fever, if the latter is not well cured. If in a patient the body still has poisonous substances, and it is not in the forces to isolate them, then the whole body begins to swell. If the dropsy has spread far, has reached a high degree, then in most cases nothing can be helped due to lack of blood. At first, when the disease had not yet spread, You can still help by pumping out water from the outside and from the inside. Let me explain this with examples. One peasant woman, at the age of 48, began to swell up all over, so that she could hardly walk. She was already strong, weakened, and could hardly breathe. I advised her to make an infusion of rosemary in wine and drink it daily at 2 glasses, about 1/2 bottle. In addition, she did herself every day for some time. Short wrap, each time for half an hour, and took about 4 weeks daily for 2 half baths duration, 1 minute with washing the whole body. The peasant woman recovered and could continue to do their own thing. The 12-year-old boy was sick with scarlet fever, from which, as everyone thought, he soon recovered. 6 weeks later, dropsy appeared. The whole body was swollen. For 3 days, the boy was put on a shirt dipped in salt water, 1.5 hours each time, and he made a perfect recovery. One woman, 54 years old, developed abdominal dropsy. Legs and stomach, as I was told, are terrible. Swollen. The patient drank a decoction of wild elderberry root powder 2 or 3 times daily. In addition, in her continuation of 6 days, did daily bottom wrap for 1 hour. In the next 10 days she did wraps every other day, and then after 2 days. The patient recovered after 3 weeks. As I found out later, the water was released in huge quantities in the form of urine. Elderberry root is a good internal remedy for dropsy asterisk, and rosemary is for dropsy of the heart and chest. Juniper berry paste is also a good home remedy. Much weaker than the action of elderberry root infusion. In case of dropsy of the heart, the upper and lower compresses are the best external remedies. Inside. 2 cups of rosemary infusion should be taken daily. Georg, still a young man of 36 years old, had a severe swelling of his entire body within 8 days. Tumors appeared on the head, neck, arms and legs, and a lot of water appeared under the skin. During 8 days he wore a Spanish raincoat daily but 2 times, in the next 9 days only once a day, and in the last 10 days once every 3 days. I became a real Spaniard, he joked. The climate, although not quite Spanish, but still helps me. I'm perfectly healthy. It should be noted that anyone who begins to be treated with water for this disease can easily fall into a mistake. Dropsy should never use warm water, neither in the form of steam, nor in the form of warm baths. As a result, the disease can develop strongly, because warm water has a relaxing effect. And this disease consists mainly in the relaxation and inactivity of the organs. It is better use the coldest water, but still you need to use it only for someone. Prescription with weak blood and natural warmth is weak. One innkeeper, 50 years old, says, "My whole body was swollen. According to the doctor, I have dropsy. I have already taken a lot of drugs, but my condition is getting worse day by day." The leg, especially the femoral part of it, was very swollen. The right leg was already beginning to swell. I have a strong thirst. If I drink beer, the thirst increases, and the water does not help in any way. Should I die or should I still? Can I help? I advised him to do the following: 1 daily top douche of the knees, 2-3 times weekly. Short wrap, for which the sheet needs to be rolled 4 to 6 times, lasting 1.5 hours. 3. Every night cold washing, getting out of bed without wiping, going back to bed, so it is necessary. Do within 3 weeks. After these 3 weeks, he had to do the following: 1, 3 half baths of 1 duration weekly. Minute 2, 3 back washings weekly, 3 2 times the Spanish cloak for 1.5 hours, 4 daily. Drink a cup of horsetail infusion, which must be boiled for 10 minutes. 6 weeks later the patient completely recovered. His appetite and strength returned to him, and he could sleep at night. This informed me. The patient 3 months after the cure. Inflammation of the lungs, pleura, peritoneum and abdomen. Margarita is in bed. She has a violent dry cough that makes her want to vomit. The heat is getting more and more. Intensifies. Violent stitches and heat excruciate the whole chest and one side. The doctor announced that she was beginning to develop inflammation. Lesions of the lungs. How can a patient be helped? Every child knows that a sponge absorbs a lot of water. Are there really no such means that would suck up the heat like a sponge water? Yes, there are such funds, and they are not far from us. Every peasant woman knows the curd obtained from curdled milk. Curdled milk is placed in a warm oven. The mass is divided into a dense and liquid part. The liquid is whey, and the dense mass is curd. Such cottage cheese, together with whey, is spread with a thickness of 1.5 fingers on a piece of cloth and applied. Dispatched to the place where the stitching is felt and from where the inflammation can spread further. I do not know of any remedy that would be better at drawing out the heat. I saw the intense heat stop. If every day 2 or 3 times, in accordance with the degree of heat, such a patch was applied. I know many who suffered from pneumonia who owe their lives exclusively to this simple a compress. Inside, the patient should take twice a day a spoonful of Provençal oil in order to freshen up. If these 2 funds are not enough, i.e. if the heat is still high, then you can use the application. Nears of water. It is necessary to wrap the whole body of the patient in a cold wet sheet twice a day. Oh, observance of the rules with this wrapping, I am not talking here, this can be found above in the instructions for specific water applications. Or you can wrap your legs up to the calves in handkerchiefs soaked in water, not bad. Add a little vinegar to it, and resume wetting whenever the handkerchiefs get very warm. Instead of such shawls, you can put on wet socks, and dry over them. If the patient applies the plaster for 5 to 6 days from the very onset of the disease, then he can after 6 to 7. At the most in 9 to 10 days, recover. Like the lungs, other parts of the body can also become inflamed, pleura, peritoneum, abdomen, etc. In all these cases, the same rules remain in effect, the same treatment as above. One day at midnight I was called to see a patient. He was already breathing hard. Cough and retching were very strong. In the chest, especially in one place, as he himself said, as if stabbed with a knife. Whole body in horrible heat. I did not give the sick man communion, as my family asked, and I did not prepare him for death. Instead of this, I ordered to wrap the whole body in wet sheets and put a plaster of cottage cheese on the sore spot. Inside, give a spoonful of olive oil. That helped. 6 days after such treatment, the patient was already out of danger. If someone dies of pneumonia or some other internal organ, what happened inside his body? How should we imagine this? The inner state is also manifested in the exterior. You've probably seen others have small boils, they're called carbuncles, or you on their arm, leg, back, stomach, etc. Had them. How are they developing? If an abscess forms somewhere, then first redness appears in this place and a heat is felt inside. The tumor grows and through. For some time they notice on each such peak bubble, be it small or large, a sublime white point. This means that the abscess is ripe, it is cut and squeezed out. Pus comes out, and together with heme and purulent blood, it eases the suffering. Such a small abscess usually causes severe pain not only in the arm, leg, etc., where it is formed, but also throughout the body. This is proof that even with such little suffering, the whole body also suffers. It follows that the whole body feels good when this kind of illness heals, and vice versa, it all suffers if you start it. If this kind of abscess does not ripen, if it does not open, then the sore spot gradually turns into blue and reddish brown. Stagnation of blood is formed, and stagnant blood becomes poisonous and acts as such. One rattlesnake bite is enough, one drop of snake venom is enough. Get into the blood so that death occurs in a few minutes, because such blood itself is already poison. Mixing with healthy blood, it also poisons it, and thus blood poisoning occurs. If his cannot be stopped, it always ends in death. In the same way, we must imagine the process inside the body. Poisoning spreads to the lower organs faster and rages in them. More destructive and more terrible. He died from blood poisoning. They usually say now, or same, he died of Antonov's fire, so say old and simple people, but these are just different names for one and the same thing. Martin, a handsome strong man, has a violent fever. At first it is terribly freezing, then he is tormented by intense fever. His head is so hot that the doctor thinks he has brain inflammation. Inside everything is in fire, which bursts out through the mouth in the form of hot breath, or rather, as fire devours bonfire, so the internal heat works to quickly burn the internal organs. Harbingers of disease were headache, weakness, fatigue and chills. Except for fever, the patient now feels no pain. After 10 days he died. During the autopsy, it turned out that the brain was intact, unharmed, and that the poor man died of pneumonia. How would you treat in this case? They asked me. I'll make a comment first. This case is clear. Shows how easy it is to make a mistake in the diagnosis, the art of distinguishing and recognizing disease. With pneumonia, there is almost always stinging, fever in the lung region, cough, and urge to vomiting. Our patient did not feel any of this. I would tell this patient to wash his back, chest and abdomen for 3 to 4 hours every half hour. In this way, I think, the fury of the fire could be greatly alleviated. Then I would keep putting out its upper and lower compresses and wet socks or shawls above the calves, wetting the last each hour. If this patient had healthy lungs, and in this case, it seems to me, it is so, was because during the most severe pneumonia he did not feel any pain, then in all likelihood, he would have recovered. Inflammation of the brain. The use of water for treatment is as follows. You need to wrap your legs up to the knees with handkerchiefs dipped in water with vinegar. If your feet are cold, you must first soak a handkerchief in warm water. If the scarves are on your feet, after about half an hour or an hour they become very hot, then they need to be moistened in cold water and superimpose again. Likewise, you need to wrap your arms, at least to the elbows, and in general you should do the same as with legs. Then you can apply the lower compress, and every 3/4 of an hour it must be moistened in cold water. If the fever continues, all of the above should be done a little longer. 4. To remove heat, you can apply a double-folded coarse handkerchief dipped in water to the stomach, thus blood is diverted to the abdomen. Do not apply anything to the head, except for a bandage on the forehead, moistened in cold water every half hour. A scarf tied around the neck or a shawl works even better. Moreover, neither one nor the other should remain in place for more than 3/4 hour, not soaked again in cold water. These applications, used alternately, will prevent inflammation from intensifying and hasten its end. Inside it is best to take fresh water, but a little, at most 1 or 2 tablespoons, it is better more often. Instead of water, you can also take a decoction of camel hay. Inflammation of the sciatic nerves, ischias. One official suffered from severe pain in his left hip. He has already tried many remedies. Finally, he advised as a last resort to keep feet warm and calm. The patient became wrap your feet in warm handkerchiefs and, in addition, took warm baths at such a temperature that only he could endure. But the pain grew stronger, the strength weakened, his body weight decreased by several pounds, he could rarely fall asleep on 1 hour. Finally, he decided to try the remedy he feared most, cold water. He did 2 to 3 applications of water every day. First day, back douche, before lunch, top dousing after dinner. On the second day, in the morning, top douche, in the evening, douche on the back. Across. For a day or two, he took a half bath. At times he walked barefoot to harden his body. After the first douche, the patient could fall asleep at night for 4 hours. Thus, a dream returned to him, and, along with this, a good appetite and a cheerful look. After 4 weeks, the painful phenomena were barely over. They disappeared completely after 6, and the patient was completely healthy. A Hungarian professor has been suffering from pain in the sciatic nerve region for 7 years and in this regard visited different waters, Odin, Teplitz, Gevitz, etc. Also took steam baths, but without improvement. States. For 2 years he also suffered from insomnia. He had a good appetite, hard stools, heaviness in his head, especially in the morning. In addition, he complained of a sensitivity to temperature changes and a constant feeling of coldness during all over his body, despite the fact that he has been constantly wearing a chasseur woolen dress for 3 years. He has strong hands, were sweating, and fat-like discharge appeared on the skin. I advise the following every night: complete washing before lunch, top pouring after lunch, douche the back, half a bath every other day, besides, for constipation, a sitz bath. Already on the 4th day of treatment with water, the patient could sleep peacefully all night. Suffering of the sciatic nerves disappeared. The skin is normal again. After 24 days the patient recovered completely. Professor about his. In his present clothes he writes to me, I now wear in all weather, on cold, rainy days, such a light clothes that others can only wear in summer and feel great. I am always warm, insensitive as before to weather changes. All this seems to me just some kind of miracle. Hemorrhoids. Hemorrhoids are partly a hereditary disease, partly the result. Famous lifestyle. Sedentary people suffer from this disease very often. A peasant who eats simple flour food and sees meat only on Sundays and holidays. Days that spend whole days in the air at work sometimes does not even know the name of this disease. Hemorrhoids are a very serious, although not dangerous, disease, especially at the beginning. Already one itching and burning in the higher. The degrees are unpleasant and painful. Even more painful is the depressing effect of this disease on the mood of the spirit. It makes a person sullen, irritable, displeased. There are cases when hemorrhoids are completely poisons life and drives even madness. From this it is clear that it is completely inappropriate to remain inattentive, indifferent to this disease. You need to try so that the disease does not intensify, so that it, over time, did not take on a malignant character. What is it? Hemorrhoids. How is it formed? Probably every reader has seen a turkey with skin bags hanging in front of the neck, like empty pockets. But when the turkey gets angry, these bags fill with blood and take the form of red balls. Hemorrhoids are the same balls, such pockets filled with blood or mucus. It doesn't matter whether it forms inside or outside the body, whether it is open or closed hemorrhoids. Veins are elastic, expandable tubes. The more blood rushes to someone place, the more the veins stretch here, mostly where the blood collects, stagnates. Forms, as it were, small rivers of blood. Small nodules, abscesses, form on the face or hands, filled with blood. If such nodes appear inside the body, on the rectum, etc., then this is called closed hemorrhoids. On the contrary, open hemorrhoids are called when nodes form outside. Many consider such hemorrhoids closed, which is not accompanied by bleeding, but open, accompanied by bleeding. From time to time, these nodes break open, and dark mucus or often pure blood comes out of them. After opening, these nodes becomes much easier and better for the patient, filled and in large quantities. These knots cause him a lot of suffering. Not only at the anus and on the rectum these hemorrhoids, but also on blood vessels inside the body, especially with strong development. Hemorrhoids. The more of these bumps and the more often they open, the more harm they cause to those parts of the body where formed. Therefore, it often happens that in such places there are malignant, incurable abscesses such as rectal cancer, fistulas, etc. Small worms found in the rectum greatly increase the suffering. They drilled. They eat the rectum and, if there are many of them, eat it up, resulting in malignant abscesses. Hemorrhoid treatment with water is very easy and in most cases gives excellent results. I know a case when the unfortunate patient had hemorrhoids an inch long hanging from the anus, too. To prevent inflammation, he had to keep them constantly in cold water. In this case, apply my hydrotherapy is already late. A lot of people were helped, and I can add that always with great a racial result. First you need to remove the worms, these leeches of the anus, if only they are. They make themselves felt, usually biting, itching in the anus, although these sensations also accompany filling the cones with blood. It is necessary to make 2 to 3 cold clystira quickly, one after the other. When cold water enters the rectum, the worms gradually break away from the walls of the anus and are then carried out with her. If you repeat this 2 or 3 times, this can be done 2 to 3 times a week, then very many of the worms, and even all, will come out. If we are only dealing with hemorrhoidal cones, then the following should be remembered. Should be distracted. Blood from where it flows in large quantities, dilated vessels should be narrowed, impurities. Highlight. In all these cases, you need to do the following: prepare yourself a lower compress in bed, i.e. in this case, a rough sheet, folded several times and soaked in the coldest water, so long so that it covers the entire back and goes down below the anus. In such a sheet you need to lie down 3/4 hours. This should be repeated 3 to 4 times weekly. When the sheet warms up, even before the end of 3/4 of an hour, must be removed and soaked again in water. Then it is very useful for patients of this kind to take 3 to 4 times in cold sitz bath for a week, but not for long. You can take such baths 2 to 3 in half a day or in one night. Getting out of bed, each time no longer than 1 to 2 minutes. And this application of water acts on hemorrhoids bumps in the same way as above. If a hemorrhoid sufferer is treated in continuation of 1 to 2 weeks in every quarter of the year as described above, he can be sure that the disease will completely disappear, or at least it will not be so painful. If anyone will seem harsh and heavy, I can no longer help him. Regarding nutrition, I pay attention to only one point, which, in my opinion, is being paid not enough attention. Many people suffering from hemorrhoids began to eat instead of the usual homemade bread made of flour with bran, and, according to them, the disease since then is no longer so painful, if not completely healed. I would gladly recommend this bran bread to everyone. Worms. The human body can contain many parasites that weaken and make the body sick. From round and other types of worms can bring them the most harm. Children have worms very often, and if the mother does not notice this in time, the worms can cause them a lot of harm. They develop intestines, especially with heavy flour food, if you eat mainly black bread. Worms usually go down, but sometimes go up. A sign of their existence is a large appetite, discomfort and pain in the navel. The main sign is that children often pick in nose. In addition, children have a painful appearance, because the worms deprive the body of the necessary nutrition. The remedies against them are as follows. 1. Cut the onion and put it in a mug of water overnight. In the morning they squeeze the onion well and drink this water on an empty stomach. If you use this remedy for 3 to 4 days, then the worms will be exterminated and removed from the body. 2. Boil a spoonful of honey in a mug of water and drink this liquid. The worms absorb all this water, and if then drink a cup of wormwood infusion, which is poison for worms, then they die and go out. 3. The best works are citric seed, the seed of a plant called Antihelminthic aspidium. Philemes SW. One gentleman had 3 thick long worms coming out of his mouth at once. He had been ill for some time now and was treated. 2 spoonfuls of citric seed he took over the course of 2 days. After taking, he did not eat anything for 2 hours. They did what in the course of 3 days at least 78 long worms came out. Citric seed is inexpensive. You can buy it at any pharmacy. Of all the worms, tapeworms are the most harmful. At present, a correct remedy has been found to remove them, which can be obtained from any pharmacy with instructions on how to use it. Headaches of a special kind. A high-ranking gentleman suffered from headaches of a special kind. They started at exactly 7 hours of the morning, usually continued until sunset, and were so strong that this gentleman could nothing to read or write. By nightfall, these pains completely stopped, disappeared without a trace, if only he did not work very much mentally during the day. The pain was felt mainly on the left side of the forehead place. Its spread was the size of a 5-kopeck coin. These pains were felt not only in the head, but also in the whole body, so that the patient noticeably lost weight, cheerful appearance and strength disappeared. He sought advice from the most famous doctors. I have already visited one hospital, but there were no results. Then the doctors did the last attempt and sent the patient to Merin. He returned from there, apparently healthy. But on the next morning at exactly 7 o'clock the pains appeared again and again in the same place. Advised the patient more once to taste the water, and he decided to try. The patient looked very bad and lost a lot of weight. Having told me about his illness, he added that he almost always suffers from catarrh and that he has little natural warmth. All this was attributed to an accident that happened to him many years ago. I began to heal the whole body without applying anything against the local headache. Simple remedies for the hardening of the body, listed in the first part, and several washings in 6 weeks completely cured his headache. For 6 to 7 years, says one man, I have been suffering from a headache for several weeks, which is impossible for me to do my own thing. I am discouraged. I always feel a heaviness in my head. Every firm step causes a new headache. When I get warm from work or walking, I feel myself as if drunk. 8 times I had colic from a kidney stone. Doctors I have at different times. Asked about back pain, could not identify the disease. The treatment consisted in the following: 1 daily, 2 top douches, 2 daily, walking on water and doused knees, 3 weekly, 3 to 5 douches of the back, a little more often, a sitz bath and in. Mainly procedures for hardening the body, walking on grass and wet stones, drinking infusions. Juniper berries, rose hips and horsetail, but only at certain times, 2 cups daily. After 4 weeks he was healthy. One person says, I am 35 years old, I always have a headache and sometimes get so weak that I can hardly bear. My chest and back always hurt. Most of all I feel pain in the back of my head where I constantly feel convulsive squeezing. My hair on my head falls out a lot if it is. Will continue for another 6 months, then I will be left without hair. Hands and feet are usually cold. Appetite absolutely no. Treatment is as follows: 1. Put on a wet shirt soaked in salt water 3 times a week. 2. 3 times. Wash the whole body for a week at night. 3. Daily take a little white powder on the tip of a knife. After 2 months he was completely healthy, but only felt a slight pain where he had been before. Extreme pain. His body weight increased by 10 pounds. 2 musicians say, we both have the same disease, constant headache, at times. Unbearable, restless and short sleep, we are tormented by hot flushes and dizziness. Legs and hands are cold. We can hardly do our own thing. They were 50 years old. Treatment for 6 days, twice daily top drenching and 2 times doused knees. In the next 6 days alternately, 1 day is half bath, the other is pouring over the back, in addition, once a week steam bath for the head. To maintain health and conserve strength, there was another daily procedure for body hardening and half bath twice a week. After 12 days, they were both healthy and able to continue their classes. One gentleman from Hungary comes to me and says, for more than a year now I have not been able to do my business due to severe headaches and dizziness. Throughout my body, I feel constant itching and burning, as a result of which I very often cannot sleep. Due to illness I am constantly dreary condition. After a few weeks, he recovered completely thanks to the following hydrotherapy: 1. Upper dousing and after it immediately walking on water. 2. Daily half bath, in the 2nd and 3rd weeks. 3 times a half bath, daily top douche and douche of knees. 3. By the end of the treatment, full baths and top douches with walking on water. Headaches, nervous. 2 students were forced to leave school before the end of the school year. They both had such a strong headaches, such rush of blood to the head that they not only could not learn anything, but even read for a few minutes. They could not be helped by any means. I advised this. Sit most of the day walking barefoot, especially in the dew, then stand for a few minutes after every hour in a stream and, in addition, do 2 daily, and in warm weather 3 top douches. They listened to my advice and did even more than was necessary. Noticeable improvement, did not slow down. show up, and by the end of the holidays they were able to attend school again. It would be nice if in schools, in addition to gymnastics, they also did exercises that are not hot and excite the body, but, on the contrary, soothe it, such as walking barefoot in a wet meadow and dew. One man, 45 years old, comes to me with a complaint. By the definition of doctors, I have nervous headaches. I always wear a bandage on my head. Sometimes I feel unbearable pressure in the back of my head, then right, then left. When the pain spreads to my back, my heart begins to beat violently. This continues for several hours. Sometimes there is no appetite at all. I get so dizzy that I can't walk. But the worst thing for me is my mental suffering. I have such melancholy that more than once I wished myself to die. The man's complexion was a little yellow, his stomach was swollen, he was pretty naught. After 13 days, he recovered. Sleep and appetite returned to him again. The hydrotherapy was as follows. 1 day top douche and douche of knees before lunch, douche of the back and walking on water after lunch. 2 on the second day before lunch, pouring over the back, then walking on water after lunch, pouring over again. Backs and knees doused. 3 on the third day before lunch, the top douche and douche of the knees, in the afternoon, full douche and floor bath. The patient did 4 procedures daily, as he was well built and dense. Dizziness. One priest, in the flourishing years of his life, began to notice a constant breakdown and weakness, especially in legs. With great difficulty, he could walk for no more than 1/4 hour and at the same time felt severe aching in his legs. In addition, he suffered from severe dizziness, so that, being in an open place, he had to be sure to rely on some object. Wanting to turn to the altar, he had to hold on to something. When the dizziness subsided, he felt pressure in his chest and tightness, as if low mineral waters and medicines did not help. His general appearance was good, his appetite was also good, but he slept few. Treatment. Leaving the service for 3 weeks, he daily walked barefoot on wet grass, stones and in water on knees. He was given daily first 2 douches of the upper body and 1 of the back, then half baths and baths when you sweat. At the end of the treatment, he could walk without fatigue for 4 hours and resumed his studies. Hernia. Hernia sufferers should not undertake any work, because the consequences of a hernia are not only dangerous, but if negligent, she even threatens death. I say with confidence that if I tempered myself well from childhood and eat nutritious and simple foods, and not sophisticated and artificial dishes, then a hernia would be very rarely only from damage. About 50 years ago, people with hernias were rare. Now they can be counted 3 to 4 per every 20 people. Unfortunately, hernia sufferers usually hide their illness by completely false shame, and meanwhile, as a result of this, the time of treatment is missed, there is no patient care, and the disease turns from insignificant to dangerous. Hernias are found not only in people engaged in hard work, but often for people who do not work physically at all. A hernia can be caught over trifles. B. Made a hernia in the latrine. A. Had it from jumping over a ditch. G. From excessive accumulation of gases. A trifle, and the peritoneum is damaged. B. Priest, today still healthy, read in church, but got off the pulpit with a hernia. Hernia is not a congenital disease, except for the exceptions, see below about children, but is only the result hereditary or acquired weakness of the body. This weakness can be easily eliminated by hardening body with water, When, finally, will the so-called upper classes grow wiser? I don't know, really. But to you I advise, my good, honest peasant, every week to take 1 or 2 half baths, or several cold sitz baths. Every tub is good for this. Baths do not need a specific time, day and night, everything is fine, and bathing together with undressing and dressing should not continue more than 4 to 6 minutes. When you stop working, take a bath, and now you can work again after it. But I was sweating terribly, Scar. You chew for me. It doesn't matter, you can swim without fear. I talked about this in detail when describing baths and half bath. Each recommendation in this serious and responsible business is strictly weighed and verified. Years of experience before being offered. Enter the water up to your chest, quickly and vigorously wash the top part of the torso, then put on, without drying, and you can get to work again. After 3 to 4 baths, you yourself will not want to miss them, and by doing this you will do yourself a huge favor, for you burn your body. One peasant complained to me of severe pain above the groin. The doctor told him that he was starting hernia. I told him to apply top and bottom compresses, and the pain soon subsided. He refrained from heavy work for a while and avoided a hernia. One more question. Are hernias completely incurable? Many recent injuries have been healed by me excellently by rubbing the sore spot. Camphor oil and covered with a resin plaster, resin on oilcloth. Instead of camphor oil. Before applying the patch, you can rub the sore spot every 2 to 3 days with fox fat, which is considered the best remedy for this. With this treatment, the 7-week hernia disappeared. Hernia is quite common in children. It comes from the fact that the stomach swells from food, and in some places, the peritoneum breaks through. I recommend doing a bath of oat straw every day until complete recovery, and each day upper and lower compress. In this case, it is useful to gently rub the sore spot with camphor oil. Or better yet, fox fat. Such lesions are easily healed if they have not already spread over a large area, then you need to wear a bandage as directed by your doctor. Especially mothers should take care to completely eliminate the cause of such diseases. The mother is largely dependent on the healthy or painful state of the child, often for his entire life. Diphtheria. The patient should first of all take a steam bath for the head and wash every 20 to 24 minutes. Whole body. After 6 to 8 hours, you need to put a shawl on it for 1.5 hours, and every half hour it should be moistened again in fresh water. Then the patient should take a foot steam bath, and after that, a half bath completely cold, with washing of the upper body. Half bath and washing should last no more than a minute. Then again put on the shawl, as before, for 1.5 hours. After making all these applications, you should repeat them every half day, one at a time. In addition, the patient must thoroughly gargle with horsetail infusion at least 4 to 5 times a day. Severe illness is coming soon. Will pass. If the patient calmed down at night, this is a general rule, fell asleep, then he should not be woken up. The ensuing dream serves as a sign that the body is in order, and the restorative effect of sleep does what? The use of water also gives better results. By the way, I note that if during any use of water that requires staying in bed, the patient falls asleep, then it is not necessary to wake him up. If this application has had its effect, the patient himself always wakes up. One father comes and says, "My child, who is 11 years old, cannot swallow any more, and now For 3 whole days he can hardly breathe. He's on fire and raving. I tied a wet handkerchief around his neck, but this didn't make him easier. What should I do to prevent the child from suffocating? The grief of a saddened father, and even more unfortunate, the use of water made me go with him to the patient. The child was in a terribly pitiful state. It seemed that he was already dead, because there were signs that took away almost all hope of salvation. Let's try all the same in the name of the Lord. During the day, every half hour he was washed with cold water. Back, chest and abdomen. Since the feverish heat still did not subside, they put him on his stomach soaked in cold water. Handkerchief. The fever has subsided. The next day, the father comes again and says the child can already swallow a little, but he has. Both cheeks swell. His speech is almost incomprehensible, but I'm still glad that he speaks again somehow. The father was ordered to tie the swollen areas with rags dipped in water and vinegar, and change such. Compress every half hour. In addition, I advised him to wash his chest in the above way. Baby's back and stomach whenever it gets hot and heavy. 3 days later the child was out. Any danger? The washing continued while the fever was still present. Gargling with infusion of camel hay, a teaspoon of camel hay, boiled in half a bottle of water, approximately 0.6 liters ed. Note, which was often given to a child sitting in bed. Had an excellent effect. An infusion of mallow, yarrow would have the same effect. Good also. Take 3 to 4 teaspoons of olive oil daily, it very soon destroys internal heat. The child was saved. Mental illness. It is impossible to describe or enumerate all the various torments of the mentally ill. As in the summer, at the time, in the strongest midday heat, mosquitoes most of all rotate, so in the heated brain of these poor are the most reckless thoughts. Some hate their former favorite pastime, others do not want to pray more. Some are overcome by hatred, horror of people, others, self-hatred, and they want to take their own lives. In all the patients who have visited me over these 35 years, I have always found the cause of the disease. Suffering was us. Ice cold, i.e. existed already from childhood in the embryo, or was it caused by diseases and way of life? The ancients said that a healthy mind lives only in a healthy body. During all my practice, I have not had a single case in which natural means applied correctly. For example, a brother brings a sister who claims to have an evil spirit in her chest. She knows a lot about the devil. So she said, but the devil knows everything about her, even all her innermost thoughts. He reigns, directs and owns it. Her brother is stupid, the priest is even stupider, and the doctor is the stupidest of all. Why? Because they all tell me that I would throw it all out of my head, give up my stupidity and obey them. Once the devil has taken possession of someone, added the sick woman, then the head is already losing power. It's hard, right, to convey how this patient was opposed to the 3 named persons. If they were silent, after all, they saw who was in front of them, the patient would not be in such an agitated state. And it would be easier for me to get down to business. Such patients must first of all be handled skillfully. I did not object to her with a word and said only, yes, of course, something is wrong inside you. The patient stayed. I am very pleased with this, and I won her over to my side. She immediately became more trusting of me, as can be seen from her answer. Who does not want to believe that the devil is inside me? He will not be able to drive him out. This trust is the most important, in my opinion. The patient is already half cured. She took everything that only I to her gave, exactly fulfilled all my prescribed water applications. After 6 weeks, she was completely healthy. Of course, everyone would be very interested to know what happened to this patient. She was in constant excitement. Her face was thin, her legs and hands were cold, she felt a kind of heaviness on her chest. All food was disgusting to her. All the blood seemed to rush to my chest. First of all, it was necessary to put in order the blood circulation and thus cause in the body uniform warmth, normal life. For this, the patient had to stand daily in cold water to the knees every time for 2 minutes, and immediately after that walk quickly so that warm your legs in this way, then, in the same way, keep both hands in water 2 times a day, and after that, try to warm them up with some work. Then, twice a day, they made her strong in bed, washing the back, chest and abdomen with water and vinegar. All these rather weak applications of water have been repeated within 2 weeks. She no longer had strong excitement, although the devil was still in her head. Face brightened up a little. After 2 weeks, I prescribed stronger procedures for her. Free did the bottom, wrapping alternately with half baths, always 1/2 minute each, followed by washing the upper parts, body and a Spanish cloak. All of these applications were done over a period of 3 weeks. After 3 weeks treatment, ended with a weekly full rinse and short wrap. In this way, and was expelled. Devil, instead of the previous constant excitement, complete calmness came. Some poor people brought their 10-year-old son to me and told me the following: whenever the bells begin to ring, the boy shouts and utters terrible curses, and curses like we've never heard of. He swears like that until everything is no longer will enter the church. Then he stops. But as soon as after the service the first man, he begins again his curses and does not stop talking as long as he sees at least one person. When we pray, he swears. When we stop praying, he also stops. That's just terrible. What we neither did, nothing helps, but least of all persuasion. On the contrary, it infuriates him even more. Since he is so, grabbed his mother with his hands, began to shake her so much that it was just amazing where the boy got so much power. We have already asked many doctors, but no one is helping. The boy looked somehow special, a deathly pale complexion, features extremely wild. The hair is constantly upward, like a hedgehog's needles. I wanted to feel his hands, and he almost grabbed my face. From the very beginning I found this illness quite natural, and this time I was not mistaken. 6-week-old boy, completely healed. I ordered the boy to put on a shirt soaked in water with vinegar, and wash the whole body once daily with a mixture of water and vinegar. Both continued to 2 weeks. In the 3rd week, he put on the above described shirt one day, and the other took a half-hour warm bath at 35 degrees, alternating with a cold one, half a minute. On the 3rd day he did a complete washing. All this was repeated during the 4th week. In the 5th week, he put on only a wet shirt. On the 6th, i.e. the last, he took a warm bath, accompanied by a quick cold washing. The change for the better was already noticeable. Quite cold boy got warm again, appetite returned, and he happily ate dairy and flour food, which the poor parents. All madness is completely gone. Maybe some of the readers will have a question: why does this priest not apply to such a sick of douches, while in all our homes for the insane, especially the violent sick, mainly use souls, etc.? It seems to me that a hunter who wants to lure a fox out of its hole should not shoot directly in front of the burrow. It is better to use some kind of bait for this chicken, or a pig to make the cunning fox leave its shelter. Listen, my dear reader. Where there is a disease, there are also disease-causing substances. Dissolving and isolating them means luring and catching the fox. The shower does not dissolve or release. But once everything is dissolved and separated, then a lighter shower makes sense, then I willingly use it. About 9 years ago, a girl came to me and said the following: my brother has been in an insane asylum. He was declared incurable. Now I'm showing signs of the same disease as my brother. I still served, but now I had to leave the place, because I can no longer work. If they don't help me, I will soon also end up in the insane asylum. Having questioned her, I learned that her appetite is sometimes good, at times very bad, generally changeable. That, as soon as the severe aches in the limbs stops, the same severe pains in the chest occur. What? Her thick, long hair that was up to now has almost half fallen out. For me now it has become. It is clear that spoiled juices are the cause of her illness, and that the surest sign of the complete discharge will serve as newly grown hair on a half-naked skull. The patient made the following water applications one after the other. First, for 3 weeks, daily. A wet shirt soaked in salt water or water with vinegar, just the same, daily warm. Half baths with strong cold washing of the upper body, lasting at most 1 minute. It was summertime, and she walked daily barefoot in the dew. After these 3 weeks, she took warm baths alternately with cold ones, then bottom wrap. For this they used a bag soaked in a decoction of hay dust. All treatment until complete recovery lasted 3 months. Strong hair growth indicated a complete cure. This girl subsequently married and is still healthy. One priest came to me, dejected that he, so it seemed to him, could no longer fulfill their responsibilities. His condition, expressed in melancholy, bad mood, inability to mental occupation, already once prompted the neighboring priests to admit this poor fellow to the hospital. Here he stayed for several weeks and returned home somewhat reassured, but still not quite healthy. He asked me for advice on what to do. Should he leave the parish or not, and in general what should he do? He looked fresh, healthy, strong. In such patients, this type easily introduces delusion. If you look a little closer, it is easy to notice that the eyes are cloudy, the face is pale. The applications of the water were as follows: steam bath for the head and feet, cold top and bottom douches. Frequent walking on wet stones or standing in the water for 3 to 4 minutes. After a few days, he became take warm baths alternately with cold top and bottom douches. On the 6th day of treatment, a bluish rash appeared on the back, and the more it became, the better I felt. Sick. When all the painful substances were excreted, the priest recovered. All treatment lasted 2 weeks. Mental suffering. For several years now I have been suffering from a bad mood, headaches, cramps, severe rheumatic TISM, and heavy sweating of the whole body. I had to seek help from many doctors, but all in vain. All these phenomena were eliminated in 2 weeks. In order to strengthen the body and temper it for the future, it is enough. It was weekly to take 1 half bath and do 1 full wash. In the first week, the use of water was as follows: 1. In the first 2 days, 2 times a shirt soaked in salt water, so that to allocate harmful substances. 2 times a week half bath to strengthen the stomach. 3 2 times a week complete washing to increase the vital functions of the body. I have come to you to consult about a mental patient. A 38-year-old woman cannot and does not want nothing to do. She is no longer interested in her husband or daughters, avoids people and does not go out at all. From home, she is very scared. Everything that has been given to her until now has not helped. Application of water, 1 every evening. When the patient warms up in bed, wash the whole body with water and vinegar. 2 times a day. Warm foot baths with ash and salt for 14 minutes. 3 daily, 2 times 20 drops of wormwood tincture in water. After 3 weeks, the patient was better. Further treatment: 1. 2 short wraps weekly, 2 times weekly. Full washing. 2 weeks later, only complete washing once a week and 3 to 5 times a week to walk on water. Toad. An official comes to me and complains that his 4-year-old daughter has a toad. She has the same thing, said he, what my other children had, who died from this. They died in a very short time, and this. The child is sure to die. The girl is already breathing with difficulty and cannot clear her throat. The head and body are swollen. What should I do? It takes 4 hours to bring a doctor, and at this time the child may die. I told him to go home at once, prepare a hot bath with an admixture of vinegar, soak in it a towel, wring it out and tie it tightly around the child's throat. On top he had to tie another scarf. This compress should be left for 3/4 of an hour. Then again you should soak a towel in water with vinegar. So, do it for 6 hours, but only after every 3/4 hour wet the compress again. After these 6 hours you need to remove all this from the neck. Then, from the same towel, dipped again in water and vinegar, make short wrap. A dry blanket is put on top of it and the sick child is covered with it better. B. The child should remain in this position for an hour. An hour later, remove the coverlet and leave the child to lie in bed, covering him as usual. If after 6 hours, coughing and breathing difficulties reappear, then you can again apply the compress to the throat, as before, for 1 to 2 hours. If he gets warm in an hour strongly, then it should be moistened again. Everything was done as I said, and after 30 hours the child was perfectly healthy. Recovery would be complete also if a towel was moistened in cold water, like half with vinegar, and repeat every 3/4 of an hour. If this does not reduce the heat, then you should wrap your legs up to your knees as well. Jaundice. The gallbladder lies near the liver and serves as a receptacle for bile leaving the hepatic canals. In the ducts existing in the liver or in the gallbladder, hardening of bile can form, called gallstones, which prevent the outpouring of bile, either in the liver itself, or when its further course along the bile duct. But due to pressure, low and similar harmful causes may be a swelling of the bile duct, and due to this, bile can burst into the blood. Then, jaundice is formed. It also forms after serious illnesses, such as typhoid, severe fever, etc. But the liver can also be sick, and as a result of this, the blood can gradually become infected. If jaundice comes from some kind of disorder or from other diseases in general, then it is mostly parts don't matter, but if the jaundice is due to liver disease, death may occur. The first signs of jaundice are visible on the white of the eyes, on the skin, in stool and urine. Appetite usually deteriorates and the taste changes somewhat. If the liver is healthy, then the cure of this disease does not represent difficulties. Inside, you can advise to take daily 2 to 3 times 3 to 4 tablespoons of wormwood infusion. Salvia with infusion of the floor is also of great service. Having improved digestion, you can take 6 to 7 peppercorns daily with food. Eating and drinking should be done in moderation. Milk is nutritious. The product is excellent. It is best to do the following applications of water weekly 2 to 3 times a short wrap and washing in bed at night, and then immediately back to bed. The yellow color remains often in continuation of a long time, but it poses no danger. As of some kind of matter, it is difficult to immediately remove the paint. The same is the case with jaundice. If the yellowness all increases and passes already in a darker, blackish color, if the appetite becomes worse and worse, if there is some itching in the whole body and his emaciation increases, then there is every reason to assume that the liver is incurable and that hardening of the liver is formed, like liver cancer and an auxiliary disease. It has a wonderful effect on a diseased liver with jaundice, if you drink a cup of mo loco with a spoonful of charcoal powder with sugar. Constipation. There are many people with diarrhea, but many more who are constipated. That's why they resort to remedies that act on the contents of the intestines, but are ultimately harmful. We can safely say that the longer someone uses such means, the more upset they become. The whole body. Who can list all the many laxatives used in order to regulate bowel movements? I knew a man who was famous far away, all around, that healed well of constipation. What did he do? He took booze droppings, boiled it and this. Then he treated his patients with a decoction. There are many more I could cite here. Mundus vult decipi. The world wants to be deceived. This, however, refers mainly to the stupid common people, with more prudent, educated people, who otherwise countless bottles of various mineral waters are drunk daily and does induce profuse stools. One patient brought me a large amount. The mercury he took out of the pot. He took it internally to cleanse the intestines. How many Morozonovsky pills were taken in due time, and how many people went down to the grave too early because of this? Hardly there. Some other disease for which they tried, and so unhappily, so many different remedies for constipation. The result of this is for the most part that the more and longer use these means, the more the disease worsens. So, one person once complained to me that he must certainly do a clyster or take some laxative in order to cause at least would be the most insignificant share. All these aids led him to this state. And it was not yet 40 years old. A huge success in modern medicine is that it prohibits to use all unnatural means, and that many doctors, it is to their credit, have investigated chemically all the so-called secret means and revealed to all prudent people this deception. Nevertheless, these secret means still infiltrate hundreds, thousands of families and inflict their considerable harm. Whoever suffers from constipation not only has a stomach or some other organ sick, but for the most part and the whole body. I am firmly convinced on the basis of experience that in these cases, tube water is the most true, a harmless healing agent that can only be found on earth. It helps if taken internally and applied externally. Already many years ago this disease was treated with water, drinking water. I myself have known people who drank 3 to 5 cups of water daily. Was it good? Not really. Most of these people have caused themselves harm rather than benefit. The body cannot withstand such water torture for a long time. The situation is as follows: whoever uses water carefully, in moderation, reaches the most faithful and better results. If you have constipation, I advise you to drink a spoonful of water every half hour in between breakfast and lunch. This will achieve a much better effect than if you drink half a mug at once, or even more water. After lunch, the patient can also take a spoonful of water every half hour. In addition, the patient can drink water whenever he becomes thirsty. Instead of water, you can use various infusions. So, the infusion of thorns works great. The elderberry infusion refreshes, dissolves intestinal contents, and reduces internal heat. An infusion of 6 to 8 green elderberry leaves, plucked in spring or summer, also has a refreshing effect. Whey. It should be drunk in the morning and in the evening for half a cup. All these herbs that grow everywhere at will. The Lord, the highest physician and pharmacist, should be in every home pharmacy. In addition to the use of water inside, it also needs external applications. The patient must in the morning, getting up with bed, or in the evening before going to bed, wash your stomach strongly with water. This tool is very simple, but at the same time, works great, and for some weaker natures, this alone is enough. If this procedure is of little help to someone, he should from time to time do 3 to 4 minutes of pouring cold fresh water over your knees. It helps too. If this is not enough and there is still a strong internal heat, then the patient should do a lower compress several times a week. Top compress too works well. You can take a cold sitz bath 2 to 3 times a week. Works just as well. A short full cold bath. All the above mentioned uses of water will awaken, revive a weak, sluggish organism, awaken a new activity and strengthen it. The wheels are lubricated, the car is working well again. Constipation disappears as soon as the body will get stronger. What could be easier than drinking or washing with water? In addition, it is the most harmless and true medicinal means. Something else should be said here about emetics. It is unnatural, in my opinion, to induce stool with mineral waters and other laxatives. But even more unnatural is everything that is used as an emetic. It's a pity just to look at the torment person using it. Every time then all the blood rushes to my head. Perhaps they will ask me why I did not mention such commonly used remedies as rhubarb, Alexandrian leaf, glauberova, salt, etc. Why? Yes, because these in themselves harmless means are still too strong, according to my opinion. Nobody would hunt a flea or a mosquito with a gun in their hands. I am resolutely against all emetics, no matter how they're called. If there is a strong urge to vomit, such cases are possible, then you need to put your finger in your mouth deeper, as the peasants do, than vomiting is induced. Always, even with the strongest urge to vomit, you should make the correct administration. Stomach and intestines. The best remedy for this, in my opinion, is Waldhuber laxative, see part. Second, its infusion, on the one hand, causes abundant stool, and on the other hand, reduces diarrhea. He is looking for disease-causing substances in the body and removes them. As soon as everything harmful is removed, its action itself stops. All acute laxatives are precisely not good because they are harmful in their own way. The consequences that they remove from the body all that is good and bad, indiscriminately. This removal continues until the most necessary juices disappear from the body. Who has not experienced this for themselves? This explains the rapid decline in strength. How reckless it is, what grave consequences. Sapienti Sat. 4. Understanding enough, ed. Note, trouble makes us wiser, or at least should. It. Blood poisoning. Walter, killing a cow, very badly cut his thumb with a bloody knife. He did not pay this attention, but soon felt severe pain, and his hand was so swollen that he could hardly move fingers. The doctor gave him a means to wash and apply to the wound. The heat intensified on the fingers and bluish and yellowish spots appeared on the hand. The pains became more and more unbearable. They called me. I advised you to do a steam bath 4 times a day for the whole arm and hand, each time for posting half an hour. For the rest of the time, he had to keep his swollen arm wrapped up to the elbow in a compress from a decoction of hay dust. Boil hay dust in boiling water, squeeze it well and put in a scarf. The patient puts his hand on him and it is wrapped in a handkerchief covered with damp, warm hay dust. Every hour or 2, i.e. whenever the pain intensified, it was necessary to change the hay dust. Those. Boil fresh and apply it again. This treatment eased the patient's suffering. On the 2nd day, the inflammation stopped spreading, and after 4 days it completely stopped. One gentleman cut out his sore corn. After a few days, the inflammation increased so much that there are clear signs of blood poisoning. Everyone who saw the patient considered him dead. This patient took daily 2 foot baths of a decoction of hay dust. In addition, the patient's legs. Several times a day they wrapped themselves in handkerchiefs dipped in a decoction of horsetail every hour. So, as signs of blood poisoning have already appeared in the body, bad appearance, lack of appetite, then besides of the above procedures, he did daily washing of the upper body and 1 lower wrap-on. 1.5 hours. Every day he drank 2 cups of wormwood and sage infusion, both herbs together, and after a few days completely recovered. So, you also need to be careful with such minor damage. As the best a safety measure, in my opinion, you can recommend frequent walking barefoot, even in a room. 15 to 20 minutes before bedtime, and frequent cold, and for weaker people, warm foot baths. Neatness. Legs are very important for the health of the whole body. Infection, poisoning of blood. One woman slightly scratched her finger and did not pay attention to such a trifle. But at night she felt severe pain in the finger, nausea, and a strong urge to vomit. The scratch was on the left finger. Hands, and pain appeared in the right leg. For 10 hours, the hand was very swollen up to the elbow, and in it unbearable pain was felt. On the swollen hand, the vessels protruded strongly and turned blue. The doctor is not close. And the danger was enormous. Blood poisoning could spread to the whole body. The tumor was already reached almost to the shoulder. The hay dust was doused with hot water, and the hand, tied with a canvas with hay dust, was immersed in. The broth is so hot that the patient could only endure and sur on for 8 hours. Hay dust acted like an exhaust plaster, and managed to draw out all the poisonous juices. This example shows how it is necessary to act quickly in case of blood poisoning. Another hour or 2 and the patient would have died. It must be added that even the woman's tongue was blue. On the 2nd day, the skin was so detached from the hand that all of it could be was to take off. Along with the cessation of pains, of course, the nausea also disappeared. Clogged belly. One of the dignitaries comes to me and says, I always have severe pains in the area of, sometimes just unbearable. The doctors I consulted found that I had kidney distress and clogging belly. In addition, I always feel more or less pressure from the bottom up, strong urge to vomiting, severe headache, severe dizziness, so that sometimes I can hardly stand. In the stomach, I have a lot of acids, very little urine is excreted. My legs hurt almost all the time, so I can stand only a short time. I'm sweating a lot. I'm getting tired soon. I'm 40 years old. This patient was not benefited by any medication, and he turned to water for help. The applications of water were as follows: 1 daily, 2 top douches and 2 knee douches, 2 every day, 1 douche of the back and walking on water 2 to 3 times, and sometimes on wet grass in continuation, 1 to 2 hours. Since it was summer, the use of water could be doubled. The patient began to stand out very a lot of urine. The urge to vomit disappeared on the second day, complexion improved, and vigor and freshness. After 14 days, he recovered completely. If the treatment was not carried out in the summer, then it should have dragged on for another 2 weeks. Hypochondria. The root of evil in hypochondria, as in any mental illness, is always in a sick body, where it and need to find. Only with such an opinion can one treat correctly and successfully. Strengthen, induce a weakened body to activity, in a word, make the circulation correct. Blood, and the hypochondriac is cured. I knew one remarkably talented person. Suddenly he was possessed by hypochondria, and so strong that he completely abandoned his studies, was afraid of everything, dreaded and avoided all society. Strange affair. This gentleman has already visited 2 hydrotherapy centers. I learned this from him, but there his health only worsened. The water applications were too harsh there, too strong. They could, of course, to contribute only to the destruction of the organism, and not to strengthen it. And this case is just one more time convinced me that water, applied lightly, gives excellent results. Certainly, such a disease cannot be cured in a few days. Who follows the usual rules of health and body care, reasonable diet, clothing, air, rest, goodness, he will never get sick with hypochondria. If she accidentally appears with him, then from her you can free yourself at the very beginning. The best water applications in this case are as follows: complete washing the whole body and parts of it, half baths, especially sedentary ones, a short wrap, finally cold full baths. 2 subjects that trouble me I will mention here. The misfortune of our time lies in alcohol abuse. Even young people get used to drinking strong wines. All these sharp things add fuel to the fire. If people avoided drunkenness and lived simply as before, many diseases that have appeared only recently along with progress would disappear completely again. Another problem is that most people eat exclusively meat, refusing excellent dairy and flour food, which forms the best nutritious juices, the best blood. Depletion. One blacksmith, 46 years old, comes to me and complains. For 2 years now, I have felt a strong weakness in my hands, so I can't even cope with the hammer. My arms have lost 2/3 of their previous strength and are half thinner. In general, I'm healthy. Just now, for about 6 months, I feel that my legs have become weaker and hurt, especially in the evening. I have enough appetite. Good, but still not the same. In my back, especially on top, I often feel a lot of tension. On thin hands, it was only with difficulty that one could see the veins. From here it is clear that the hands are poorly nourished. That causes weakness, stiffness and cold. In all likelihood, blood congestion in the back of the head were the reason that the blood could not diverge correctly in all directions. For 2 weeks, the blacksmith kept his hands in a tub of hay for half an hour every day, and at other times of the day, 2 minutes in cold water. In addition, he wore a shawl 3 more times a week. Already during the treatment of the hands became stronger, the veins swelled, the stagnation of blood ceased. After 2 weeks, he did the top daily. Doused knees and took a warm hay bath and a cold bath 2 times a week. For hands, continuing this treatment for some time, he was soon able to work again. Inside, during this treatment, he took 20 drops of wormwood tincture in warm water. Inflammation in general. First of all, try to see if your feet are cold. This happens very often, where there is more warmth, in which, wherever it forms, more blood flows there. The blood from the legs drained to the sore spot in throat. You need to wrap your feet in a cloth dipped in water and vinegar, and you will soon feel a great warmth. Wrapping the legs draws blood downwards, and thus a little fuel has already been taken from the fire. Material. It is then necessary to divert the blood to the abdomen. This is achieved with a compress on the stomach prepared with the same way. If it gets too hot, then the compress must be moistened again in cold water. This is done whenever the heat builds up and the web gets warm. In this second way, we will take even more than the first combustible material from a sore throat. Then soak a handkerchief in very cold water and tie it around your neck. However, it should not be allowed to. The current gets very hot every time it gets warm. It needs to be moistened again. My 35 years of experience gives. I have the right to assert it. Anyone who leaves applied compresses for the whole night has already experienced to myself that instead of improvement, deterioration occurs. The compress was poorly applied, they usually say in my apology. And the basis for this is completely different and lies much deeper. With respect to this, you can read in the article, neck wrap. If the handkerchief warms up, then more heat develops again inside and outside the throat, and the blood, partly distracted, rushes back to the throat and threatens to increase the inflammation. The degree of heat will be for the patient as if for hours. If the fire is extinguished, the body is at rest. If the fever intensifies, you should immediately take up the water. Qatar. For an hour I walked too fast. It's pretty fresh outside, about 15 degrees below zero. I'm straight from fresh air. I enter a room where it is 18 degrees Celsius. Such an abrupt change in temperature cannot pass for me with impunity. It would be best if I walked a little slower in the last 15-20 minutes and moreover, he waited a few minutes in the cold hallway, still walking. 13. This case. The increased warmth of the body by brisk walking would decrease somewhat and the sweat would disappear. Change of air would then occur gradually. If you already feel a sore throat, you need to go out again and walk a little. Then all will pass. At the first appearance of a cough or anything else, you need to try to remove it. Little neglected. A catarrh in a person from such a family where there is consumption can destroy and put in a coffin the strongest organism. Hence, one must be careful. With reasonable treatment, you can live with hereditary diseases. Qatar. If complete blindness is a great misfortune, then, of course, all sorts of eye diseases are ways to this misfortune. The eyes are like two pearls inserted into the skull. But there are only two of these pearls. Even if one eye is lost, then this is already an irreplaceable loss. Therefore, reader, be on your guard and take care. Both diseases of the eyes are often already at a very tender age, in newborns. Schoolchildren still have them. More frequent. There are enough eye diseases at every age. The source of the disease lies mostly in the body. In a healthy person, all unnecessary juices are high, shared by perspiration, breath and other means. But the patient has all the juices, liquids that the body is unable to remove, accumulates in the stomach, head, etc. What has accumulated in the head comes out, usually through the eyes. The secreted liquids are usually very caustic and sharp, and the eye and its components. The parts are extremely tender. Therefore, it is quite understandable that there is a strong burning sensation when such liquids are released. The same burning sensation serves at the same time as a sign that the eye and eye vessels are irritated by the secreted liquid. If you prevent the release of these caustic juices, the eye becomes inflamed, becomes engorged, sore eye. Certainly not able to tolerate light. Recovery is only possible when the fluids are removed as soon as possible. Some suffering eyes see almost nothing or see as through a veil or in a fog, others like. It is believed that midges and flies are rushing before your eyes, the third sees sheaves of fire, still others see other, etc. All of these diseases come from the same source. Remove this poisonous substance. Strengthen the eye, and it is healed. Let us explain with examples. Little girl Antonia, about 5 years old, is very pale. Her face was swollen, her general appearance was painful. The child has. Her eyes are inflamed, she does not tolerate light. No appetite, sleeps badly at night, cries a lot. What follows? Make. You need to wrap the girl every day, starting from the armpits with a towel soaked in tepid broth of oat straw. Tie dry over the wet canvas. If wrapping occurs at a time when the child is usually asleep, he will soon fall asleep. If the girl fell asleep, let quietly sleeps wrapped until he wakes up. If she does not fall asleep, then she must remain in this position within 1 hour. This treatment should continue for a week. Next week need to cook. The child has a warm bath, about 30 to 33 degrees, from a decoction of oat straw, in which he should remain 15 to 20 minutes. At the last minute of the child's stay in the bath, you need to quickly douse the room. Water from a watering can and immediately put it on. The bath should be repeated every 2 to 3 days. The child will soon feel better, stronger, fresher. The eyes will also become clearer. If a caring mother wishes, in addition, apply more. A remedy that acts directly on the eye, take a piece of alum, the size of 4 barley grains. Dissolves in a mug of water and rinses sore eyes 3 to 4 times a day. Everything will go well. Mother not. Should forget that after the child is cured, it should be washed once in the first week, as indicated, and in the next, to make him a bath with oatmeal broth. Even if the little patient is not 5 years old, but 5 weeks old. Let the young mother not be intimidated if in this case, too, I propose to apply the same treatment. 4-year-old Anton is scrofulous, he has a rash on his head, around his mouth is also not clean, his eyes are inflamed. Let the mother put on him a shirt soaked in water with a little salt, then put him to bed and wrap him up with a blanket. In the first week, this must be done every day. On the second, every other day, on the third, every 2 days, on the fourth, after 3 days, and give, in addition, every day in eating or drinking a little chalk powder. The boy will recover and the mother will not be overjoyed at her healthy son. Berta goes to school, but she looks bad and her eyes hurt so often that she can hardly see anything. Eyes are red and have a constant burning sensation. To put on a wet shirt for the girl for 10 days 6 times, and if this is not enough, then prepare her a bath, 30 to 32 degrees, from a decoction of pine branches, enclosing her pouring fresh water. At the same time, it is good to rinse your eyes 3 times a day with water from a sabura, a pinch. Sabura is poured into a glass of hot water. Wilhelm, a 9-year-old boy, had sore eyes. The child was almost completely blind, he could barely distinguish people. The treatment cost his parents more than 400 marks, but neither the doctors nor the pharmacies could help him. Myself The boy was in the same sad state as his eyes, cold limbs, lack of appetite, strong thinness, sad and depressed look. The unhappy boy wore blue glasses and walked with a guide. After 4 months, Wilhelm was completely healthy in body and eyes. In the first week, he took 2 warm baths 4 times a week for 1.5 hours. He put on a shirt soaked in water with a little the amount of salt. Then I told the boy to walk often barefoot on wet grass or in the rain. B. The continuation of the first 4 weeks, he took 3 or 4 baths at 20 degrees for no more than 1 minute with subsequent movement. And this went on for several weeks. At the same time, the boy's eyes were washed too. Once a day with alum water, a pinch of alum per mug of water. Together with the body, the eyes came to life. In the end, they opened completely and shone on the boy's fresh face, as if he had never been ill at all. Christina, 24 years old, has a blooming appearance, but constantly suffers from her eyes. She has too much blood in her head, too little in her legs, hence constant cold feet. Treatment every other day, a warm bath with ash and salt, it diverts blood to the legs. 3 times a week, a cold bath up to the armpits for 1/2 minute. In working hours, walking barefoot. The blood flow to the head decreases, disappears completely, and eye disease disappears. Catarrh of the stomach and intestines. One girl, 22 years old, complains to me, in the left side below the ribs, I always feel pain, that week, sometimes more strong. Often these pains are simply unbearable. The same pain I get when I urinate, sometimes I just don't. I can urinate. My stomach is swollen, and my neck is often so swollen that I can hardly speak. I have already visited many doctors and healers. Sometimes it became a little easier for me, but soon the pains again appeared. In 4 weeks, this girl got rid of her suffering thanks to the following applications of water. 4 times weekly she applied a compress of boiled hay dust on her stomach for 1.5 hours. 3 times a week, she washed her whole body with salt water for a minute, getting out of bed at night, and rubbing herself, she immediately went back to bed. She drank a daily cup of infusion of 20 crushed juniper berries and horsetail, boiled 10 minutes by dividing this cup of infusion into 3 servings. So for 2 weeks. For the next 2 weeks, she did the following applications. Once a week a compress of hay dust. Complete washing 3 times a week at night. 2 times a week half bath for 1/2 minute. Continued to drink the same infusion. To maintain health, in the future, it is enough to take 3 half baths a week. Bladder catarrh. One gentleman says, I am 30 years old, and for 3 years now I have been suffering from catarrh of the bladder, which I acquired from prolonged retention of urine in the bladder. Once, at the table, I suddenly fell from weakness and pain. I lay in bed for 4 months and began to resemble a skeleton. I was only 82 pounds weight. The doctor advised me only to drink Wildingen, which I drank about 100 bottles, and to take warm sitz baths. To this was joined by a strong gastrointestinal catarrh. By the spring, after 4 months, I got better. In the summer, I felt bearable, although severe pains returned from time to time, and the urine was has always been cloudy. In winter, the pain in the bladder intensified every day, urine was released less and less, and everything grew cloudy, and again I lay there for 3 weeks. My strength grew weaker and weaker, so I thought that I had something like dryness. The lower part of the body was always cold. I was cold even in a heated A room in 5 pairs of pants and 3 pairs of stockings. In a word, I felt bad. The doctor ordered only to dress warmly, and, against bladder catarrh, I again advised to drink part of Wildingen, part of Chroniquel, which I drank. About 150 bottles. Following numerous advice, I decided to go to Verishofen at the first opportunity. The patient was very emaciated, but did not cough. I gave him hope for recovery. Already on the 3rd day, his complexion became fresher, the pains decreased every day, the urine became more abundant and purer, and after 3 weeks he said, "Well, now I am again cheerful and healthy in the old way. It was the water that did it." The results have been hugely successful. The doctor who specially treated this gentleman for the suffering of the bladder was amazed at the success of the treatment and recognized the patient as completely healthy. The applications of water were as follows: steam baths on a night chair, from a decoction of horsetail, dousing upper body and walking on water before and after dinner, then alternately sitz bath and top drenching also every day, and during the entire treatment, drinking infusion of juniper berries and horsetail. Cataract. They brought me a 9-year-old boy who suffered from eyes. He could hardly walk without help. He was discharged from hospital, announcing that he had an incurable cataract, grey thorn. Being blind at 9 is awful. One eye was so clouded that the pupil could be seen only with very good vision. The other, although somewhat less, also became dim, and the child saw only with this eye. The poor man suffered not only with his eyes, and I immediately noticed it. The young body was completely upset, decayed. One might think that the child was at least sick with dryness. Lack of appetite, lethargy, complete. Emaciation, completely dry skin, in a word, complete destruction of the body. Let's try to cure first the body, then, perhaps, the eyes will also open. First of all, I removed the glasses that the child was wearing. I told him to walk barefoot on wet as long as possible. Grass or stones. At first, his stomach, chest and back were washed 2 to 3 times a day. After a while, time instead of washing went half baths, then full baths, no more than 1 minute. Occasionally used wraps or a shirt soaked in water with salt 1.5 hours. To cure my eyes, I used lotions from various preparations. First, saber water eyes. Thoroughly washed with this lotion, especially from the inside, 3 to 5 times daily. Aloes. Dissolves, cleanses, heals. Then, alum water. The eyes were washed with it 3 to 4 times a day. Alum. Corrode and cleanse. Then, honey water. Half a spoonful of honey is cooked for 5 minutes in a mug of water. The eyes were also washed 3 to 5 times a day. The boy began to recover quickly, strength began to arrive, he looked fresher, stronger and blooming. Colic. Very often, for no apparent reason, colic comes along with diarrhea and vomiting. It can happen from a cold, from any food or drink. A patient who has colic needs immediately put him to bed, put a warm handkerchief on his stomach and cover it well so that air did not penetrate there. To relieve pain, give the patient a glass of milk boiled with dill or caraway seeds. As for food and drink, during illness, you should choose a simple, slightly salted, no spices, easily digestible food. Drink only water or milk. You can also give more water with a little the amount of wine. Caries. One gentleman had a sore toe. At first he did not pay attention to it, thinking that he had a little. The nail was damaged, but inflammation developed on the finger and it was necessary to seek medical attention. The doctor prescribed many medications over several weeks and assured that the finger was recovering. Although the inflammation increased, the entire leg was swollen and the patient could not walk or stand. Patient and did not suspect what was happening with his yoga until, finally, two bones were separated. Only then did he become afraid of losing a leg and doubted the correctness of the treatment. He knew me and asked me to examine the leg. It turned out to be caries. I immediately ordered to make a decoction of horsetail, soak a canvas in the broth and wrap it all swollen place. After a while, the tumor disappeared, and the incipient caries were healed. A year later, the disease recurred again, but on the other leg, and again on the big toe. The doctor cut the finger and used caustic agents that healed the finger. During treatment, the patient felt a prolonged pain on the other leg, similar to that which he felt at the first caries. But the treatment continued, and the doctor declared it finally finished and successful, although the finger remained thicker and more reddened. The gentleman could now walk and work freely. What was he want more? They no longer addressed me, because I always speak only the truth, and I would say, as it turned out, that the disease has been healed, but not cured. Caries should reappear. How was it necessary to be treated? It was necessary to treat both legs at once until the redness and all pain disappeared, and treat with foot wraps soaked in a decoction of oat straw. Had to do wraps several times a day and, moreover, so that they also capture places above and below the affected. This gentleman is still alive and must be very careful not to repeat the caries. At the first symptoms, let him not neglect my friendly advice and wrap his legs with a decoction of field horsetail or oat straw. I am not talking about other cases of caries. They usually happen at a younger age and soon cured. Bloody diarrhea, dysentery. Dysentery is the sister of cholera. They both look alike. This disease usually begins terrible cramps in the abdomen and severe diarrhea, and a lot of blood comes out. Dysentery is best cured with a warm compress of water and vinegar on the stomach. The action of a glass of blueberry liqueur, which everyone can easily prepare for themselves, and always keep in your first aid kit. Twice a day you need to give 2 tablespoons of this tincture, diluted in hot water. This drink, moreover, is very tasty. If on the second day the condition is not improves, renew the compress on the stomach and repeat the portion of this tincture. Fritz writhed like a worm in bed. He curled up in pain in a ball. More than 1/2 glass of blood. 2 tablespoons of the aforementioned blueberry alcohol, taken in the morning and evening, cured him in a short time. If there are no blueberries nearby, then it can be successfully replaced with milk, cooked with dill. Bloody vomiting and bleeding from the lungs. With bleeding, the question arises, where is it from the stomach or the lungs? Blood appears from the lungs when cough. She is scarlet, frothy. From the stomach, blood appears during vomiting. Such blood is blue-red, thick, and comes out in lumps. Bloody vomiting should always be treated with great care, as it does. There is always a greater or lesser danger. With stomach bleeding, who can know which vessel is damaged and when will the bleeding recur? Negligence can lead to acute anemia or other serious illness. An even greater danger is severe bleeding from the lungs. In such cases, you should as much as possible rather to help the patient. In both cases of bleeding, the first remedy is a field infusion. Horsetail, which has astringent properties. With hemorrhages from the nose, this infusion follows, if possible. Pull in the nose. If it is from the lungs, then you need to take a couple of tablespoons of the infusion every 10-15 minutes. In this case, the blood usually subsides soon. But even after the cessation of bleeding, it is necessary to take this infusion for a long time. In my practice, he has always been excellent help. If bleeding are repeated, we must try to find their cause. Then either the lung is damaged and the patient suffers consumption, or there is too much blood pressure to the head, see hot flashes, or the cause is stomach ulcers. Speaking of nosebleeds, many often suffer from it, but do not pay attention to it, because then they feel good. But all the same, this condition is painful, and sooner or later its consequence. There will be a serious illness. Among other things, anemia, hydremia, liquid blood should occur, and, in this regard, the usual phenomena, soreness, fearfulness, nervousness, etc. Among the means that stop bleeding from nose, often recommend, unexpectedly frighten the patient during bleeding, pour water on the back of the head, keep your head in various positions, etc. I am against such maneuvers, often causing the opposite of the desired action. Best of all in this case to regulate blood circulation, i.e. divert blood to the stomach and legs, which are poor at this time. Blood, which is why weakness and various sufferings are sweat. This distraction is great. First, a warm bath with ash and salt for 15 minutes, 2 to 3 times a week, also 2 to 3 times in. Walking on wet stones for a week and 2 to 3 short wraps. When the body is strengthened again, half baths and douches of the body, as well as washing the upper parts of it, are excellent each. Procedure once a week. There are nosebleeds that are not only dangerous, but downright fatal. One girl is 15 years old, who was in puberty, blood gushed from the nose, and bleeding ended in death. I myself know one case with a 16-year-old girl who had 3 cups of blood flowing through her nose at 1.5 hours. A deadly pallor and intense drowsiness aroused the most serious fears. At 2 o'clock in the morning, me woke up to admonish the bleeding girl. I immediately ordered to pour out half of the watering can. Water on the girl's head and the other half on the upper back. The bleeding has stopped almost instantly. The patient lay calmly, but almost unconscious from weakness. A little later, the bleeding was repeated, the same douches were applied again with complete success. To maintain strength, the patient was given 2 to 3 spoons of milk every half hour. 2 days later they began to give her strengthening soup, mixed with milk, but in very small portions, and a completely depleted body became gradually strengthened. Top douches were repeated neatly every day. Bleeding completely stopped, and an appetite appeared. After 4 to 6 weeks, the patient apparently recovered, and after 6 months, although still felt a little weakness, had a healthy, blooming appearance. Here, too, the cause of the bleeding was probably puberty. Bleeding. One gentleman comes and says, "My wife has been suffering from bleeding for a long time, now she is with of death. By the time I return, she may already be dead. Is there really no remedy for this?" I ordered, "Do the following. 1. Take every 1/4 hour for 2 to 3 tablespoons of horsetail infusion, and after 2 days, daily for 2 spoons. 2. Put a compressed vinegar and water in half on your stomach for 2 hours and soak it every 20 minutes. The bleeding soon stopped, and this woman only had to repeat these compresses 2 more times for 1/2 hour. To increase the amount of blood, the best remedy is to give a full spoon each time. Milk, except for ordinary food. After a month, this woman returned to her usual activities. All these funds are indicated only in case there is no doctor on site. Fever. Anton tells me I hardly climbed this ladder. I have already fallen down twice from exhaustion. In addition, I have a terrible headache and chills, alternating with intense fever. At times I feel stabbing, which, like lightning, penetrates my whole body. I have noticed this for some time now, but in the last 5 to 6 days, I feel so bad that I am no longer able to work. I advise him, go home, Anton, go to bed right now, and when you are completely warm, you will. You wash your whole body with cold water and, without wiping yourself off, go back to bed. Such washing is necessary. Do every 2 hours. When you sweat a lot, you need to wait 1/2 hour and then again wash. On the 3rd day, Anton comes and says, I am already much better. Several times I sweated a lot. The chills and fever disappeared, the headaches stopped. The appetite is back again. I feel good, but all the same weary. Anton continued to wash for 2 weeks and completely recovered. He is about 45 years old. Please shy. Many thousands of people suffer from lichen. These very painful parasites and vampires love to get under hair on the back, on the chest, etc. But they are not afraid of daylight and, like leeches, are introduced on the hands, on legs, especially between the toes. This rash can be hereditary, but it can also be the result of bad food or drink, destroying the juices, and, in addition, the result of a wrong image. Life. It is very dangerous to treat lichens with the use of caustic agents for washing or rubbing in green soap, etc. Or for oral administration, mercury, arsenic, etc. Deprives can be driven deeper by this, but such lichens sitting inside the skin are much more dangerous than outside ones, not to mention the harm they cause to the skin. Strong caustic agents.